What is going on, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am James Oliver Jr., co-founder and CEO of Kabila. Kabila is an inclusive co-founder matching app and a global community that connects BIPOC and women founders to capital and each other. And I'm loving all these comments flying already. Like, yo, y'all ready? I love it. This is so good. Let us know where you're coming in from: Seattle, LA, California, Carlsbad, all over the place. This is amazing. Holly Diamond. Look at all the people coming in. I got my man Caleb. I'm gonna bring Caleb up real quick. So Caleb is my co-founder and CTO. Caleb's going to be the man behind the scenes, pulling all the strings, the puppet master, the producer extraordinary. He took some time away from his keyboard and building our alpha version of our co-founding matching app. What's up, Caleb?
What's up, James? Man, I'm excited for this.
Yes, absolutely. So, look, we're doing this event because, Caleb and I are Overlook founders like a lot of you out there watching, and we know how tired folks are of trying to raise capital from traditional, fundraising sources. So we're like, how can we be helpful and bring some other fundraising sources to y'all, some angel investors, some accelerators. Somebody's saying no sound. Can you hear me okay, Caleb?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can y'all hear me? Somebody's saying no sound. My mic sound nice over here. Let me do a little quick audio check. Test. Everything's looking good on my end. I can hear myself in the headphones. If you can hear me, please let me know if you can hear me in the comments. Please, everybody. Sound is good. Awesome. Sadu Kadi, my man, we can hear. Exactly. Okay, cool. So we're here. We have some great sponsors, and we want to thank our sponsors before we get started. We have Hatchet Ventures, Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchor Point Foundation, which is paying for mental therapy for some of the founders listening to us today. And we have Pioneer Mind, which is another great company. We want to thank our amazing speakers. We have some great speakers and great topics coming up for you all. And so two things real quick. So if you registered to watch and you're watching through the StreamYard link, that's awesome. If you're watching on social media, that's fine too. But know that LinkedIn, if you're watching on LinkedIn, it's going to stop streaming at 4 o'clock because we only have 4 hours to stream on LinkedIn. And also, we have a virtual swag bag. If you want to put that swag bag, so people know we're having a swag bag coming up. We have a great virtual swag bag for people who register. So we want to encourage you to go to joinkabila.com/events and register and watch through the StreamYard's link. So we have, a free 30-day trial of mental performance coaching with Pioneer Mind. We have 6 months free. Can you put that back up again, Caleb?
Yeah.
So Build Memo is a great, what's called Memo now. It's an all-in-one fundraising tool. We get 6 months free for that. We have a 50% off TechCrunch Plus subscription, thanks to Alex and Dom from TechCrunch. And we also have a 90% HubSpot discount for people who register through the StreamYard link and will attend at least one of the sessions. So if you're watching on social media, that's great, but come through and watch us on register. Go to joinkabila.com/events and click register for free and watch us through the StreamYard link so we can keep track. And because after this event is over, we're going to send out the information of how to get this. And also, Anchor Point Foundation is paying for mental therapy for 4 sessions for over a month. Mental therapy for 20 founders watching this event through the webinar, through the StreamYard webinar link. So, you won't be able to get that email and have a chance to get some free mental therapy unless you're watching through the StreamYard webinar link. All right, that's cool. You can pull that down for me, sir. So what else? So we got some amazing speakers. Caleb, do you have any particular sessions you're excited about?
Yeah. So David's investor workshop, every single time he just throws so much information and so much, good little nuggets. I was have to watch it over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. Also, some questions coming in here. So what is the TechCrunch? You get 50% off TechCrunch Plus, which is great. And then, so somebody said we're already eligible for the discount. Yes, if you signed up, if you registered through StreamYard and you're watching through that link, yep, and it will show automatically that you attended the event on the back end for us, and we'll just send out that email to everybody that way. So yeah, you're good. I want to put this up so bad. I'm not going to put this one up. Therapy is the SH. Game changing. Just do it. Joan Bajorek. Yes. Joan Bajorek for the win with that comment. right? Look at this. Looking forward to connecting with you all. Look at all this, Caleb. Happy to be here. So good.
Amazing.
So good. Shangadare. What's up, Shangadare from Durham, North Carolina in the house. Yeah, somebody said 90% off. Yep, absolutely. Look at all these people. Kimberly, we love y'all so much. This is great, great, great. So we're going to get started in about 8 minutes. We're going to have Daryl Frater come up from Visible Hands VC. And so they have this Visionaries Accelerator. But Daryl just informed me yesterday, this is the first time ever he's going to be talking about, they have some new parameters for their program, some new details, some new funding amounts. I'm super excited to learn what all that's going to be for y'all. Harlem in the house. That's what's up, Gene. That's what I'm talking about. I'm from Brooklyn, but I mess with Harlem a little bit. Feel that. Miami in the building. We love this. So, but yes, Caleb, in terms of what you were saying about David Cohen's workshop about how to overcome investor objections is really good. I feel like when we saw him do that the first couple of times, it's like we don't know what we don't know. Right. We don't know how those cats think who write those VC checks and those big angel checks. We just don't know. It's a totally different game for a lot of us. So listen to him explain how to navigate that situation is going to be very helpful for so many of you out there. For me, I mean, look, I'm excited to hear everybody. The one thing is I'm really keen to see is Kabana from the AWS startups team coming to show us not just how to identify bias when we're fundraising, but to overcome it. And we're actually going to have, we have a guest in the audience that will come up and role play with him. So I'm going to do it. And then we have a guest that's going to come up. And for David, we also have Gina, who I see in the audience right here, who's going to come up. And then I saw the other person in the audience as well. He actually got both of them. He signed up for the type form for both, for David and for Kabana. What's his name? I don't see it there, but his name is Sadhu Kadi. So excited for Sadhu to come up and do that with everybody. And anybody, before we get started, Atlanta, Georgia, we in here 100%. We up in here, Flint, Michigan in the house. Before we get started, anybody have any questions you want to know? Because we have 5 minutes before we're waiting for Daryl to pop in here. Any questions before we get started? I need to yes, Dana, great to see you. Everyone dropping their deets. I'm sending connection requests here. Mine. Look at that. This is what's up, right?
Yeah.
It's all about connection. All about connection. Maybe what we should do, Caleb, is for the people who registered, we should put together some kind of type form and send it out to everybody with everybody else's. They could just put their contact information in there if people want to get connected.
Yeah.
That's one thing that maybe we could do. Is there an itinerary or program? Well, yeah. It's if you go to the joincapital.com/events and you scroll down, you'll see all the speakers in the order in which they're speaking and the topic that they're going to be speaking about. So that's in there as well. And the time that they will be speaking. Is there a separate link for, what is this? Is there a separate StreamYard link for the other events? No, it's all going to happen right here. Great question. In the same link. Keith Wilson, LFG. Yes, baby, let's go. It's good, Keith. So anyway, so we're Kabila. We have we're building an inclusive co-founder matching app. Caleb is working on that. It's in alpha right now. And then we also have a community. So you can go to joinkabila.com. We have a community of BIPOC and women founders connecting you to capital and each other. We do things like pay for founder therapy in there. We have exclusive events in there. We also once a month give access to minority and LGBT founders and women founders to get free business legal services with a partnership that we have with Wigan and Dana Law Firm. I saw Keith comment. Keith just got approved for some legal services this week for that. So is the presentation being recorded? Another good question. So it's being recorded. If you registered through the webinar link, you will automatically be able to watch the replay. You should be able to, if you're watching it on social media, you should be able to share. I assume that there's a share button if you're watching it in your browser as well through the StreamYard link, I assume. So, but yeah, absolutely. Please share this out. Have everybody, all your friends, tell them to join us. She goes, oh, shoot, I did not remember about the legal services. One of these days, y'all gonna be picking up what I'm putting down. One of these days. Yes, thank you, Kabila, for the legal plug. So this is the preamble, y'all. We just is here to say welcome and let you know what we're going to be talking about and interact with you all. So we're waiting for Daryl to pop in. Let me go ahead and text him right now, find out where he is because he's not in the green room yet, but he is always on time. So Caleb, if you want to talk to the folks while I just ping Daryl real quick, that would be great.
Yeah. So actually, James, I haven't told you this yet.
What?
We are looking for Friday a beta release on the new co-founder matching app. Yeah, super excited about it. Friday. Yeah.
Listen, knock it off.
Yeah, I know.
Knock it off.
I've been waiting to tell you. I kind of wanted to drop the bomb, during this event. So.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yes. We've been working hard.
I know y'all been working hard. Amazing.
Completely redesigned everything. So the alpha version, the beta version are not going to look like at all.
Oh, amazing. That's so good. That's so good. So I just texted Daryl. He's typically on time, so he should be here in a second. Daryl and his wife, they just moved to Tulsa.
And Tulsa and a new baby, right?
Yeah, exactly. Dennis said he can't wait to see the app. That's amazing. Yeah, my CTO's been holding out on me too. So, I mean, I just downloaded the new thing last night on my phone, but you got to send me the password, Caleb. I couldn't even get it to you. Very exciting. So 3 people. Oh, Daryl's in the green room. Here he is. All right, cool. So I'm going to come down, just talk to him for a second. I'm just going to make sure he's good, and I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I'm excited for Daryl to talk too. I know he's actually did a Kabila conversation before about visible hands, and I'm always excited when he's talking about what he's got going on and where he's headed with everything. So, but I love this, man. I think we've had a great turnout so far. Love the comments. Keep dropping them in there too. And thanks for saying congrats on the co-founder matching app. Yeah, I'm super excited to get it out. A lot of hard work. And by the way, if you go to joinkabila.com/events, there is a schedule of the events of all who's coming in, all the speakers.
All right, I am back and super excited to tell you that we have, I'm going to bring Daryl Frater up here in a second. I need to introduce him first. You good, Caleb? All right, cool. All right, everybody. So as you know, I'm James Oliver, co-founder, CEO of Kabila. This is an event we're having for Overlook founders to help to connect you with capital, alternative sources of capital, and help you level up your fundraising. And my next guest, you got to follow Daryl on Twitter because he's all about helping founders, especially he has a passion for Overlook founders and everything that he does. So just hang on here. I'm going to bring him up in 2 seconds. And Carpenter just popped into the studio, to the group behind the stage. This is amazing. We got to get it popping. So let me bring my man, Daryl Frater. What's up, baby?
What's going on, James?
Man, it's so good to see you. So good to see you. Before we just talk, again, I got to thank our sponsors, Hatchet Ventures, Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchorport Foundation, and Pioneer Mind, because without them, this would not be happening. So Daryl, what's going on, man? You're VC with visible hands. Like, we only got 15 minutes, so we got to get into it. There's going to be a lot of questions. Drop your questions in the comments, in the chat there. Caleb, do your best to just nudge me because I'm reading these questions and trying to talk. So just nudge me if we want to get to some of these questions if we have time. All right. So what is Visible Hands and who do you serve, Daryl?
Awesome, man. Well, first and foremost, before we jump into questions, we want to honor you for everything that you're doing for the community, man. This is super important. And the lineup of speakers you brought together is phenomenal. And I'm excited that you're doing this for founders, man. Keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So what's your t-shirt say? Inclusion,
improves innovation.
Yes, that's what's up, right?
Oh, yeah. This is one of our key mottos at Visible Hands. And I can jump right into your question, talking about Visible Hands. We're a venture capital firm serving underrepresented founders. We invest in women and founders of color. These people are typically overlooked by the traditional venture capital ecosystem. So we exist solely to serve this demographic of founders. We invest through our various accelerator programs, investing up to 500K, depending on which program you're applying to. And I believe I'm going to be speaking about one of our programs here today.
Oh, that's so good. Look at all these people. Hey, Daryl. Hey, Daryl. People love Daryl. I love that you're doing this from your kitchen in your new home in Tulsa. That's what I love the most. That's the kitchen,
So the
right?
thing is, I'm in the kitchen because I literally have nothing in the home. I came here with nothing. So I'm going to be setting up my office over the next couple of weeks.
Oh my God. That's so good. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is so good. Somebody says, anyone can get one of those t-shirts.
Let me find out. Let me find out. I got to talk to the marketing team.
Exactly. So let's get to some of these questions. So what is the Visible Hands Visionaries Accelerator, please? And I know you have some new hot off the press information for us with this, right?
Yes. I'm glad you asked. So the Visionaries Accelerator is our flagship accelerator at Visible Hands. And I'm happy to announce for the first time that we're going to be releasing information for our upcoming 2023 cohort. So I could talk about, how we operate, answer your questions, and see a few of our founders from our Visionaries Accelerator here on the call today. So I see you guys in the audience. What's up, Karen? What's going on, everybody from our cohorts? I appreciate y'all for tuning in. But I'm super excited about the next cohort of this accelerator. Visible Hands, we've been around since 2020. So we're going on to our third year of operating, and our flagship Visionaries Accelerators what kicked us off. And now that we're running multiple accelerators and multiple fellowship programs, it's exciting to see how we've grown and expand. And this is something that we're going to continue to iterate on and improve. And I'm excited about the updates for our new Visionary Accelerator program. So yeah.
You can't tell us what it is yet?
Yeah, I can tell you a lot. There's a lot. Not everything's ready, but a lot is ready.
Can you tell us about the money? That's not ready yet?
No, let me jump right into it. So first major announcement, the date that applications will be launched. So the Visionaries Accelerator applications for our next cohort, applications will launch on May 1st.
Okay.
So if you're an underrepresented founder, women or founder of color, and are interested in our accelerator program, May 1st, applications will be open.
Right. So they go to visiblehands.vc/accelerator to learn about that, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And how much is it?
Yeah.
How much do they get? Please.
So for our past two cohorts, our initial model for this accelerator program was to give an initial 25K investment and then opportunity for up to an additional 150K follow-on investment. Mm-hmm. We have grown as a firm at Visible Hands, and now we're upping the ante. So we are no longer doing our model of 25K and potential up to 150K. We're going to be writing larger check sizes for our initial investment. The investment amount we're close to finalizing it.
Oh man! How you
but I can
like
tell
that?
you the number that we are looking at right now. So as of right now, and this will be finalized by the time applications roll out, we're looking to make 200K investments with potential of up to 400K follow-on investment. So we've gone from 25 initial and 150K follow-on to now 200 initial and up to 400K follow-on. And this will be finalized and public on our website by the time applications are launched. So
wait, y'all are giving folks, is my mic working? Can y'all hear me? Because
we can hear you.
Y'all hear me when I'm saying it. Y'all are giving people $200,000 up front.
Yep. That's what we're going to be shooting for.
With the potential to get $400,000 after the fact?
That's exactly what we're shooting for. So we've gone from 25K initial and 150K follow-on to now 200K initial up to 400K.
People like, look at James's face. I was just like, I'm blown away, bro. Like, this is amazing. And you're looking at women, minority, LGBT, like people eligible to apply, like
diverse founders.
Oh my God. Oh
hey, look, we're moving
amazing.
Forward. We're growing. We're a new firm, but as we continue to grow and we continue to work with amazing partners and LPs to have more capital for us to do the great work we're doing, we're excited to be able to expand the opportunity to support founders in a much bigger way. So we're super excited about these changes.
I mean, I'm speechless. Like, well, Keith Cheney subs it up. Well, damn. I mean, Yeah. Well, damn.
And I'm happy to first announce it here on this event,
This
man.
is amazing, bro. This is so good. So somebody know you have to be a certain type of business or the qualification. You need to be a venture scalable business, right?
That is correct. Venture scalable. So anything tech enable, having big vision, serving a lot of customers, and just being able to scale into something with a meaningful exit opportunity. Um,
Right. You want
so we
minimum.
as
Go ahead.
VCs, we receive money from LPs, limited partners, and our job is to steward that capital and give it to founders and mentor those founders to become large opportunities for exits to help
Hmm.
our LPs make a return. And that's the game of venture capital.
Yeah. Holly, LFG. Yes. LFG. Let's effing go. 100%. um, agnostic or specific industries.
Yeah, so for the Visionaries Accelerator, we are completely industry agnostic. No specific company type, just really open-minded to the different kinds of companies that people are building, as long as you can paint a picture of a great outcome in the future. So we're completely industry
Yeah.
agnostic. I also want to add the difference between the Visionaries Accelerator and what we saw with the BKXL Accelerator. The Visionaries Accelerator is primarily virtual. So we do a 1 week in-person orientation. For the past 2 years, we've been doing that orientation here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Part of the reason why I moved here, just getting exposure to
Ah.
this city. And we do the 1 week in-person orientation. Then after that, we'll have 10 weeks of programming to help support the founders as they build a new
200
company.
stacks.
Yeah.
Are you prepared to talk about the terms yet or not so much?
So the terms we haven't finalized yet,
Okay. That's fine.
but we are founder first, and we make sure that our terms work well for founders as well
Exactly.
as an investment firm. So
This
we're
is my
excited
next question.
to chat with
I
you
love
guys
that.
about the terms once
Yep.
we
No.
have.
Yeah, we'll get to that later once it's all announced. But look, you guys are pros. You understand the terms can't be horrible, otherwise your founders can't raise. You get that.
Exactly.
How many companies are accepted into this program?
Yes. So one area, we are making a significantly larger check size than we did in our past. So we will be reducing the amount of founders that we are going to be investing in per cohort. So for the past 2 years, we've invested in 45 companies, doing the initial 25K investment and up to 150K follow on. For this time around, we are targeting 20 companies to make the 200K initial investment into and the up to 400K follow on investment.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, 20 is still impact, man. It's huge. So here's a good question: is it revenue generating companies only?
So it will not only be revenue generating companies only. So we don't have a hard, yes or no. Um, Given the nature of who will be applying, being revenue generating will be a plus, and things that we're looking at to validate that you have validated that this is a problem space that you have created a solution for, but not necessarily. But great question.
All right, so I appreciate that. We talked before, Darren. I'm always like when you say certain things because
You think I'm too political?
no, I'm not saying you're being politically correct here, but because I'm a founder too, right? And I hear that kind of thing all the time. And I look at the companies that come through and get accepted to the programs,
Yep.
and more times than not, these companies are not. Let's just say they're not pre-product, pre-revenue, typically. And look, I get it from y'all standpoint. It's de-risking the whole process for you, right? It's going to be easier, presumably, for them to be able to go on and raise capital post program. But I heard what you said. Yeah. I'm just going to say that
you can look at our track record. Like even in the BKXL Accelerator program, we have a number of pre-revenue companies that we've invested in.
All right.
So actually today, I don't know if they hit pull the trigger yet, but we're announcing the BKXL Accelerator founders really soon. I think it's today.
Yes.
So you'll be able to learn more about those companies, and we do have some that are pre-revenue that have promising go-to-market strategies that we're really excited about.
That's so good. All right, no, I'm glad you clarified that, and I stand corrected, sir.
Let me add one more thing too. It's not about, because the thing is, we're pre-seed investors. It's not our job to look at your traction and decide, oh, you have this amount of revenue, you are a great company. The traction or the revenue you have at this stage is usually meaningless. we're looking for visionaries that can show us the vision of the future, of your high growth in the future. And the things that you have today just give us more confidence that you're going to make that vision come true. So that's all it is. Just really showcasing your ability to paint a picture of the future and give us confidence that you're going to reach there.
Listen, I'm going to shut up, man, because you just shut me up, which is hard to do. Just so you know that you talk to me
Hey,
a
you
couple
my
times.
guy. You my guy. I really do.
That's hard to do. So look, everybody, Daryl is super active on Twitter. You do those weekly. What's that thing you do on Twitter? Twitter Space.
VC founder office hours. So I've been not doing it for the past 2 weeks because I'm moving, but I'm here now and I'm gonna pick them back up really soon.
So is that a particular date? Is that moving around? Like, how can people
Yeah,
connect with
so
you?
I typically do it every Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern, public Twitter space. Anyone can join the conversations. And we just have real conversations about company building and really doing tactical things to improve the company. So one thing I've been focused on is fixing people's one-liners and elevator pitch. I believe that's one of the biggest things that can improve the way you speak about your company and can drive you to at least get more meetings with these investors. Summarizing your company in one sentence and having a little bit of context to give them a clear understanding of who you serve, what your product is, and how your company drives value to people.
Yeah, I mean, the comments are off the chain, bro. Like, this is amazing. Can you share when the accelerator opens again?
So applications for the Visionaries Accelerator will open on May 1st.
May 1st. All right, everybody, that's May 1st. Applications open up. I want to encourage you. Like, Daryl is great, man. He, some people, they're real snobby on Twitter. I ain't gonna say no names, but he's not one of them, right? Like, hit him up. If your DM's open over there?
Always open.
I mean, that's amazing. And I think when I first started talking to you, I think we connected on Twitter and I just started DMing you, but before I was following you, whatever. But he's very responsive. He's very busy, has a young family, got baby girl, always posting all the pictures of baby girl. Did you say I saw a picture the other day. She's a founder now or something. What was that you posted?
Gigi the VC. That's the nickname I've given her.
Crazy. Well, look, man, this was amazing. Daryl, thank you so much for your time, my friend. I mean, so much love for you in the comments here. I'm excited for everybody. So let me just drop again how people can go here to learn more about the new Visible Hands Visionaries program. You said that's dropping
May 1st.
May 1st. So follow him, add him to our list if you have a list so you can stay abreast of what's going on with him and sign up for his Twitter chats and Twitter spaces. He's super helpful. My man, I appreciate you, brother. You're doing God's work. And
last thing I would like to say is that, we're actively looking to meet with founders. So reach out to people in the team, reach out to me. I would love to chat and learn more about your businesses.
Amazing. All right, man. We appreciate you. I'll see you next time, my friend.
Take care, brother.
All right, bro. Wow. Caleb, how good was that?
That was awesome. Yeah.
Yo, in the chat, everybody, how did y'all like that? What'd you think about that? What'd you think? Let's see if the chat gonna light up. Daryl, great guy, absolutely, 100%. All right, well, listen, we're not gonna stop. So, I got my man Cabana popping in here right now. I'm gonna pull you back, Caleb.
Yeah.
All right, and so I'm gonna introduce Cabana real quick. So Cabana is on the AWS startup team, and he's gonna come and do a talk with us right now about how to identify and overcome bias when fundraising. So real quick, I want to thank our sponsors, Hatchet Ventures, Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchor Point Foundation for sponsoring Founder Therapy for y'all, and Pioneer Mind. And real quick, if you're watching this on social media, but you want to be able to A, watch a replay, or B, get access to these incredible, we have some super dope, let's see if I can pull this thing out. We got some super dope swag item gifts for you all. But in order to be eligible for this, you got to go to joinkabil.com/events, register through the StreamYard event, and watch it there so the system knows that you attended one of the events, right? And you'll be eligible for the swag bag. 20 people getting Founder Therapy. All right, enough about that. Without further ado, we're going to bring Cabana up. Cabana, what's up, my man?
What's going on, my brother? How are you doing today? Thank you so much for having me, and hopefully you can bring my teammate also, Katie.
Is she coming
I believe she's in your green room.
Is she? Oh, looky.
Mm-hmm.
You're bringing it
Yeah.
up. Hello there,
Oh,
Catherine. How are you?
awesome.
Good to see. Let me shrink this down
Good,
so that we
good.
can see the background thing here. Oh, this is so tiny. I'm so sorry. Hopefully, can y'all see that okay? Or is that like too tiny? Let me see if I can edit this layout real quick. Can I edit this like on the fly and like boss up on everybody real quick? I think I might be able
I was
to.
gonna say founder style, true founder style. All
Listen, I'm
good.
like on the
This is
fly,
like
man,
the
trying to solve these
coolest.
problems. Boom, update layout. Boom. So it's a little bit bigger there. So look at us. Adjusting and solving problems on the fly. That's what we do, right?
All day, every day. That's
All
what
right,
it
man.
is.
So I'm gonna turn it over to you. So actually, and we actually have somebody else in the green room who is Sidhu. When do you want me to bring him up? He's gonna be one of your guinea pigs with me.
All right, perfect. So today we'll have you and Sadhu as some of our volunteers as we go through some of the exciting things that we go through today. For some of you who maybe seen one of our recent presentations, this will be the same presentation, but we'll be able to answer more of your questions today. And again, James, thanks so much for making this opportunity. But to kind of kick this off, good afternoon, everyone. This is a Pitching Better workshop, a workshop that's been created for underrepresented founders to be able to overcome fundraising bias. And it's really a special workshop that's been made for our accelerator partners and awesome partners like the Kabila community. And so we're going to try to make this as interactive as possible to get this kicked off. Whoops, and I guess Catherine, would you be able to share your? Sorry about that. I jumped the gun a little bit.
All good.
No.
I just DM'd Sidhu to ask him to turn his camera on.
Mm,
Looks like he helped out.
Okay. Can everyone see that? And this looks normal. You can just see the title slide.
Yes, I can see that. When do you want me to bring Sidhu up? Can you let me know?
Yep. I'll let you know, or if Sadhu wants to be on the call the whole time, that's also
Yeah,
fine.
let's just add him to the stream since he's gonna be a guinea pig. What's up, Sidhu?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys?
All right, buddy. So we're gonna put you on mute for
Awesome.
now, and he's gonna let us know when he wants to talk to us because I'm just gonna be quiet too.
Indeed.
All right, man. Do your thing,
I'll
buddy.
do that. All right. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Kavana. I'm the AWS startup team. Prior to being a founder myself, I worked in traditional finance, underwriting over $1 billion worth of capital while at Wells Fargo. I followed that up by starting two businesses that were in the fintech space, focused on supporting underserved communities. And I'm a happy, former alumni of the Techstars community. And honestly, during my fundraising journey, I experienced a lot of bias, really not even knowing it. But today I'm really excited to be able to share with you some tactics that are based on some research from one of my former professors who will help you raise more money. And then a quick fact about me is I love foreign films, and I'll kick it off to Katie.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Katie. I also am part of AWS Startups BD, focusing primarily on underrepresented founders. So globally, that looks like women founders, Black founders, Hispanic Latino founders, as well as other persons of color, the disability community, and the LGBTQIA+ community. So really excited to be here with all of you today. Prior to AWS, I built entrepreneurship programs for student founders at the City College of New York, which is part of the CUNY system. If we have any New Yorkers, you're probably familiar. And also ran programs for girls across New York City as part of Standard Chartered's Future Makers program to introduce young women and girls to entrepreneurship as a possible career path. So while I'm not a founder myself, I'm really, passionate about supporting all of you. And a fun fact about myself is I am absolutely obsessed with cats. So big cat person over here. Would love to meet other cat people in the chat. All right, awesome. So I'll kick it off and then pass it back off to Kavana. We're really curious. How many of you have ever felt a disadvantage while fundraising? Or maybe if you're not yet fundraising, maybe you felt some sort of disadvantage while you were, maybe applying to different programs like incubators or accelerators. I'm not able to see the chat right now, but I can imagine that many of you are saying yes,
Yes, absolutely.
feeling some challenges. This is a problem that many underrepresented founders face. And you may have received questions like this. Are those sales like real revenue from partnerships or something else? So There are many issues with this question, right? It feels a little bit ridiculous. Of course, that's real revenue. What else would it be? Why would I be talking about, fake revenue in my pitch deck? But this is a question, and questions like these that many underrepresented founders face. There's a lot of unspoken bias. And in this workshop, we're going to help you identify questions like this and learn about how to best address them. So the goals of this workshop are to demystify the act of pitching, learn how to answer those unconsciously biased questions in the most impactful way, and then empower founders like yourselves to raise more capital than you have in previous years. And before we get into the bulk of this workshop, which is the fun and interactive part, I do want to just talk about where all this comes from, because this actually is backed by research. So as Kamina mentioned, this comes from the research of Professor Laura Wang, who was a former professor at Harvard Business School, also Penn, and she has studied gender parity in the startup world for over 5 years. What was really interesting is that she found that women were asked more negative questions when they were fundraising, while their male counterparts were asked more positive questions. Things like, okay, great, this is awesome, and how big is this opportunity? And while her research and the research that we'll talk about in this presentation is primarily focused on women founders versus male founders, we still find her research to be very, very relevant and true for all underrepresented founders and, different communities. And we just saw, show of hands, or those of you in the chat who talked about how you have faced some sort of bias when you're fundraising, different challenges and disadvantages. And we've all personally experienced it when we speak to other underrepresented founders. So we really think that this workshop and this framework will be beneficial to you all. But again, before we start, I do want to talk about this study because it's super interesting. So Professor Long's research has been published in many notable publications, including Harvard Business Review, Scientific American, and Forbes. And some of you may have even come across it because she's been cited in many articles. The study that we'll talk about today is focused on 189 founders. So she followed these founders over the span of 2 years as they pitched to 140 VCs. The founders all came from similar backgrounds, had similar experiences, and were all at about the same stage, but 12% of the founders were women. And then of the VCs, 40% of the VCs were women. And what was interesting was that she found that the majority of the questions asked by investors depended on the gender of the founder. So 66% of founders who were men were asked questions that were promotion oriented. Well, 67% of founders who were women were asked questions that were prevention oriented. What was also interesting is that the women VCs also asked these preventative questions. Now, these two words, promotion, prevention, you might be like, okay, what's that? We'll get into that in just a second, so hang tight. But what was even more terrifying was that this research found that the male-led startups raised 5 times more than the women-led ones did over those 2 years. And I don't need to, go into all the details about the terrible statistics that we all know. In 2021, when US startup funding was up 12% over the previous year, funding for venture-backed companies founded solely by female founders dropped by 22%. Women founders are still only getting less than 2% in venture funding. If you're breaking that into other groups, Black women founders receive about 0.34%, Latina founders less than 1%. Black founders as a whole community receive less than 1%, and the same with Hispanic, Latino-led startups, LGBTQ+-led startups. But we really hope that this workshop is going to change all of this by helping you answer questions in a more impactful way. So I don't know about all of you, but I used to think that venture capitalists were unbiased and they evaluated companies based on the things that are added in their pitch deck, like the product, market opportunity, the technology behind the business, the viability of the business. Unfortunately, this research proves that VCs draw heavily from the perceptions of the founding team. It's often about how the founder looks, acts, things that the founder can't necessarily control. All right, so back to these two terms, promotion questions, prevention questions. Moving forward, we're going to break down questions as promotion or prevention. Promotion questions are all about the positive attributes. So the hopes, achievements, advancements, ideals. It focuses on how great everything can be. A really simple example is how big can this business get? Founders that are asked promotional questions can reinforce their association with the promotional qualities like gains or ambitions. On the flip side, prevention questions focus on the risk, safety, responsibility, security. It usually focuses on how horrible everything could be. A really simple example is, how can you differentiate yourself in this crowded market? Prevention questions put founders on the defense and require them to answer these questions in terms of risk instead of that home run potential. And you might be thinking, especially in today's landscape, getting these types of preventative questions is a little bit normal. I mean, we all want to know about the risk in today's market, but underrepresented founders get a ton of these questions and just are really forced into a defensive position during the whole fundraising process. All right. So the silver lining of all this depressing research is that regardless of the gender of the founder, if the founders are able to answer a prevention question with a promotional answer, they raise 7.35 million more than founders who didn't. So you can raise more money by answering in a promotional way. So for the rest of the workshop, I'll hand it back off to Kavana.
Sure, awesome. So with that information, let's get into it. Let's get tactical. We'll first go through some questions to identify which ones are biased. Then next we'll introduce the framework called RIP, which can be used to answer these type of questions. And then in some cases, there are just a need to really clarify what the investor is asking and pivot the response. And we'll work through how to do that as well. So how do you overcome this bias? Well, we start with a framework called RIP, where there are 3 steps, and we'll talk through each of them in more detail in a bit, but just at a high level, it starts with reclaim, which means to identify the prevention question and figure out what is really being asked of you. Next is inform, which means to really answer the question directly. And the last is promote your company. And so let's dive a bit deeper into that. So we'll start with reclaim. The first step is really how to recognize you're being asked a prevention question in the first place. How do you know the question is biased? Well, what you really need to do is ask yourself, are you on the defense? Are you explaining the essence of your company, instead of its goals and vision? Are the investors asking you about retention, costs, losses, risks? Any question that asked about risk or cost is going to put you on the defense and doesn't really give you an opportunity to showcase your vision or ambition. And similar to a soccer game, if you're always playing defense, you're much less likely to score, right? So what we can do is just go through a few quick examples. So we'll start with this one. If you were asked, what is your plan to acquire customers? Based on the definitions provided before, would you say this is a promotion or prevention question? And would really appreciate it if everybody would put their responses in the chat. So would you see this, what is your plan to acquire customers, as a promotion or prevention question? We got prevention, got promotion. Okay, we got a couple. So this is actually a promotion question, and that's because it allows you to speak about the opportunity. We'll try another. So how will you manage customer acquisition costs? Would you see this one as promotion or prevention? And if you could just drop your thoughts in the chat box. How will you manage customer acquisition costs? Okay, well, this one is actually, looks like some of you got it. It's actually prevention, because it's assuming that the customer acquisition costs are high and requiring you to de-risk it. So if you actually see, these are actually 2 of the same question, but one gives you an opportunity to speak about the growth potential and getting to the next level versus the other. So no worries, we'll go and try another one. So what is your monetization strategy? Would you see this as promotion or prevention? Right. Looks like you guys are getting it. This is promotion because it really gets to speak about the potential of your business. Whereas, how you convert free users to paid, would you see that as promotion or prevention? You got a couple promotion. This is actually prevention. Yeah, some of these are can be a little bit confusing, but basically when it's kind of framed in a way that is allowing you to talk about how you're going to grow, how you're going to achieve, um, you know, uh, the potential of your business versus kind of managing costs. That's kind of the distinction between promotion and prevention. But no worries, we'll go through a few more. So the last example, how do you plan to capture the market? Would you see that as promotion or prevention? Right. Looks like you guys got that. So it is definitely promotion because it's giving you the opportunity to talk about how big the market opportunity is and how you're going to go after it. The last one is how you compete with leaders in the market. This is definitely another prevention question. So, at least for me, when I'm thinking about which of the two questions I would prefer, I'd rather get the first one because it would allow me to kind of talk about the opportunity and how big the market is instead of how I'm directly going to be competing with others in the market. So now we're going to go ahead and try to start off with our guest, Sidhu, to see how he does with this framework. So appreciate you. So I'm just going to read this prompt to you, and then we're just going to walk through kind of your thoughts as how this works. Is that all right, Sidhu?
Yeah.
Awesome. So I'm just going to read the prompt. Why will people buy your product versus Target? Would you see this as a promotion or prevention question?
I think it is prevention.
It is definitely prevention. Why do you think it's a prevention question?
Because it is directly asking me about my approach instead of my vision, how to bring people, and comparing my product with other companies which we haven't spoken yet.
Exactly. It's jumping the gun, not giving you an opportunity to really highlight how awesome your business is and putting you in a defensive position. So, since it is prevention, it's really asking you what is your competitive advantage. And when you're given a question like this, what you really want to do is shift the conversation to talk about the really benefits of your product and how you're going to go after it. So really framing the question in a way that's in a more positive way versus how you're directly competing with participants in the market.
Hey,
Do you have something
Covenant.
you're going to say, James? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is hard for me because I feel like I get some of these prevention questions that you get these questions, you think this is just like the deal, right? This is what it's supposed to be. And I'm just listening to you talk about this and I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, well, it's really getting to the crux of, what is the real question that they're asking, and really, as I said before, promoting your business, answering the question, understanding its bias, and then promoting yourself. And so, we're going to get you in the hot seat in a second, James. So, Sidhu, thank you so much for participating.
Thank you.
So, I think the slide's up. All right. Well, basically, would you mind going to the previous slide, Katie? Thanks. So if instead the VC were to ask, what is your competitive advantage? That would be a much better question, right? Because it would be very clear, and effectively that's the promotional equivalent of what was just asked in the last slide. So
what was the last slide
next.
again? So just so quickly.
Sure, not a problem. That would be, why will people buy your product versus Target, as opposed to what is your competitive advantage? Same question, same crux, but one is putting you on the defense, versus the other one is giving you an opportunity to really highlight your unique value proposition.
I love this.
So
basically answer the question you wish they asked.
pretty much. And now we're going to bring you into the hot seat, James. So, sorry, if you could advance
man.
the slide one more, Katie. Promise it won't be that bad.
I'm struggling with this,
So
real though.
I'm gonna act as I'm the investor, and if you were asked this question, how are you going to market your product in a highly saturated market? I apologize. Let me get back. We're gonna assume that you're the CEO of a company that has a robot that cleans toilets, folds laundry, and puts babies to bed. And in this position, you're the CEO. And imagine I'm asking you, how are you going to market your product in a highly saturated environment? I see a lot of toilet cleaning robots out there. Would you see this as a prevention question or a promotional question?
Based on everything we said so far, I feel like this is prevention, because the promotion question should simply be, how am I going to go to market? What's my
Right.
marketing plan?
Exactly. So it's definitely prevention. What do you think they're really asking you in this question?
Yeah, what's my marketing strategy? What's my go to market? So I can explain to them how I'm going to do it.
Exactly. You're spot on. So if you could advance the slide, what if instead I was to ask you, what is your plan to grow to 1 million users? Would you see that as a better question? And would you see that as promotional prevention?
I think that's promotional, because I get to tell you what I'm going to do.
Right. And would you think that that's a better question than the previous, or would you prefer this question or the previous question?
Yeah, ask me what I'm going to do. Like, I prefer that question, because I have a plan,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. So this is definitely promotional, and it's awesome because it gives you the opportunity, as you said, to really describe how is this a home run and what is your growth strategy going to be. So I appreciate you taking that question, James. And I'll pick it back to Katie.
Awesome. Sorry about that. Just kind of switching to unmute. Okay. All right. So yeah, much better question, right? So thank you so much, Kavana. Before we close out today, I'm going to go through steps 2 and 3, which are inform and promote. So now that you all are experts about identifying preventative questions, we're going to talk about how to answer those questions. So inform and promote, this is what it's all about. So the inform piece is all about answering the question directly. So the way I like to think about this is kind of like a normal answer. You want to make sure that you are being concise and direct, clarify anything that might not be clear. And this is a really great opportunity to use data or market benchmarks to back up your claim. Before you end, though, you need to also add in a promotional element. So this is the part that's not so natural about answering the question. And this is spending a couple sentences after you give the person all the information to make sure that you're being ambitious, aggressive, really sell that vision, but making sure that you're being methodical and intentional about it. So this is really your chance to brag. And I know that's not the easiest thing to do. But what's really important to understand is that you need both inform and promote to have a really strong answer. So we're going to run through a few examples. And I think, Sidhu, are you going to be our volunteer again? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. So you're going to pretend that you are the founder of a pretend company called Any Company. So if you don't mind just reading the right side of the screen to tell me what Any Company is. So you can just read it.
A platform for teachers to build curriculums using AI.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. Pretty cool company, right? So as you pretend to be the founder of Any Company, I am going to pretend to be an investor that you're having a meeting with.
Okay.
All right, great. So thank you so much. I'm really excited to learn more about Any Company. I listened to your pitch deck at the founders event that I went to last week, but I'm really curious to know, how are you going to manage your customer acquisition costs? All right, can you read the right side of the screen out loud for me, starting from our pilot?
Okay. From our pilot with 2 schools in San Francisco, we were able to sign on 25 teachers without paying for acquisition. We expect our CAC to fall around, cost to customer to fall around $200 per teacher, and we will introduce a top-down acquisition strategy rather than selling directly to teachers to drive cost to customer lower.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. So what do we think about that answer? How do we feel about it?
That was great.
Yeah, right. This was
Yeah,
a pretty
yeah.
good answer. I think it was decent, but I do wonder, is this something that's going to move us forward? So let's run through the framework really quickly just to check. All right, so using Reclaim, we know this is prevention, right? And what are they really asking? How are you going to grow your business affordably? So really important, normal question to get. All right, so using both the inform and promote piece, in my opinion, I think this answer, like you all said, was fantastic, but I think it only informs. It simply answers the question in a very data-driven way, which is very important. So it gives you all the information that you need to know. But does it really promote? All right, so how are we going to promote this answer? Would anyone like to add like a kind of promotional element at the end? Anyone have any
Yeah, I
ideas?
think we can add a little bit about AI. Ours is a AI engine which self-learns itself and identify target teachers and schools in the given zip code.
Awesome. I love that. That's such a great idea. Really kind of talk about the
Look
future of
at
AI.
Sidhu bossing up on the
I
answers. I love
know.
it. But just so you know, like Sidhu is a volunteer. Like I put out a call, I sent out an email, asked people to sign up to volunteer. Here he is. I never met him before. Look, good answer, bro.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, well, I think your answer was even better than the, optional answer we have on the screen. But if you don't mind reading the orange part on the right side, starting with overall.
Overall, there are 250,000 school districts in our addressable market, and we believe we can penetrate at least 5% of the market by 2021 with 10 million in annual recurring revenues through co-selling and direct marketing.
Awesome. And I think if you were just to add a little bit more about AI at the end, it would be phenomenal.
Yep.
So, in order to make our answer even more impactful, we need to make sure that we have both the inform piece, which is at the top, and then that promotion piece. So if you're talking about capturing at least 5% of the market and how you're going to do that, amazing, like mic drop moment, right? But I don't know about you, Sidhu, but answering this way, it doesn't feel very natural, does it? A little bit.
It doesn't actually. If you're in a defensive mode,
Yeah.
I think it's hard to answer in this way.
Yeah, it's very, I think it's, from all of our daily interactions, if someone asks us a question, we're just going to answer them quickly, going to give them the information that we need and then move on. It's very hard to answer and then remember to also promote and kind of talk about the future and how big this could be. So it's something that we really need to practice. Fundraising is not a natural process, and we need to make sure that we practice getting more comfortable with answering in this way because it really is going to make a difference.
I'm not gonna lie. This session is giving me agita. It's just so uncomfortable, right? But just thinking about the
Yeah.
questions I get and like not being sure how to advocate. You're trying to get us to advocate for ourselves and turn the table around and put us in a position of strength. And this is super helpful. So like, look, I will say that if, in our Kabila community, we do quests and workshops and things. I'm going to have the community come together and we're going to, do this together so we can all get better at it together.
Really, that's the best way to do it. It's just to practice. And after this session, we'll send you even more preventative questions that you can practice with. But that's really, if you can practice with each other, do kind of these mock sessions together, I think it's really helpful. And it's not easy to brag about yourself, right? It's a bit easier to like brag about friends. So I don't know if that's something that will help you, but that's what I always tell founders to do is when you're pitching, pretend that it's not yours and that, your best friend, your brother, sister, cousin, parent, they need you to get this done for them and kind of like just, separate your business from yourself, and maybe that'll help you a little bit more. I don't know if that's helpful. All right, so we're going to do one more question. All right, so Sidhu. All right, so thank you for answering that question, but how do you plan to defend against new competitors? Could you read the right side of the screen out loud for me?
Yeah. Right now, we only identify 2 true competitors to any company that are selling to school districts, and we are not worried about them. Our plan is to lock in customers with annual contracts and focus on building sticky new features our customers will love.
Awesome. All right, so what do we think, everyone? Was that a good answer?
No.
No?
I'm guessing no.
It was a good start, I think. But I think it could use a little bit of promotion, right? All right, so let's go back to our framework just to practice this process together, but I think everyone's getting the hang of it. So using reclaim, we know that it's prevention. What they're really asking us is about our competitive advantage. So if we reframe it from that perspective, let's check to see if this answer is strong. And like we said, I think it informs, but I think it needs that promotional element. So our volunteer, Sidhu, do you mind reading the last part at the bottom, starting with to clarify?
Yeah. To clarify, our unique competitive advantage will be our first mover lead, our engineering team, and pricing, where we will outprice competitors so we can scale as quickly as possible. If we can execute on those 3 things, we believe we can capture at least 10% of the market by 2022.
Awesome. So how do we feel about that full answer using both the inform and promote? A little bit better, right?
Yeah, it still just feels unnatural. Just gonna have to practice for me.
I think the part that I would not be able to do, I know myself, would be to say we will outprice our competitors. Whoa, that's like, you need to do that, but I think that part would make me uncomfortable going that far. But I believe in you all, you can do it.
I had used something similar, being a first mover advantage and being fast agile team. Actually, I don't
Good.
think some of the investors liked it
Mm,
because with current AI and speed of development, they are like industry leaders. Traditional industry leaders can take over any innovation in
mm.
other spectrum like AI or Web3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. It's like you have to really like, prove yourself outside of, the current industry leaders. And it's even more important to talk about, why now, and what the future holds. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sidhu, James, everyone. Before we close out, I do want to make sure that I introduce a second framework, and we talk about this a little bit. So now that we've mastered or started to learn the RAP framework, you should be able to answer most questions more impactfully and feel more comfortable answering those preventative questions. But I do want to introduce another framework called Clarify and Pivot. And this is an optional way that you can answer some, but not all of the preventative questions. And it's very simple. You're going to just pause, clarify and ask the promotional question, and then answer in a promotional way. So this is kind of a mouthful, so I'll kind of show you what it looks like just so you can understand. Very simple. So imagine the investor is asking you, how do you plan to defend against new competitors? Instead of answering with the inform and promote, you would first ask back, are you asking about our competitive advantage and differentiation? 9 times out of 10, the investor will agree with you. So now you know that this is the promotional equivalent, and you can just answer in a normal promotional way. I would say that you should only use this if you absolutely need to, maybe like once or twice, because as you can imagine, if you're constantly using this method, it gets a bit awkward. It can kind of come across as combative, and it's not the best way to move a conversation along.
I can say
But
that's hilarious. So it's okay. That's okay for them to ask us a dumbass question. But we can't be like, nah, this is what you really mean, right? But I get your point. Sorry, I'll go mute again. Sorry.
no. That's a good question. I mean, if you're feeling, a little bit like, I want to point out how ridiculous this question is. This is your chance to use it. I also tell folks, if you're really thrown by a question, this gives you a minute to think. So if you just need to use this to kind of like distract while you think about the answer, this is a tool to do that. But yeah, if it's used too much, a little bit of an awkward experience, but it's definitely there for you if you need it. All right.
You should have never told me I can do that. I'm just saying.
You're gonna just spin it.
Never should have
Spin it
told me
all
that was
the
an
time.
option for me. Never.
Awesome. All right, so last one, everyone. We're gonna do this one together. So we're gonna go back to our first question. Are those sales like real revenue from partnerships or something else? So let's go back to our friend RIP. So using Reclaim, we're going to recognize that it's a prevention question. And they're really asking about your customer growth and revenue. So using the inform and promote method, we're going to start by answering, of course, it's revenue. We have partnerships and contract with 3 hotel chains. And then we'll continue. We plan to grow partnerships in the next year by 150%, which will allow us to sell directly to 2 million prospective customers. Overall, we believe our partnerships will affordably drive our growth for the first 2 years. So
You don't feel like
I
the
don't know
cost.
about all you.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I love this because they did not spend a lot of time trying to prove that it's revenue.
So you don't feel like saying, of course, is a little snarky.
Yeah,
I mean, I
it
love
can
it,
be.
but is it
Yeah.
snarky?
I think it is all about how you deliver it. If you're like, oh yeah, of course it's revenue, and then you remind them, because I'm sure the contract with 3 hotel chains was somewhere in the pitch deck.
Right. I was thinking more like,
Um,
of course.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Sorry, just kidding.
You could be a little bit, yeah, yep, that's revenue. We have partnerships. You could, however it makes you feel comfortable answering it. But what I do love is that they didn't try to prove that it was. They just reminded the investor that yes, like, we mentioned those 3 hotel chains, that's revenue. Those are current partnerships. And then they moved on to talk about, how those partnerships will help them drive growth in the future, which is pretty cool. All right. All right. So thank you, everyone. In summary, we want to make sure that we're using RIP for most questions, but you also learned clarify and pivot if you'd like to use that sporadically. Like we talked about, you want to make sure that you're anticipating these prevention of questions, learn what they look like and start to practice them. But, don't let them frustrate you, which I know is easier said than done. Just remain positive. Remember that you can flip it and you can use these techniques to just be more impactful in your answers. We want to make sure that we're not just simply answering the question and moving on, making sure that you're both informing and promoting. Double down on those big potentials in your business. And then, like we said before, practice makes perfect. So write down preventative questions, not in the moment, but afterwards, and practice promotional answers so that you can be better prepared in the future. All right. Well, before we take questions, thank you everyone for attending. We'd love if you could take a moment to help us improve this experience by either scanning the QR code, which will take you to a quick survey, or I'll drop it in the chat at the end, and we'll send it later on via email. As you can imagine, at AWS, we love data. So we look at all of your feedback and responses to make this workshop better.
Oh, can we just do what Desiree said? Just answer everything with, of course.
That's one approach. Well, I know we only have about 5 minutes left before transitioning to the next session. But one would really appreciate it if you take that survey for us, because we truly want to make sure that this is valuable to the community and we're able to be as impactful as possible. But with that, if any of you want to drop a question with regards to the session, or something that you're overcoming in the chat, we can try to see if we can tackle 1 or 2 questions. if you like.
So while we're waiting on those questions, Kavanaugh, I know you mentioned there was something that you wanted to send me that I could give to everybody who's registered for this. What was that,
Yep.
you recall?
So Katie has a package of other promotion and prevention questions like that individuals can use just to, again, prep, right? It's all about being ready, staying ready. And so we'll be able to provide that to you, and you can disseminate that to the community members. But I think through my experience as a founder, sometimes I'd get caught off guard, or just as Katie highlighted, it's like not particularly natural to promote yourself or really big up yourself and things like that. And so by doing this, it's able to kind of make it a little bit more natural. So whether you're sparring with another founder or somebody you feel comfortable with, so that when you're in the real hot seat, you're ready to go, and you have just facts to drop on them.
Okay, so this is amazing. Caleb, can you just drop the link to how to connect with AWS Startup Team? I think it's one of those banners up there. And also, so if you want to get access to this additional package of information that Kavanaugh mentioned, make sure you go to joinkabilo.com/events if you're not already registered for the webinar through StreamYard, and watch it from there. So we'll know in the back end that you attended, because everybody who attended these events, these sessions, we're going to be sending an email to you with all, the virtual swag bag, the ability to get free mental therapy for 20 founders, and information like this. So please sign up that way. And Caleb, while we take this last question, which is amazing, can you just hop in the green room? Because Denise Kwashi, who is also from the AWS Startup Team, who runs startup marketing, is coming in to talk about the Y'all's Impact Accelerator. So Caleb, if you could hop over and just do the call with her real quick, make sure she's all set with her audio and video. And then I will get this question, which is really a fascinating question.
Sure.
As a formerly incarcerated founder, how should I address prevention questions given the stigma of former incarceration? How do they do that? Wow.
So that is certainly a hard one. I can't say that I've encountered that myself, but I think from my experience, given the type of businesses that I've been in, it's important to address the elephant in the room, and then show the unique value and insights that you're able you've gleaned from that. I don't know if in your particular business model, if that has anything to do with incarceration or not. Let me see. My question is right. Risk. Sorry, I'm just reading what you have.
So Kavanaugh, I think so. This company called Pigeonly, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know Pigeonly?
I'm not familiar.
So I think it's Pigeon, maybe Pigeon.li, possibly. But Demetrios, I think you can look them up. So they have some tech product for incarcerated folks. I think he may have been incarcerated previously. I would reach out to him. I don't remember his name, but if you Google it, you could find him. I know, so I'm a member of Atlanta Tech Village. I know we got some folks in there doing some cool stuff who were previously incarcerated. If you shoot me a message on the Twitter, I'm at James Oliver Jr., James Oliver Jr. I can find those guys and see if they'll be game to talk to you as well.
And I know that we're about to switch over to the next session, but I'd be very happy to have one-on-one chats with anybody who didn't get a chance to go through the question today. I don't know if there's a way for me to. I'll drop my.
What's your email?
It's KTANSAH.
I got you. Come on, I'm prepared.
Blam. Came ready, hot fire.
I'm prepared, baby.
Every day, all day. Well, I'm very happy to talk through this, and even spar with some of you if you guys would like to. But we're just so happy to be here today. Wish you a great rest of your time during this Kabilo inaugural conference, and wish you all the best in your fundraising journey.
Yes. Thank y'all so much, Cobb and Catherine. We'll see you next time. Appreciate y'all.
And thanks, Sadu.
Take care, Sadu.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Right.
Right.
All right. All right. That was amazing, y'all. Just drop in the comments. Let me know what you thought about that. And, we got to get right to it. I got to bring, did you bring her? Caleb, I'm trying to find Denise. Here she is. All right. All right. Amazing. So I'm about to bring up Denise Kwashi. So you got to correct me, Denise. I don't know if it's Kwashi or Kwashi. So when you come up here, you're going to tell me what to say for next time. So I apologize if I said that incorrectly. So real quick, who Denise is. first of all, she's a boss because we only bring bosses up in here, right? Because that's just what we do. But Denise is she's the head of startup marketing for AWS startups, and we're just so thankful for her taking time out to meet with us. She is coming to talk with us about their impact accelerators. And while we're waiting for that, if everybody in the chat, if you could just share this out, if you're watching on social media, drop in the comments, let us know where you're coming in from. And of course, we want to thank our sponsors as well. Hatchet Ventures, Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchor Point Foundation, and Pioneer Mind. Without further ado, we're going to get right to this because I know Denise has some really dope information for us. Welcome, Denise. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you for taking your time out to do this. I know you're incredibly busy. Did you catch any of that? We were with the other. You don't even know those guys. You guys are so big. Do you even know that team?
No.
I was like, Common, we got Denise coming. He's like, I don't think I know her. I'm like, it's real big over there.
That is okay. Yeah, we're a little too big sometimes. So
yeah, too big. But that workshop was amazing, teaching us all how to identify bias and overcome those challenges. So inside of our Kabila community, we're going to come together and do some workshops around that so it could become more normal in terms of how we address those issues. So welcome. I have some questions laid out for you. And so welcome. Thanks for joining us. And can you please, so folks, drop your questions in the chat. Caleb, if you could star those for me so I can get to them. Can you please tell everyone who the accelerators are for and why you created them? Because you created those, right?
I did. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Super excited to chat about it. So AWS Impact Accelerator is a $30 million fund that supports Black, Latino, LGBTQIA+, and women founders. James, you know this even more than I do, but the percentage of VC funds that go to these groups are so small. It's embarrassing to even talk about it. So this is really the true reason why we created this program, is because we wanted to really be able to leverage our expertise and our relationships with thousands of VCs, investors, and organizations that can back and support these startups for substantial scale. And so we started last year. We launched with our inaugural cohort of 25 amazing Black-led startups. And then we launched a cohort for women startups. And right now, we are in the middle of trying to narrow down the startups that would be part of our Latino cohort. So we've been moving really, really, really super fast with this program, but especially in a market today, right? We know that even VC funds are even more harder to get to in this economy. And so programs like this are so important to us at AWS, and to me personally, being a former founder myself and a woman, a non-technical founder at that, so many things stacked up against me. So my job here really is to use my privilege at AWS and bring forth these opportunities that helps these founders that are often overlooked.
Shout out to the non-technical founders in the building. Where y'all at in the chat? Let me hear from y'all. Shout out to the non-tech founders in the building. And good for you, Denise. Thank you for recognizing this and for pulling that together. I can imagine that was probably a semi-Herculean effort for you to start. No?
No. Yes. That means yes. You get it.
Yes.
You absolutely get it. Yeah.
Yes.
Working through a large organization, trying to get something up and running and get 30 million to back it. Yeah. It's not an easy feat, but I mean, look, I couldn't sleep at night knowing that I have this opportunity to do it and didn't do it. So, it was worth the effort.
So Latino applications recently closed, because I heard you say you're in the middle of that. So let's talk about, because I do have some questions here. How many startups do you accept for each program? Did you mention that earlier? I apologize.
No, I didn't, but we look for up to 25 startups. So looking forward to 25 Latino-led startups. They can be based here in the US, or they can be in LATAM or EMEA, wherever they're at. But they have a focus on the US. And so that's our that's our incredibly challenging job right now, is finding up to 25 those strong ones that will be part of the program.
That's so good. So in the non-technical flow, they feeling themselves a little bit right here. So somebody said I applied and waiting to hear back. All right, Natalia,
Oh, okay.
that's what's up. I
Awesome.
love that.
Awesome.
Is it too late to
Awesome.
apply? Yep.
Yep, it's too late to apply, but I will
For the
say,
Latino one, right?
for the Latino one, yes. But I will say, if you are building a generative AI startup, applications just open. We just launched that accelerator today. So if you're building a generative AI startup, applications are open, so not too late to
Look at
apply for that.
that. You know, I got to connect with you after this, Denise, because I didn't know that. Like I have my Kabila community. I also have the Parentpreneur Foundation I run for Black parents who are entrepreneurs. Like anytime you guys drop something like that, I need to know so I could
Yeah,
help spread the word. So we'll talk about that.
yeah,
Talk
cool.
about that later. So here's a good question. Do all the programs have the requirement of revenue?
Requirement of revenue, meaning the startup needs to
Like
have some sort
traction
of
wise,
revenue.
yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say you have to have revenue, but you should have some sort of traction, right? You should have already built your MVP. You should have some early traction where you've been able to kind of test your hypothesis that, people will pay for this thing, or you have some sort of beta testers or some pilot that's happening with your product. And the reason why we have that rule there is really because during the course of 8 weeks, it goes so fast. It goes super, super fast. And we really want to have these startups ready for substantial scale by the end of that program, right? So we're introducing you to, top line investors, the Sequoias, et cetera, of the world. And then we're also introducing you to internal Amazonians as well, too, right? So let's say, for example, you're building a beauty startup, right? We're going to introduce you to the folks over at Amazon Beauty. So that's the benefit of this program. And so we want to make sure that we can make those introductions for you and you're not still kind of testing things out at the end of the program. So be ready for substantial scale. And if you're not yet there, we certainly do have other programs that will get you to that point so that way you could apply later on.
Okay, so I love that comment you made right there. So I was looking around and trying to find a place because somebody wants to know how they can find out. I saw most of it here on the blog. Is this where people should go, or is there someplace else that people should go?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about how large the scale of AWS and Amazon is. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit wide, but I'm happy to drop a link into the chat. But our social channels are probably the easiest thing, right? So LinkedIn, we're pretty active on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. That we just announced the generative AI startup today, so you should see those at the top. Our CEO, Adam Slipsky, posted about it as well. So I would say social is probably one of the easiest, fastest ways to get it, but our startup blog certainly has articles there as well.
Perfect, because everybody's like, where do I apply? How do I find out more about the AI, right? So that's good. That's so good, everybody. Keep the questions coming. I have a few more questions for Denise. She's going to be here with us for 30 minutes. So we have a little more time with her. So we want to make sure we get all your questions answered. And I think I asked you this. No, and you're not focusing on industries, right? You said that, right?
Nope, we're industry and cloud agnostic. Obviously we do a lot with fintech and healthcare and AI, ML. So those are of certain interest to us.
Right.
But we've accepted startups in the program that are building ed tech, prop tech, marketplaces. So we're pretty wide open as long as you have some desire to be on cloud and build in the cloud, then we want to talk to you.
Amazing. Amazing. So can we talk a little bit more about some of the details? So and the benefits of the program. So it's $100,000 in credits and 125 in cash. Is that what it is, or vice versa?
Yeah, no, you have it right. Yeah, I think the biggest thing, which is super nuanced for us at AWS, is we're giving cold hard cash. So a big part of this program is the $125,000 cash grant. We've not done that before, right? And for these founders specifically, it's important, at least for me and the company. But we wanted to ensure that we were giving them some sort of extended runway, right? That mentorship is often the thing that we see with, Black, Latino women founders often get thrown mentorship opportunities, and those are great, right? But cash to keep the lights on and do all the things, make hiring decisions is super important. So $125,000 cash grant, zero equity. We take no part of your
Amazing. I mean,
business.
can we just like stop right there? Just let that
Yeah.
breathe a little bit. Right?
Yeah, it's a big deal.
That's
It's a big
huge.
deal. Yeah, I mean, I think back when I was, starting up, to get $125,000 cash influx with no business on my cap table. Yeah, I mean,
That's
that would have
amazing.
made
So y'all
so
need to
much of a difference for
listen.
me.
Y'all need to keep buying those toothbrushes over Amazon and those socks and those
Exactly.
pots and pans and all that stuff.
Get your Prime membership.
Keep
Yeah.
your Prime membership going so we can keep these 125K checks with no equity.
Exactly.
What? I mean, so
Exactly.
when you
Yeah.
was that your idea? Like, how? And if so, how did you get them to say yes to that? That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had all the data to back it up, right? And I think that's the biggest thing. We talk to our customers. I mean, this all started when I went to Afrotech back in 2019, I guess. So I went to Afrotech in 2019, talked to a bunch of Black builders, right, that were there, and I was shocked at how they just didn't really know what services and programs we had for startups. And me being a Black woman myself, I had a duty to ensure that I was not just, speaking the AWS language, but I was also ensuring that, these communities that I built in and grew up in have the same opportunities as well, right? And so, at Amazon, we're a very, doc narrative type company. So I wrote a paper. I had customer feedback. We had the data on how underrepresented founders are just completely left out of VC funding. And so that was important to the company, right? And so sitting at a table with Adam and the rest of his LT, we just kind of walked through the challenges that these startups are facing. And yeah, it was an easy yes, right? The company understood that this is a problem. We needed to support these founders in a really differentiated way. And so here we are.
Amazing. Next question. When will the Black program for Black founders launch?
Yeah, so we're still talking to our customers, and the thing that's interesting about this program is that while it is 8 weeks long, we are actually still working with our Black founders way past the program end date. In fact, I just had a call yesterday with one of our Black founders that needed some support in a few different areas, and so we're still working through those cohorts. Our women founders, our Black founders cohort as well, and we're creating even more programs, on the back end and on the front end of the stages of those startups, right? Because we realize from the data that there are still startups that are even earlier than what we look for in the core program. And then there are some startups that have gone through YC, et cetera, Black founders that still need help, right? So we're creating, additional programs just
Do you
based
see
off
me?
of that.
Do you know why I'm crossing my arms like this? Do you have any idea?
I can guess.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah. So we know that there's these additional opportunities that we're still doing and supporting those startups on a one-to-one basis. And, probably in the next couple of months, we'll start making decisions about, what accelerators we're going to launch next year and which groups you're going to support. But I would say, as it relates to a Black founder, we know there are Afro-Latinos, right? I'm one myself. And so there's certainly opportunities for you to apply for different programs as well too, not just the Black Founders Program. So, and diversity is top of mind for us, right? Like I mentioned, the generative AI startup, I imagine that we'll see some Black founders apply and get into that program as well too. So.
Oh, I'm getting all the feels from talking to you, Denise. This is so good. So good. All right. So guys, please, guys and gals, is there funding in addition to the 300K AWS credits for the generative AI accelerator? There's not 300K AWS credits. It's 100 100,000 AWS
Yes.
credits.
So for the generative AI, you can receive up to 300,000 in AWS credits. So that's
Oh, it's
that's
different.
another big, huge
Oh,
one.
it's
Yeah, I
different
mean,
then. Right. Okay.
with Impact Accelerator, it's 100,000, right? But with this generative AI, we realize that there's a lot of services and technical components, right, that you're probably going to be putting into this business, and so giving you a huge runway within AWS was a big part of this program. So, yep, up to 300,000 in AWS
Yeah.
credits.
And so let's just, and I think we touched on this a little bit. I apologize because I'm over here ham and egging it, putting up banners and stuff and listening and talking and stuff. We talk about requirements to get into the program. You said you
Yeah.
wanted to have an MVP. So this is tech and tech enabled or just tech? Like,
It could be tech or tech enabled, 100%. Yep.
okay.
For Impact Accelerator, some of the other key criteria we look for is, a startup that is not necessarily more than 5 years old. So we do have a little bit of flexibility there. And then we're also looking for startups that, beyond the having some sort of traction, but you must be majority led by by that particular identity group, right? So for Latinos, you could have a Latino CEO, and then maybe a Black woman that is your CTO. And as long as the Latino-led CTO, the CEO has the majority, then you can apply. So the program is really kind of based around the identity groups of the different cohorts.
Right.
So that's a big part of the criteria. And then just funding, right? So because we're looking for earlier stage startups and startups that need that cash support, about 125,000, the big part of that is ensuring that those startups haven't received like $2, $3, $4 million in funding already, right? So there is a cap of funding that we look for in the Impact Accelerator.
Okay. Do you accept solo founders?
We do accept solo founders as long as the solo founder has a technical background, right? So at the end of the day, we are AWS, and a big part of what we're going to be doing with you during the course of that program is working on your technical infrastructure. And so being able to have those type of technical conversations with our startup solution architects and developers, engineering teams, et cetera, is going to be super important for you, or for you to have hired some sort of like head of engineering, or you have some sort of distributed team that can have those technical conversations. But yes, we have accepted a number of startups that are non-technical or solo founder.
Interesting. So here's a question. I think you just sort of answered this. Can you apply to multiple programs? Sounds like you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if I use myself as an example, I could have applied for the Black Founders Program. I could have applied for the Women Founders Program, and I could have applied for the Latino Founders Program. So you certainly can. I will say if you get accepted into one, you can not get accepted into a second one. But you certainly can apply to all of the programs that fits your background and identity.
Right. All right, folks, keep the questions coming. So we have Denise for another 12 minutes here. How can people submit a great application?
Oh, I love this question.
That's my question, by the way. That's my question.
So before each cohort, me and my team, we do a webinar where we talk about, cheat codes and some of the best ways to really kind of make your application stand out. But some of the key things that I personally look for in applications are, there's a section called what are your business and technical challenges, right? And what are your goals? So I really like to understand, how do you think AWS is best positioned to help you? There are so many accelerators that are out there, and we really want to make sure that we're, a fit for you too, that we're really going to help you with your goals. And so I pay a lot of attention to what are the goals and challenges. And then I would also say the team video. I love looking at the team videos. It gives me a sense of personality and how you thought about your culture of your business, how you thought about bringing on new team members, and what their backgrounds are in order to be able to scale this business. And so team videos is something else that I think some folks don't necessarily take a lot of time to prep for. And I'm not looking for big production videos, but I don't really necessarily want a video of you driving in your car and and you're trying to just give me the quick rundown, right?
Do
Like I
people
don't get to
send
see
that
your
like kind
teeth.
of stuff for real?
Oh, I've seen things where people were like, holding their phone up, walking through the grocery store. And, so it just lets me believe like, you're not necessarily taking it 100% serious, and we're
Oh,
looking
okay.
for folks that are full-time working on this business idea, super serious about it. And then they have their whole team involved in it. Right. And I think it's important. And it's, when we receive over, 1,200 applications and we're only accepting up to 25, we're going to have to make some big cuts. And so it's super important for you to take it serious. And so those are the sort of things that I look for when I'm digging through the applications.
Okay, I love that comment Natalia said. 2 hours for the deadline. Yeah, but hopefully she wasn't in the car and it was a good video, I'm guessing. So,
That's awesome.
so I get the sense that you all are still working on some other types of accelerators coming down the pike. You haven't announced
Mhm.
some of these things. Like, any idea when those decisions will be made? I know you already said people should just go follow AWS startups on social media because somebody wanted to know when will the news about this come out. Go follow them, AWS startups, on social media, and you'll get all the news. You could probably subscribe to the blog, right? I think I put that link for the blog up earlier.
Exactly. Yep.
Go to the blog,
Yep.
subscribe to the
And
blog.
message me on LinkedIn. That always helps too, right? But yeah, we have more news coming out this year that unfortunately I can't share, but I did give you breaking news about the generative AI. That's news. And
That is
but
good.
hopefully soon we'll be able to kind of talk about some of the other things we're launching. But yeah, I would say definitely follow the blog, take a look at the website, those sorts of things. You'll get the updates.
Okay. Anybody else have any more questions for Denise? This is amazing. I'm so thankful for the work you all are doing, Denise. How do we connect with you on LinkedIn or you're not on Twitter though, are you? Because I was trying to tag you on Twitter. I couldn't.
I am a stalker, not a talker on Twitter. I gave up Twitter, like a lot of people. But I am on LinkedIn and I do respond to messages there on LinkedIn. So Denise Quashie on LinkedIn. I think you said my name correctly on the intro
Yay.
first time. Yep.
Denise Quashie. It's a pretty common name. Will
Yep.
probably pop right up for you.
Yeah.
So this is super helpful. I don't have any more questions for you, Denise. Anybody like going once, going twice? If you have any more questions for Denise, if not, we're just gonna let her go on her way here, and we'll get ready for our next session here in a few moments, and we could just talk amongst ourselves and answer some questions that you all have before we go to the next session. But this was amazing, Denise. We really appreciate you taking time to visit with us, and God bless you for doing the work you're doing and making a dent in the universe to help all of us overlooked founders get to some of these bags and get to the knowledge and information and the access and the networks and the relationships that we need to come up. So thank you so much for taking time for visiting with us.
Yeah.
And I'll be in touch with you though, because we need to really figure out how we could get in your information pipeline as well, because I have a lot of founders that we're connected with, and we're about to raise a bunch of money. We're making some changes to our business model here. And I'll keep an eye out. You don't know. I might be applying to one of your accelerators. We'll see.
That's cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. No, and by the way, thank you for having me. Thank you for having folks from our team, and thank you to the work that you're doing too, James. It's so important that we have these conversations and keep highlighting. So thank you for supporting the community as always as well.
Yes. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm going to take you down. You have a good day, Denise, and just everybody hang on 1 second. So long. All right, Caleb, turn your camera on, man.
What's up?
Caleb over there playing around. What you doing? So what y'all think about that? That was pretty dope, right? Drop in the comments what y'all thought about that.
Yeah, I didn't know that they just came out with the generative AI one. That's super interesting.
I didn't know it either. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we come back at 1:45. Is that right, Caleb?
Yep.
We come back at 1:45. So in 20 minutes we come back, which is great because I get to take a bio break. It was not planned. We're coming back with Abby Williams, who's actually our advisor from Hatchet Ventures, and Hatchet is an amazing advisory consortium. So typically you get an advisor, you give them a 25 basis points up to a point on your cap table. Well, this is a group of people, successful operators, entrepreneurs who've raised hundreds of millions of dollars, exited for tons of money, running, big organizations, senior leadership in important organizations, and they care about underestimated, overlooked founders like us. And so Abby is our lead advisor at Hatchet Ventures. We meet with Abby once a week. We tell her our problems. It's funny, right, Caleb?
Yeah.
We tell Abby our problems, and she goes back to the Hatchet member community, all the other advisors, and they help us solve our problems. So, as I was just talking about with Denise, getting access to these networks and these resources and information to the people, it's hard, and it's harder for us because we typically don't have those relationships to begin with, right? But the fact that I actually, we're not alone. We have a group of people who are rocking with us. They're incentivized for us to be successful, and we're thankful for that. So Abby's going to come up at 1:45. It's going to take a 20-minute break. And then, hang on, did I answer somebody's question? James, was my question? Yeah, it was answered. Is tech enabled? Sorry. So yes. So we'll see y'all in 20 minutes. Don't go nowhere. Tell your friends to come join us. Share this out on social media, please. Tag your friends. Let's go, baby. All right, everybody. We'll see you back here in 20 minutes. All right, Caleb, can you cue that music up?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's Kes Lewis, baby.
King Bell music. I need your love, oh, baby, your love, oh, baby, your love, oh, I need your love, baby, your love, oh, I need your love, I need your love, can't wait no more. I miss your touches when you did come, baby, your love, oh, I need your love, oh, love you, they give you the touch in my head, oh. So let me tell you, I love you, my baby, yeah. Your love is correct, oh Lord, that means we no go regret, say, I need your love, DP and love, can we cuddle love, we fit be making love tonight, love and mellow, love with you. Baby, your love, I need your love, I need your love, can't wait no more. I miss your touches when you did come. Baby, your love, I need your love. Make I touch your body, yeah. Baby, sample for me, yeah. Make I rock your body, yeah. Baby, run on for me, yeah. Take my hand, you're the one, I'm in love. Take my hand, you're the one, I'm in love. I need your love, DP and love, can we cuddle love, we fit be making love tonight. Love and mellow, love with you. Baby, your love, I need your love, I need your love, can't wait no more. I miss your touches when you did come. Baby, your love, I need your love. Baby, your love, I need
Welcome, 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 welcome. We are back, baby. Caleb doing his thing with the beats over there. It was good, fam, with the beats, baby. Love that. All right, look, we don't have a lot of time. We only have 15 minutes here for this next session, and I'm super excited. You all gonna have a lot of questions. So first of all, we're gonna thank our sponsors. Always have to do that. Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchor Point Foundation, Hatchet Ventures, Pioneer Mind. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this, as well as, did I say Hatchet Ventures? I did not, but yes, I think I did. Hatchet Ventures, yes, one of our sponsors. And our next guest is from Hatchet Ventures. She is amazing. I'm going to add her to the stream, bringing her up. Her name is Abby Williams. Welcome, Abby. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Good. So Abby is actually one of the Hatchet Ventures advisors. Hatchet Ventures is an advisory consortium. Is that how y'all describe it or no?
Do it in your own words. Let's see if you can.
It's an advisory consortium. So what does that mean? So most startup founders know what an advisor is. You bring them on your cap table, you give them 25 basis points up to a point or whatever, and they help you out from time to time when you have problems. So Hatchet Ventures is like this superhero group. If you go to hatchetventures.com, you'll see exactly what I'm saying, where their website is set up with like these super dope superhero animations. It's incredible, but they are superheroes because they care about overlooked, underrepresented, underestimated founders. And, Abby is our lead advisor, and we meet with Abby once a week. We talk about the challenges that we're having. She helps us work through them, and she goes back to the network to help us solve our problems. Yes, Abby is amazing, as Holly O'Diamond says. Absolutely. So drop in the chat, y'all. Let us know where you're coming in from. We're going to get right into this. I have some questions for Abby. Please drop your questions in here. We'll get to them. It's Kevin Blake time is agreed. Abby is the best. Abby, you pay these people to come here and say nice things about you? Abby, cash Abby, people come on in here and say something nice about me. I see you. But welcome, Abby. Thank you so much. All the way on the other side of the pond, right?
Yes, coming all the way from Dublin Island. It's so great to be here.
So good. Yeah, Holly's like laughing. It's so funny. All right, look, I have some questions. So, what is Hatchet Ventures and who do you serve? I kind of already answered that question, but I'd love to hear it in your own words, please.
Yeah. So Hatchet Venture is so unique, and what we do is so different. And I like to tell it in a story. So imagine a startup. When you think about the life cycle of building a startup, you need expertise across building an MVP, a marketing hiring strategy, your messaging, help with funding, PR and media, legal, pricing, ideal customer profile, everything that you need in order to start your startup and stay sustainable and profitable. Hatchet Ventures provides you with advisors that have all the skills that you need to create a sustainable and profitable business. So that's pretty much what we do, which is quite unique, which I'm really, really proud of. We've helped about 21 companies, raise 6 seed rounds, helped our portfolio companies raise about 15 million. So what we do is actually more than giving money. It's more than that, because there's so many steps into building a company and keeping a company sustainable. And that's why I'm really passionate to be one of the advisors here and really tap into our advisory network, which has a lot of experienced people across different competencies and skills to help one startup be successful. And we're in here for the long run. We don't just take you on. It's really about your success is our success, and this is why we love what we do. And I'm really passionate to be one of the advisors here to really help increase the success rates of startup and for them to help them be successful.
Awesome. So, but to be clear, like, you guys do not write checks.
No, we don't write checks. We invest in building your business for the long run.
Right. So you have your network, and wherever it makes sense to do so and it's possible, you will make introductions, but you have no say over whether or not those people will be interested in investing in anybody's startup. So I just want to be clear, because they have the name Ventures in the company name, the word Ventures. It's not a venture firm. It's an advisory consortium is the way I like to describe it.
Correct.
But again, it's great. Like, look, when we went through Techstars, right? Techstars has a great network, but it's great to have another group of people that I meet with every week, post program, who are going to help us build and solve our problems. So that's great. So this is Kristen from Cleveland. She's working on getting to Ireland. How about that?
Come on now.
Yeah, so you have to connect with Abby. Abby, how can people connect with you?
On LinkedIn, Abby Williams.
ABI Williams.
Correct.
All right. So we got some folks from Bergen County, New Jersey coming in. That's what's up. So I have a couple questions for you, Abs. So I said what your role is, but like, how do you see your role at Hatchet Ventures? Is it more kind of what you just said, or is it something different?
So I see my role. So I'm really passionate about the fact that, most startups fail, right? And, I see my role at Hatchet Ventures, and Hatchet Ventures actually changing that stats based on what we do. Because what we do is we help companies. I get to help Kabila, for example, lay the right foundations to be successful, right? As a founder, you have your own strengths, but we don't have everything. We don't know everything, right? So how do we have access to the resources like marketing, like legal, and everything that you're going to need to be successful? So that's pretty much my role, and I'm really, really privileged to be able to fulfill that impact, right? And be part of the success of that journey and see you win, because when you win, we win as Hatchet Ventures. So yeah.
I mean, it's true, right? Like, so let's think about, so you're a fractional chief revenue officer. Is that right?
Correct.
So it's like for me, because as I mentioned, y'all, well, first of all, please share this with your friends on social media. If you're watching this, we have some great swag bag items, but you only be able to get them if you're watching this through the StreamYard registration link, which you can go to. Caleb, can you put that up there on the page, please? Go on there, watch it through there. So we'll have a record that you watched it. We have some great swag bag items, and we're going to pay for founder mental therapy for 20 founders. We're going to put up a type form. First come, first serve. It's incredible, right? I mean, Brad Feld and the Anchor Point Foundation donated the money so we could do that. But the only way we'll be able to do that, we're going to send an email out after the fact to everybody who attended so they could get access to all the things. It'll be like, you'll be able to replay and rewatch this, because I pressed the button so that you could rewatch this. If you registered through the StreamYard page, you could go to joinkabila.com/events and do that. Please share this with your friends. So that you guys can get some of these goodies that we have for you after the fact. But I was saying, even with like our event, Hatchet Ventures is a sponsor of the event, right? Mm-hmm. And that's amazing. And, I'm like, hey, Abby, we got to try to get some more sponsors. Can we brainstorm on, how we're communicating with people? And so we put together some things for that. And then we started sending out correspondence and trying different things. And it's just, y'all know that it's lonely out here. And it's just great to have some people who are in your corner. So Josh Krams is in here, and Josh is one of the co-founders of Hatchet Ventures. So in our community, actually, we're going to be doing some things specifically with Hatchet Ventures. So look, if you're a BIPOC and woman founder, you're looking for a community that's going to help you connect with capital and other people, you should join our Kabila community. Caleb, can you put the link up for that? We do events over there, get you access to really great people. We do workshops. We pay for founder therapy. We get free business legal services for 5 founders every month in conjunction with a really great Wiggin and Dana law firm. So we're doing some really cool things over there. So it's free to join. Tap into that if you need community. We all need community. And like Abby hangs out in there. Josh is going to be hanging out in there. Dalton, the other Hatchet Ventures co-founder. I was talking with Dalton yesterday. We're going to put together some curriculum and some things for people, depending on where they are in their stage as an entrepreneur, to help them along. We'll do workshops, whatever people need help with. We'll just get together and we'll build and learn and grow together, right? So that's what it's about.
And it's so important, right? Because success is a calculated step, right? So this is really about how can we learn from people who have gone ahead of us, operators, advisors with different skills, and help build our success.
Yeah, so let's talk about, so somebody said, do you have to be a tech founder? Nope, I'm not a tech founder. No. So how can people get involved, Abby?
Yeah, so we work with 20 companies at a time. And our process is really get to know you. Because again, this is a marriage, right? We're in here for the long haul, right? So we're really intentional in regards to ensuring that there's that alignment in terms of the company that we work with, because your success is our success. So we get to know you, get to know what your goals are, and then based on that, we agree on that journey. So that's pretty much how the process works. You can find out more information on the website, in terms, a bit more about us, but it's really about us helping you build a sustainable business, again, from every angle and life cycle of building a startup. So yeah.
My mic is muted for some reason. It was weird. Can you hear me, Abby?
Yes, I can hear you now.
My mic jumped to mute. This thing's doing crazy things. In the corner there, you see a QR code. You can scan the QR code, and there's a landing page on the Hatchet Ventures site where you can fill out a type form and tell them all about you. They can get in touch with you and let you know when they're going to be opening it up again for another cohort. I don't know, like, do you have any indication about what your capacity is at this point and when you're going to be adding more startups?
I think it's really just about having that conversation and getting to know each other throughout the process. And and then we can decide, depending on what stage you are. We have some businesses that come to us at early stages. We have some businesses at different stages, really. And it's really that piece of really aligning and get to know each other. And then we make the next steps based on that. Again, we're very specific in terms of how we do this, because once we agree that we're going to partner together, we're in it for the long run, and we really pour in all our resources. So really intentional about ensuring that we're both on the same page as Hatchet Ventures and from the startups perspective.
100%. Oh, so somebody said, Megan said, you don't mean technical founder. Kabila says for community of tech founders. So, I mean, yeah, it's founders building, tech or tech-enabled startups, I would say. So hopefully that helps for you, Megan. Any other questions here? Just connected. Perfect. Lucy just connected with you. Oh, this is my next question. Perfect. How much equity does Hatchet Ventures get?
So we get up to 2% equity for access to for access to, over 50 advisors, skills, competency, and everything that you will need across the success of your startup. So yeah.
And that number is constantly growing. And look, man, you could, some people will give an advisor a point on the cap table. I was happy to give y'all 2 points to have 50 people.
Exactly. I don't know if that's a good enough deal, actually.
What'd you say?
I said, I don't know if that's a good enough deal, actually. We should change yours. We should change yours.
God bless y'all. So here's a question here. Is the program and support done remotely? Where are some of the portfolio companies in Hatchet located? You want to tackle that?
Yeah, so it's done remotely. We have portfolio companies based in North America and in the whole of the US. We do have a few upcoming in EMEA, but mostly in the US. We have advisors from all around the world. So really, it's really having access to what you need at the right time. Hope that answers your questions, Clement.
Yeah, that's awesome. So our next guest is, so can you just talk for 2 seconds? Our next guest is saying she's having an issue getting backstage. So Caleb, if you want to just come on and you guys could just talk for 2 seconds, I'm going to help Leisha get where she needs to be here. Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to mute Caleb. Come on there.
Yeah.
Hey, Caleb. And then just to give a bit of insight in regards to the types of advisors that we have, like, for example, we have the CMO of Crunchbase as part of our advisory. We have the former CIO of Gap and Visa, former CIO of Splunk as part of our advisors as well. So really, really, strong operators in the business, and the kind of insight and advisory that you get is really exceptional. And this is why I'm one of the advisors and I love what I do. And the opportunity to help startups be successful and sustainable and profitable.
Yeah, I think when James actually came to me with the idea at first, and he was like, I'm looking into this Hatchet Ventures, and he's like, showing me the reach y'all had. I was like, it's actually really amazing. Like, we should go for it. Because we were actually finishing up Techstars while we were kind of talking about doing this. And one of the things I was worried about was not having that support system when we left that accelerator. So yeah, y'all came in, you were awesome, and love the mission.
Thank you. And it's great because you don't have access to just one even though I'm your engagement captain, you deal with me every week, but I get to pull in all the resources, all the other 60 advisors. I get to pull them in as well to help you.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah.
You're on mute, James.
Sorry. Yeah, so good. Apologies. So I just sent Leisha an email with the green room link. So she'll be popping in here any second now. Here she goes. All right, Abby, I'm going to pull you down. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you
You're
all.
incredible.
Pleasure.
Thank you so
Abby.
much. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Talk soon.
Cheers. Bye. Hey, Caleb, can you pull that QR code down too, please, buddy? All right. Appreciate it.
Hi there.
Leisha.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Getting in the studio ready. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly. Thank you so much. I
Oh,
know you're crazy busy. Thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us. Folks, y'all don't even understand. Like, this woman right here is amazing. And you know, she didn't put what all she does in underneath her name there, but she is just super giving back to the ecosystem for overlooked founders. I mean, in her day job, which I don't know. Do you want to talk about your day job or no? You don't want to talk about that, do you?
yeah, we'll talk about it.
PayPal Ventures.
PayPal Ventures, yes.
She works at PayPal Ventures. You know, you want to talk about Pipeline Angels, or we not talking about that?
We talk about everything.
She's like, you're like head of pipeline at Pipeline Angels. Is that what it is?
I did deal flow lead there for about 6 years.
Head of deal flow. Look at that, Pipeline Angels. But that's not why we brought her to talk to you. So we do have her for 30 minutes, and she runs BLX VC. Caleb, can you put that banner up, please? And this is an angel. It's an angel group. She's an angel investor group that she runs. And you know, I was talking to her about this a couple weeks ago, and she started like dropping these nuggets. I was like, wait, what? There's a lot of information that she has about angel investing, the stuff that's happening behind the scenes that we just don't know about, and we don't understand how some of these things work. Why are you smiling?
I saw Bay Area in the house. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let us know where you're coming in from, y'all. Yeah, stand up Bay Area, exactly. So I do have some questions for Leisha we want to get to. And just by the way, folks, please share this with your friends on social media. If you're watching this on social media, we have some amazing swag bag items, but you won't be able to get them unless you go to joincapital.com/events and register and watch through the StreamYard link. So we'll know that you watched it, because we're going to send out an email. You know, the coolest thing we're doing is going to pay for mental therapy for 20 people who attended his events, right? And you won't be able to get that. We're going to send a type form out to the people who registered. First come, first serve. You get 4 free mental therapy sessions through BetterHelp.com. I use it all the time. My therapist, God bless her, she keeping me together because I got a lot of foolishness going on, okay? I wouldn't be able to get out of the damn bed if it wasn't for my therapist some of these days, y'all. I'm saying. So look, I got some questions for Leisha, and I want to get right into it. And y'all drop your questions in the chat. Caleb, just start those things and we'll circle back. So what is BLX VC, and what's your investment thesis?
Yes. So BLX VC, BLX stands for Black, Latinx, you know, kind of X, like anybody who feel like they're not represented can like jump in. And we are really, our investment thesis is focused on Black and Brown Indigenous women who are changing people's lives by building real products around financial inclusion, health equities, things that make our world a better place. BLX VC is founded by Black and Latinx women who are mothers of daughters. And we care a lot about the world that our girls will inherit. And so we represent 90% Black and Brown women who are investors. And so we want to change that cap table from being 99% white guys and have representation in backing these companies.
I love that so much. And you know, you're not just talking about it, you being about it. You're writing checks, you put your money where your mouth is. I get so sick of all the smokiness on Twitter when people just running. You laugh, don't laugh at me. Just running their damn mouth. Just running their mouth. Ain't nobody got no skin in no games, ain't writing no checks. They got all opinions and opinion sippy, right? But so God bless you for doing that work, Leisha. So let's talk about your investment thesis. Do you have an investment thesis?
Yeah, I mean, So my background, you guys, you say leaked. I work at PayPal Ventures. My background is fintech and money movement. So I'm always focused on things that provide financial inclusion, demystify financial access for the underbanked, the underserved, all that. I talk about being a mother, all about health disparities, health inequities that happen for us. And so it's really about the betterment of our future. I mean, that and things that we are bringing to the table because we are more conscious. We have a lot of care about our world. So it's not about frivolous dating apps or things that really won't move the needle in terms of equity and equality in this country. And so that's what we're focused on.
Amazing. You talked about maternal outcomes. I'm just like, and this is a bit of a digression, but it's relevant to what you were just saying. And maybe y'all are investing in some startups that are trying to solve this problem. Like, why is it that Black women have these terrible, mortality rates? And it doesn't matter how educated you are or where you live. Like my twins, twins are high, risk and to begin with, but they were born 3 months early. My ex-wife had preeclampsia. We had to take the kids out because my son's blood was going to start going backwards. And once it did, he was going to die. So we had to take him out 3 months early. They weighed 2 pounds apiece. And oh, by the way, I was starting an accelerator 2 days later, which is a 2-hour drive each way. And we were 1,000 miles from friends and family. This was back in 2013. So there's that. So anyway, I digress. Sorry.
Woman or someone who's came into the hospital with a woman had experienced trauma around childbirth. I mean, when I was in labor, I had the nurse tell me, my family didn't vote for Obama. Like, why are we doing? I am in labor. This is inappropriate conversation.
Totally inappropriate.
But yes, Pipeline Angels back a company called Mommy, BLX back a company called Health and Her Hue that are really focusing on this maternal advocacy issue. It is a crisis. We are in crisis. So yes.
So what size checks does BLX VC write?
So our range, we're kind of pretending friends and family and kind of that angel investment round. So we usually come in pre-seed or seed between 25 and 100,000, depending on where you guys are at, where the company is at and where it makes sense. And
how many checks a year are you going to typically write?
Typically, last year was a bad year, so let's not count last year. Okay. We try to get out about 4 deals, like a deal per quarter.
Okay. And, so like when people are applying, like, what can they do to really stand out to give themselves the best chance to get one of those checks from y'all?
I think a few things. One, it's all about the founder, especially in early stage companies, right? Is this a founder's lived experience? Are they a subject matter expert? Do they know what they're building, what their company? Are they passionate about? Are they going to stick it through? Right? There's nothing like writing a check and then the founder's like, I want to do something else. Like,
oh my God. I've seen some of that on Twitter. That's crazy.
It happens. These are humans. Also look for like, is the total addressable market, which we call TAM, is it large enough? Is it big enough? Right? Because in venture, we want returns. We invest for returns. It's not philanthropic. I do want to make the world a better place. I also want returns on my.
You got your LPs you got to answer to, right?
Right. Like some things are like cute and like it'd be nice. And it's something that's just a great small business. Like do that and make money. But if it's not scalable in a very quick, fast fashion, then it's typically not venture.
So you talked about the TAM. Can we talk about this for a second?
Yeah.
Do you follow Elizabeth Yin on Twitter?
No, should I?
Oh, yeah, she's great. Dunk Hip Hustle Fund. There was a thread or tweet going on around about the TAM slot. And I'm not saying this is what I think, but some people think the TAM slide is trash. What do you think?
Well, so I see a lot of like Black hair beauty pitches, and it's like total addressable market, all Black women with hair. That's like, that's too much. Like we gotta segment this out. So I think it has to be realistic, right? Like, right. I'm like, this ain't all your market. Okay. This 3 trillion is not all your market, right? But like there is, find what market that is and is it sizable and is it realistic, right, to tackle? And so I mean, yes, you have to be realistic in what you're
Okay.
tasked and not overly ambitious.
Yeah. So I think one investor was saying they thought it was trash because, to your point, you're looking to back good founders, right? People with, you use the word passion. I actually like the word obsession, because I feel like passion is emotion, right? And emotions wane, but obsession is like, am I obsessed with solving this problem?
Yeah.
Can I not sleep at night until I can solve this problem? You know what I'm saying? How obsessed am I with the problem? But she was saying that once you back a solid founder, they will identify other opportunities in the market that you may not even see right now. So the TAM slide, if you have backing good founders, it's not as relevant. I think that's what her point was.
I mean, that's a good point. I mean, you do, but you better have a TAM slide in your deck. I don't care.
But you better
have that slide in there. In addition to all the other wonderful.
That's a whole fact. I'm not going to dispute that point at all. All right, so here's some questions for you. We're a Latinx firm. Is a financial inclusion fintech that seems to align with BLX VC?
Great. I love it. Tell me about it. Send me a note. It's pictures of PayPal Ventures. Great. I love it.
Oh, picture PayPal Ventures. Look, dope. Okay. So let's get into some of the stuff that you were talking to me about.
Yeah.
The business of angel investing, because when you started talking to me about like the cost to run an angel fund and all those details, do you remember that conversation we had?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you please share that with people? Because I don't think nobody knows that stuff.
Okay, let's do a quiz. What percentage of the Black population is accredited? Let's throw some numbers in the chat so I can tell you how dire this situation. And if you don't know, accredited means you have $1 million in net worth or $200,000 to $300,000 earned income if you're single and married. Do we see any good responses?
No, not yet. Nobody has an opinion. I'm at 1%. I'm going to say less than that.
Very good. Okay.
Quarter of a percent, 10th of a percent.
Oh no, you guys are right. Actually, you're right. 1%. 1%. If you talk about Black women, you know that number is going to dwindle tremendously to almost nothingness. So if only 1% of the population, even all America, is only at 2 or 3%. So this is not.
Oh, okay.
The wealth gap is there's 1%, 2% controls all the money in America. That's how this country works. So if only the 1%ers can access and be able to back you and participate in the wealth creation that is venture, it's the gatekeeping. It's the wealth gatekeeping, which is why it's so hard for our founders to get backed by people of color, because we just don't have access to wealth. That's the sad part. So I'm always hunting those people down. So the people who do have it, it is a responsibility to reinvest those dividends into our communities.
So let's talk about, okay, so you're an angel investor, you have a firm, or you have an angel fund. Like, what are the economics of that fund in terms of the costs associated with running and managing that fund? And how does that factor into the types of returns you're looking for as an angel investor?
Yes. So I want to be clear that angel investing firms are syndicates. They're not funds. Funds are totally different. And the dynamics between the two are totally different. They're both costly and expensive. So as an angel syndicate, you have what we call a special purpose vehicle for each deal that you do. Yes, you have to pay attorney fees, accountant fees, administration fees. 3 to 5% of your deal is in fees. Okay. If you have a fund, you essentially have a target amount that you have to fundraise. Say I'm having a $10 million fund, and yet still requires lawyers, attorneys, and you have to be a registered agent. There's legal, SEC, there's a lot more regulations around establishing a fund than the angel syndicate. And in a fund, you're typically dealing with institutional investors. In an angel investing group, you're dealing with accredited investors. So there's different regulations around which type, which we don't have time to go in today, but it's expensive. And for angel groups, so angel checks are smaller. That's why it's more costly to do angel checks than if you have a fund, because a fund, you have a pool of money. An angel, you're paying per deal. So if I write a $5,000 check, I'm spending $300 to $800 in fees, right? So that's not a lot of money to spend that much in fees. So, it's very costly to do these deals and to scale them, right? And that's why some angel groups charge minimum fees. So if you're trying to get an angel group today, your minimum might be $25,000, $50,000, and your fees might be $5,000 to $10,000, just to give you some numbers, right?
Wait, so just to be clear, so I'm going to invest $25,000 as part of an angel syndicate, and my fee as an angel investor might be $5,000.
Because you're paying to be a part of that group. You wouldn't get deal flow otherwise. You would have no deals to invest in besides your cousins who asking you for money,
right?
And, that group. But if you want to be active in an angel group, you have to be a well-networked individuals that source good deals to you, and you have to pay for good deal flow. If this is not your day job, maybe James has good deal flow because it's his day job. But if it's not your day job, you don't know what founders are back. And if you're trying to do due diligence by yourself, like all that is extremely difficult to do.
So this is an interesting comment. And it's actually counterintuitive for me in some ways, given the current environment, given that there's been, a drying up, if you will, of venture funding. And I always like to say that when VC sneezes, overlooked founders get the Rona.
Sure.
Like, yep. So, which means that in my mind, at least, there are more really dope founders looking for funding, beating your door down. So are you experiencing more deal flow now, less, or about the same than say, 12, 18 months ago?
I think deal flow is still pretty strong. I mean, talking to a lot of the GPs I work with.
GPs being general partners at venture funds.
Deal flow is great. I mean, people have choice. I mean, if you're an investor, you have choice, right? That's kind of like the real estate market. Like if you're buying now, you have choice. The interest rates are so high. But I mean, that's the cycle, right? You either are fighting for deals to get into because they're so hot, or you have so many deals that you really are overwhelmed and only going to be able to invest in one or two. So, the economics of when you're fundraising. So a lot of founders are just holding tight, and if they have cash that they can hold on to, they're waiting it out because it's not a good time. It's not a good time.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I kind of, can you hear me okay? My mic's doing something weird. I half jokingly say that this year's pre-seed investor is last year's seed investor. And that's because of what you just said.
Yeah.
They have options, right?
Right.
Yeah. And, and I think it was you at the top of this conversation. Maybe it was the last conversation we were talking about. And I think you were talking about investing in early stage founders. You're saying you want to invest in like the great founders, resilient, know their space, all these things. And, one of the things that's frustrating for me, and I say this all the time, is, we keep hearing as overlooked founders, at this stage of the game, people are investing in the jockey, not the horse. But you're like, I've been experiencing like
I love those sports analogies.
People got their flashlight all down my horse's throat. I'm like, yo, I'm a dope jockey. They're like, yeah, stand back, son. What's going on with that back molar over there? You got a cavity or something. Like what? And they're not even taking the time to figure out that I'm a 3X founder. This ain't my first rodeo. Right. I do have some great relationships and connections. Like I failed. I know some of what not to do at least. Right. And I'm in the 99th percentile of resilient and persistent people on the planet, but they don't even take the time to know that about me. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't take it personal. Thousands of, but I mean, it's a relationship business. So you find ways for people to get to know you. And I mean, this is like a personal brand conversation, right? Like you have to tell your story, have other people tell your story. So people have a way. But I mean, it's very intimidating to like run into a founder and they pitch you in the elevator. They corner you, right? Like it's hard. Girl, sis, but if you take the time to get to know you, right? It'll make me more comfortable, make us all more comfortable. And you should be evaluating your investors. Don't just put anybody on your cap table who will write a check. I mean, I've had many founders like, I regret out.
Okay, so I 100% agree with you, but I bet you if you're out there listening, can you drop in the comments and tell me how you feel about, do you feel like you have the quote unquote luxury? Because I would say it feels like a luxury to move like that, even though you're 100% right.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. Just in the comments, like, do you feel like it's a luxury to be like, yeah, you're looking down, you're looking down you got your flashlight down your investor's throat. You're going hard and due diligence and invest. You feel like you have the luxury to do that or no? So you just drop in the chat and let me know that. But I agree with you. For what it's
Yes,
worth,
I'm probably gonna say no. If we're
yeah, is-
where region of the world are you? Do you have access? All
Yeah.
those impact your vulnerability.
It depends. So here's a question for you. Would a business focused on improving education outcomes qualify for a check from you?
So I think it needs to be clear if it is, consulting or if it's ed tech. So I like think about what is the IP. If the IP is an actual human being, right? That's hard to back. If the IP is an actual product that is built that has, patents around it, like that's easier to prove. And so, Alicia Bell's, I got a lot of great IP, right? But like I'm not
Right.
scalable. Like
No,
I'm one
not at
person,
all.
right? And if it's because my know-how is me, that's just like my personal IP. That's not something that I can go raise some money because it's just me. But if you scale that, how you replicate that, how you reproduce that, it depends on what it is, right? And so I would think a lot about that in how you build, right? Because
Yeah.
Alicia Bell, I could have a startup, but Alicia Bell has her own business, her own entities, because I am great, but what I want to build something else that is backable, right? So just have clarity in the lines.
Yeah. So we have some comments about that question I asked. So here's one. I don't have the luxury of turning away checks. And
Yeah.
man, that's just a terrible feeling, right?
Yeah.
Like I understand what Dawn is saying. I don't like you're staring down the barrel of running out of cash. You got a month runway left. Somebody offers you 10, 25 stacks. You really don't like them necessarily. What do you do?
Yeah. You guys, these are like different kind of handcuffs. And you have to think about who you want to be in bed with, who you want, like, I mean, I know it's probably broadcasting everywhere, but like you have to be stuck with these people.
100%. You're 100% right.
You can't just walk away from your baby mom, your baby dad.
No, you can't. So 100%. Yeah.
These are people you could just be mindful of that. And sometimes it may not be worth your mental health. Like sometimes people may just be okay. It's like, yeah, one founder's like, turns out he was racist and I couldn't take it, right? But if they're just, maybe they're okay. I'm just like doing some just do some checks, right? Do your own due diligence.
Right.
Like, can I sleep at night knowing I'm backed by big tobacco? Whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So here's some more comments. 100% strategic investors all day, no luxury, but also can't let it cloud your vision. And that's the point, right? You got to be smart about it. I don't have the luxury, but I know it's the best thing in the long run. 100%. You have to be critical of the investors you allow into your company and life. And that's your point, right, Alicia?
I mean, let me tell you about the founders I back. We are on text. I stalk their social media. I get the reports. I am all up in it. Like I'm like, hey sis, I need to babysit your kids. So you need to go do something. Like that is how close I am with any founder I back. Like,
wow.
We are in relationship. We are in community. And I care deeply about them. I mean, these are people I care deeply about. So I mean, don't just write a check and walk away. I mean, that's not a good investor.
Right. I don't think it's a luxury to turn down checks, but all money ain't good money. That's your point, right, Alicia?
Facts.
That's it. Right. Right. So it's saying I'm more ready to say no early when it's just me, the founders on the line. I'd feel less able if I had employees. Oh.
Yeah, could you have kind of this responsibility to pay payroll? That's a big deal. These are tough decisions. Being an entrepreneur is like the hardest job in the world, right? But there's some funding. I went to college and I took out loans and I paid that money back. They don't own me. And you can take out a small business loan. You can pay them back and they don't own you. So, I mean, if a venture is equity, it's ownership. Think about other paths.
Right.
And I get, it's free money, it's forgivable debt. And I get the luxury in that too. Right.
100%.
But some of you guys are revenue generating businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And if you need money to scale, use it,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A little interest in it.
All right. So your Twitter, so people can reach you. You said your Twitter is whack, but it's Bellism.
Follow me there. It's like it's like two people like your Twitter is whack. My algorithm is so bad. LinkedIn.
Oh,
I will blow up your newsfeed. If you follow me, you might want to unfollow me. I do a lot of talking on LinkedIn.
do you really?
It's my jam.
You have started showing up more on my LinkedIn feed. I actually have been engaging. Well, I've been engaging with your posts to try to amplify some of these important things you're talking about over there. I have noticed that lately. So I have been engaging, but people can go to LiciaBell.com to reach you. Do you have any sense about how many more checks you're going to write this year?
I'm really, this year I'll be totally transparent. A lot of our founders, so think about early stage investing is that your founders are going to want more money. And so there's follow-on funding. And so I'm prioritizing my founders who need a bridge round right now or doing a down round right now, because I don't want them to die. And so I got to write them more checks. So I am prioritizing. I think this year is going to be a lot of re-ups with existing founders before I prioritize new founders, because it's just, startups are running out of cash every second, and if I've already wrote a check, I need to protect my investment.
Man, that's so good. That's the real right there. What you just said. That's the real. So I have one more question for you before you get out of here.
Yeah.
What should founders expect from an angel investor other than money?
They really are your first board. So, get angels that have a background that you need. If it's marketing, distribution, procurement, find people with professional expertise. I'll give a fun story. So when I was with Pipeline, I backed a company called C-Note. Kat Berman, Latina founder, she essentially moves money to CDFIs who really power a lot of Black banks. They're mostly CDFIs. They're community development finance institutions. I made that investment in 2017. Who knew 5-6 years later, 2020 happened, launched PayPal's Economic Opportunity Fund. And because of me, helped C-Note get $135 million to distribute from PayPal. And I think that's what strategic angels are about. And mind you, nobody knew at the time where we would go, but I was already in fintech. I knew she was building a fintech, and I knew we would be helpful to each other. And so think about that when you think about who your investor angels are, because they care a lot about your business, and they will share their network and their net worth and help you scale in ways that you don't, unimaginable.
I love that. And I'm so thankful for you, Licia, spending time with us, because I feel like right now everybody's telling founders, go find some angels, go find an angel, get an angel invested. I'm like, where and who are these magical, mythical creatures? If you know them,
I only know maybe a handful of Black angel investing groups, a handful.
Black, white, I don't care what color they are. Where are they?
They're here. But they're under the cover too. But
then some of the angel groups, they're more traditional, kind of old school, right? They are not more like, if you're building a scalable startup, an old school angel group is not where you necessarily want to get a check from, because the terms are going to be terrible, potentially.
If you're going to Silicon Valley angels or Bay angel, yeah, but
everybody ain't in the Bay.
Everybody ain't in the Bay.
I'm in the ATL.
Yeah, y'all got a lot of money down there. Y'all been doing some things.
I'm in the A. So this is awesome. Thank you so much, Licia. All right, everybody, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back and talk about Venture Studios. What you think about Venture Studios, Licia? You like that or not?
Join into your next session to be prepared.
Oh, you gonna stick around for that?
Listen, team, it's hard to be an accelerator and an investor at the same time. I know some people do it well, but it's really difficult model to pull off. But I am excited by your next speaker.
All right, thank you, Licia. You're a queen. We love you. You're doing God's work. Y'all can reach Licia at LiciaBell.com. Hit her up. Follow her on LinkedIn. When you see her posting over there, you like, comment, and reshare that thing to amplify that thing all over the world. So thank you so much, Queen. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Cheers. All right, everybody. We're about to take a 15-minute break. because I have to do the bio break thing. And next up, we have Miles Dodson from Devland Studios, the Venture Studio. If you're out there watching this on LinkedIn or Twitter, those platforms are going to have a cutoff point at some point, and we're going to be going until 6 o'clock. So you may want to go to joinkabila.com/events. Caleb, can you throw that up there, please, sir? And register for the webinar here through StreamYard, and you'll be able to we have some incredible swag bag stuff. Can you toss that up there, Caleb? Some really great swag bag stuff. We got a 50% off TechCrunch Plus, Pioneer Mind, mental coaching, 90% off HubSpot, what used to be called Bill Memo is now Memo. It's all-in-one fundraising tool, 6 months free. Plus, we're also going to pay for Founder Mental Therapy. For 20 people, we'll put together a type form and drop that in an email. First 20 people who fill that out will be able to get 4 free sessions in a month with BetterHelp.com, which I use all the time. Had a great call with my therapist yesterday. God bless my therapist. That's all I have to say. She's keeping me moving. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. Share this out with your friends, and we'll see y'all at 2:45. All right, let's go, Caleb.
Usije ukawafata, ukizunguka mwisho watu wa hapa, ukizungusha ulimi minajingata, mwisho wa wiki mabota kulabata. Yeah. mafuta ushapaka, hani nataka wambea washafyata, tena wangu dadi moko misitaji, pango lako dadi vipi ushike bunduki, shughuli zako usije ukawafata, ukizunguka mwisho watu wa hapa, ukizungusha ulimi bila king'ata, mwisho wa wiki maboja kula bata. Nibera, nibera, oh baby nibera, 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 oh baby nibera, 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 oh baby nibera, 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 oh baby nibera, nibera.
Lewis, baby.
King Bell music. I need your love, oh, baby, your love.
All right. We are back, baby. I am James Oliver Jr., co-founder and CEO. This mic's all in my face here. Here we go. Co-founder and CEO of Kabila, co-founder matching app and a community for women and BIPOC founders where we connect them to capital and each other. And we're doing the Overlooked Founder, Return of the Overlooked Founders. event because, Overlook Founders, we tired. We tired out here trying to get to these bags and looking at all these moving goalposts. And we're like connecting y'all to different sources of capital. We had some angel investors on here a few minutes ago. Alicia Bell was amazing from BLX VC. Now we have Miles coming up from Devland Studios. We're going to talk about venture studios. And we had the folks from AWS come and talk about how to identify and overcome bias when fundraising. And then Denise Kwashi, who runs and started the Impact Accelerators, came and talked about their accelerator programs and how to participate in those and submit a great application. Really, really, really good. So before we get started, I want to thank our sponsors, Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchor Point Foundation, Hatchet Ventures, and Pioneer Mind. Excuse me. If you're watching on social media, go to joinkabila.com/events and register for the webinar through StreamYard, because we're going to have some really amazing swag bag items. One of which is we're going to give the opportunity. We're going to pay for mental therapy for 20 founders, and it'll be a type form, first come, first serve. First 20 people, you get 4 free therapy sessions for a month. We have some great swag bag items. So look, we only got 15 minutes with Miles, so I want to bring him up here and let's get right to this. Drop your questions in the chat. Let us know where you're coming in from. What's going on, my man Miles? How are you, sir?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so you run Devland Studios, right?
Yeah.
And I hear a lot of people talking about venture studios, but I don't think anybody knows what a venture studio is. Most people don't know. I feel like it's still an early up and coming thing. You agree with that or not?
It's not a new thing necessarily, but it is a new branding to a type of activity that's been present in corporate building and in a modern sense in venture. So I think, how we think about it is, more so a playground for entrepreneurial discovery. But also we've kind of changed our mode from seeing it as an organization type to seeing it as an allocation strategy. So it's a type of allocation strategy.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so let me ask you 2 basic questions, and I want to drill down on what you just said. So what is Devland and what is a venture studio? I know you just sort of answered some of that there, but.
Yeah, so current day Devland is a platform for entrepreneurial potential. We have a studio operation that has been in existence since we founded in 2016. We also have an entrepreneurial program that we run internally and also license to other organizations through partnerships. And at the broader end, we have an investment function, 2 funds that are deploying capital into what we perceive as the wildly underestimated entrepreneurs and operators that are building the future.
Mm-hmm. No, I love that. So let's go back to what you were saying about the allocation strategy. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so typically people see investors, or they watch a lot of Shark Tank, or they read books and see that this new sexy and attractive thing is to go ask people for money into your company. But the studio's function is to kind of act as a green grass area for entrepreneurs to experiment, to find market fit, and then to have resourcing to take a company into its first kind of avenue. And we see that as the first dollar opportunity. A lot of folks see that as the enterprise client or the first customer or 10,000 users or something of that nature. It's just a way for us to figure out if there's something there and to make appropriate decisions based on what we're observing versus investing into opportunities that we're getting to know over a period of weeks and just kind of just throwing money at stuff and hoping that it comes back good.
Well, so what are the pros and cons of participating in the venture studio for founders?
I think largely if a founder perceives that they kind of understand their own avenue, they're not as flexible to pivoting to certain types of market opportunities, and they feel equipped to resource themselves on this entrepreneurial journey, then I would say that a studio environment is not best for them. a studio requires that the individuals involved consider factors that are beyond our view. Like, next month the economy might change, or people may stop buying a certain type of good or product. And the studio, as kind of like this slingshot, has the ability to continue to hold opportunities back until the appropriate time to make it successful. And that's our advantage. So if you're in a rush to make $1 billion, I don't know if the studio would be the best place for you, but if you're looking for a more patient environment where you can experiment and figure things out and jump into the market at the right time, that's what the studio is best for.
So that's interesting. So how does that work? Like, you submit an application, like what are the terms? What's the duration? Because this is all sort of new to me too.
Yeah. So our avenues for contact involve folks applying, submitting information. Sometimes we'll have requests for startup where there's specific avenues we understand that we think a company should be built in. And so they can apply in that way or submit their company, kind of a very academic or scholarly kind of way. But we have a really broad and agnostic pipeline for folks to come and connect with us if they want to build a startup. And then the way that it works in terms of our model is for companies that we co-build with you, we take a 20% stake in the common equity at start in order for us to be able to provide the resources that come involved with getting a company off the ground. And then in some scenarios where founders or individuals have come in with a little bit of a head start, like I said, we use it as an allocation strategy. So in that case, we may not take 20%, but we'll seek to invest to take 5 to 8% in the early pre-seed activity.
So that's like a little hybrid accelerator arrangement.
In a way, I think we get more caught up in the terminology of how all these models are described. And in reality, we're just incredibly helpful people, and we use accelerator, studio, and incubator methodologies to help get founders that are in a wildly underestimated category across the line.
Amazing. So it sounds like you may have like a menu, if you will.
Yeah, for sure.
Of startup ideas that you want to bring to life.
Yeah.
So how does that work? So you say, all right, I think, being able to catch 10 feet tall mice in Guadalajara is the next unicorn.
Yeah.
So you put a call out for 10 feet tall mouse in Guadalajara, and you want somebody to come build that business. Is that how that works? Yeah,
that's one avenue for solicitation. The other is hosting events and conferences, having inflection and intersectional opportunities with folks to hear and listen. Like, we spend majority of our business hours listening to founders and what they're working on in a way that is a lot higher engaged than the average investor. So we get to hear, like, we've been in the coffee shop 6 months before the people decided to start a company, and in that term of the timeline. And also we've been with them at the 8th month, 12, 14, 24 month, when they needed to make a pivot, and they just needed somebody to encourage them and validate that they had all the skills and talents within them to jump and make that decision. So we no longer act with this kind of precomposed notion of what will happen. We see talent and raw potential as just a resource in the market, and we want to be a part of forming that story so that can turn into a win.
So how do you decide what types of startup ideas y'all want to chase?
Yeah, so we are highly intentful around what we perceive as like the 15, 20-year future. So we look at folks that are like reaching for the stars in terms of their innovation and their ideas, but are able to kind of shrink that down to something that can be applied now. So a good example would be somebody has like this idea that in the future everybody will share cars, but in the current context, they've created an app that allows mothers with children to have visibility to each other to figure out how to prioritize and optimize transportation. So like the model and the software and the system within that has a future use case, but it can be applied in a current day opportunity to prove itself out. And so we want folks to kind of live in the future and the present in their ideas and see the avenues to apply it, broadly.
This sounds like something that's a real thing, the way you just spit that out. Is that a real thing? You just made it up?
No, for sure. I was going to give another example. Like, we think that Honda should have their own automotive OS, right? And so we have founders that have come to us saying that they wanted to build integrations into the vehicle, like IoT or some other type of integration. And
right.
Based on our understanding of these opportunities, we'll say like, hey, let's experiment with the present idea you have, see if we can get 10,000 users to use your product. And then let's go to Honda and pitch them on an idea to, allow you to innovate with the support of a large organization as your investor. Amazing. Like that's a real tangible thing. And most of the market is built on those type of enterprise opportunities.
That's so cool. So my last question is, what questions should founders be asking a venture studio before they join?
Oh man, you should definitely be inquiring about kind of the behaviors of the studio. How do they work? What are their preferences? What types of outcomes do they desire? Like, we have a bias towards enterprise opportunities as a go-to-market. We want you to go to an organization that has capital on their balance sheet. They have money to spend with you today versus a more consumer-leaning opportunity, because you can always move from an enterprise opportunity to a consumer opportunity, but it's rare, very rare that you're moving from a consumer opportunity to an enterprise opportunity unless you're making a critically hard pivot. So you should ask them what they think of go-to-markets. Like, how do they take companies to market? What's a win to them? Are they in it to build unicorns? We aren't. We want to build those mid-scale $100 million, $200 million companies. It's good to know that at start. And then ask them about their portfolio. Who have you invested in previously? Who have you worked with? Do they look like me? Do they look like the stereotypical notion of what we've seen investments deployed into? And be able to have that dialogue to get a humanness about who you're working with, because you're taking on partners, whether they're capital partners or resource partners.
Okay. So this guy here, Keith Wilson, I know Keith, he's in my Kabila community. He's doing some interesting Web3 stuff in the automotive space. That's why he dropped those little eyeballs over there. So I feel like he should connect with you. How can people connect with you, Miles?
Yeah, for sure. You can hit us at the hello@devland.us email. We answer it actively. As long as, we have some people act a little bit crazy on our hello address and we have to kind of block some folks. But as long as you're kind and engaging with us in a clean spirit, we're always willing to connect with you. As well, I'm on Twitter all day, every day. And don't be afraid to start a dialogue. I hate it when people come and they request an investment off top, or they come and they're like, hey, put me in your studio. I want to know who you are. I want to know why you're committed and passionate about what you're working on. And I want to do business with people who care about their community, who are inspired to build an impact in the world, and are doing this beyond a get-rich-quick scheme.
100%. All right, my friend, everybody, this is Miles Dotson from Devland Innovation Venture Studio. He knows what he's talking about. He's a great human. Connect with him on LinkedIn. Go to devland.us, hello@devland.us. Send him an email. Be kind. No jerks allowed.
Right? We don't want it.
We don't need it. All right, my brother. I appreciate you, man.
No, thanks for having me, James. This is great.
Yes, tell Mark I said hey, okay?
We'll do.
We'll be in touch. Cheers. All right. So listen, that was great. I didn't know much about what a venture studio was. So thank God, Miles came through and enlightened us about that a little bit. So thankful for that. Somebody said Miles Twitter. Marie, I don't know, because I was trying to find him on Twitter. I don't think I was able to find him. So, but Devland is on Twitter. So I'll just hit him up. Hit up Devland on Twitter that way. So listen, we have got a treat for you right now. So a little housekeeping before we get going to this. We got to thank our sponsors, Ideas 42 Ventures. Actually, Miles came to us through Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchor Point Foundation, which is Brad Feld's foundation. Brad Feld is co-founder of Techstars, and Brad donated some money. So we're going to pay for therapy, mental therapy for 1 month for 20 people who registered for this webinar through StreamYard. You can go to joinkabila.com/events and register and watch one of these sessions. I'm going to send out an email with some dope virtual swag and the ability. If you need mental therapy, we're going to pay for it for 20 of you founders out there watching and listening. 4 sessions for a month. We're not talking about it. We being about it. So that's that. All right. So I got my man 40 Graham about to come up here. Let me bring this dude up here, this joker. Let me bring this joker up here. Hey, David. So just so you know, I did a wardrobe change for you, bro.
I was wondering because I can never wear my own jersey. You know, I got the Pledge 1% jersey going today. I'm superstitious. So thanks for doing it.
Yeah, my pleasure. So listen, David Cohn is a good friend. He's a mentor. He's a friend. He's a sponsor. He's co-founder of Techstars, chairman of Techstars. You know, Kabila went through Techstars Austin this past fall. And one of the things that David does for us is he does this exclusively, primarily for Techstars founders. But when I told him we were doing this event for Overlook founders, because it's really hard out here right now, and we need all the help we could get. So, David, we had AWS startups come earlier and do a talk about how to identify and overcome bias when fundraising. It was really good. So we're going to spin up some workshops inside the Kabila community so we can practice these things together, much like what we're about to do here and see here from David Cohen in our Kabila community. He's going to do some role playing, some workshops, and teach y'all how to understand what the hell these people talking about and how to get people to say yes and use these commitments to build momentum and get more commitments and close your round. So without further ado, so David, we got 2 people. We got Sadhu, and we have another person that's supposed to be coming up in here that's going to be role play. Oh, Gina's right there. I'm going to bring her into the studio. So I'm going to shut up. What's up? Welcome. What's up, David? Let you do your thing.
Thank you. Yeah, so as you said, James, this is you've seen this because we do this a version of this in every single Techstars class. I've been doing it for 16 years. I had to do the math this morning. Found out I've been doing it for 16 years. I've been trying to make it better. And what I try to do is help people understand kind of the psychology and what's going on in investors' minds and how, as you say in your title, you end up overcoming objections that investors have. And I want people to understand at the end of this, hour or whatever that we're going to spend together, that what investors are doing is the same thing you would do if you were an investor. And once you understand it, you start to understand how to work through it in really powerful ways. So that's the goal. And yeah, I usually do it through role play. So if we've got a couple of people, one person at a time that wants to come up and do that with me,
I got 2 guinea pigs for you. I got 2 guinea pigs for you. We got Gina that's going to come up first, and then Sidhu's going to come up.
Perfect.
Are we doing victims? You want me to bring up Gina now?
I mean volunteers. I always say it wrong.
We're bringing up the first victim now, or
yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And if you hear cheering in the background, it's because I'm in the Boulder Accelerator and they're out there pitches. So I don't know if you hear that.
Let's go, man.
So is it Gina? Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Yes, it is Gina.
Awesome. Great to meet you. Where are you today?
I am in New York City, in Harlem.
Awesome. Okay, great. All right. Well, thanks for jumping up and doing this with me. There is no right answer, wrong answer. It's a little bit of a role play that people can kind of see some of the principles that I like to teach about understanding the mindset of investors and how to overcome kind of the natural objection or homework they want to give you. So Gina, what I like to do is just do a really quick thing. Like let's set the table for the role play a little bit. Right?
Okay.
Let's assume we know each other. We've met 3 or 4 times. So we're not just meeting, we got some familiarity. And let's assume I know about the Mothering app and I'm familiar with it, right? So I kind of want to cut to the chase of you trying to ask me to invest, right? Because that's kind of where it gets weird and awkward. And so we're really just going to assume I'm in a place where I'm already interested and you're trying to sort of get it over the hump, so to speak, get me to commit right today in this conversation. And, just kind of seeing how you do that and seeing, how I sort of deal with it. We're going to learn a lot from that as people watch, and you could light up the chat and talk about it. What do you think is going on in my brain or Gina's brain, or even James's brain if he's got anything going on? I don't know if he does. you know,
I have
he'll
young
just,
twins. I'm brain dead, bro.
you're just on the sideline watching.
Yeah.
So Gina, the only thing I'll use is what's called a teaching constraint.
Okay.
The constraint is powerful because it draws out the hardest part.
Mm.
And the constraint is you got nobody committed yet. I would be the first one to commit if I could.
Okay.
Right. So I say that so that you can't go, well, you're going to miss out. We're going to close next week. And, you know, we don't need you and that kind of stuff. You do need me. Right.
Yeah.
Or you need someone's money.
Mhm.
So that's it. And we're just going to kind of see how that goes. And if people could type their thoughts about, you know, I love how Gina did this, or maybe Gina could try that, or David's being a jerk and here's why. That's what I want to see in the comments. And we'll kind of stop
Okay.
and talk about it once in a while. Does that work?
All right. Yeah, that works
Cool.
great.
Otherwise, we're going to stay in character a little bit. All right.
Okay.
I'll start. Ready?
Yeah.
Hey, Gina, great to see you again. What's the latest? How's it going?
Oh, everything's going great. How are you, David?
I'm really good. Yeah, I'm a little tired, but hey, you know, that's par for the
Yeah.
course.
I know it's Tuesday, but at least it's nice outside.
Yeah, not here.
Yeah. Well, that's a bummer. So let's cut to the chase. I'm really excited that we got to jump on this call. I appreciate just the relationship that we've been building. And then you already know about the mothering and what I'm trying to do with helping moms in all over the world. And so we're at the point right now that we're starting to raise money. So I've got my pitch deck aligned and I sent that over to you. It has all the numbers. It has the information in terms of how we're going to go to market. And what we're really looking for is for backing. To be honest, we don't have anyone quite yet, but from what me and my team are building, you would fairly miss out if you don't jump on.
Yeah, no, I get that feeling. I'm really excited about what you're doing, and we've
Mhm.
loved working with you a little bit. And hopefully, we've been a little bit helpful with some feedback and connections. So,
Mhm.
yeah, we're all about it. We think it's super exciting.
Okay, great. So any other thoughts or any questions I can ask about, do you have any questions for me about the mothering and?
No, I feel pretty in the loop. I appreciate all the material you sent over, and it's super exciting. So now
Yep.
I feel pretty aware of what's going on.
Okay, great. I actually heard some cheering in the back, so
Yeah,
I don't
people
know if they're
to
like.
cheer. That's because I'm at another accelerator. It's called Techstars.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. All right, so from what I know, you fairly often look for startups that you want to invest in. So I know we've been building our relationship, and I'm at a point that I think I'm at a point that we're really looking for investors to pitch in. So I know we jumped on the call, and I don't want to be so forward, but I really want to know if you'd be interested in being our first investor.
I would say we're my firm. I think I have a few partners. We're really interested. We actually met yesterday on Monday and talked a lot about what you're doing, and there was a lot of excitement. So for sure, we're very interested.
That's phenomenal. So that is amazing. Thank you so much.
So let's stop and talk about this right now. I'm curious, right? How are you feeling? You sort of, I'm guessing you're feeling like it's kind of like a little bit awkward or hard to get to that next, okay, I'm in, here's the check, right? Like that's what you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
And you're feeling interest, right?
I'm feeling interest, but I also feel a little bit jittery because I don't know you. So I literally can't say oh, I saw what you posted on LinkedIn, or this is right down the alley of what you're looking to invest in. So I feel a little bit stuck. So, but I'm feeling good because what I'm building is I'm really confident in the product. So if we already have a relationship and you're taking my call,
and you're getting interest from me, right? You're hearing that.
Yeah.
You're hearing what I would call buying signals. Now, I want to put you all into the mind of the investor so that you can understand what's actually going on here.
Okay.
Right. First of all, nobody's asked me to invest. Right. And this is the thing that happens quite a lot to me is people ask me if I'm interested in investing, and I say yes. Right. It's a little bit safe to ask it that way. Are you interested in hanging out with me sometime? Yeah, that'd be great. But it's like a hypothetical future, right? It's not real until you say something like, hey, David, could I count on you to commit $100,000 to my round today? Right. And that becomes real. It's the difference between saying, we should hang out sometime, or do you want to go on a date with me on Tuesday night? Right. It's pretty different things. It's easy to be like, yeah, we should totally hang out. That sounds cool. Hypothetical future, nothing real about it. versus like asking someone to commit. So that's always
Mm.
something that is awkward, but I coach heavily around. You have to actually ask.
Yep.
And not ask about interest, but ask about committing using words like here,
Mm.
now, and today.
Yep.
Will you commit today?
That
Will you
makes
commit now?
That's great. Yep.
And of course, the answer is going to be no, because investors are great at stalling. Have you noticed it kind of feels like I was stalling? That people agree
Yeah.
as they're watching.
But I'm like, you guys are always advertising about like, hey, we're looking to
Yeah.
invest, and then to get on
That's
a
right.
call.
I want you to understand, if you're watching this, I want you to understand why investors stall.
Okay.
It's not because they're jerks. Some of them are jerks,
Mm.
but it's not because they're jerks. If you were an investor, you would stall too.
Hmm.
And the reason you would stall is because tomorrow you're going to have more information than you have today.
Mm.
And in a week, you're going to have more information than you'll have tomorrow. And so it is safer to stall.
Mm.
And that's just how it is. So don't blame investors for trying to get more information and stalling. If you say, what's the next step? I can come up with 1,000. I see somebody coaching you in the chat. Ask what the next step is. I can come
Mhm.
up with next steps all day long, Gina, right?
Mhm.
I can
Mhm.
I can say I need to see the roadmap. I want to spend more time with the team. I'm going
Mhm.
on vacation next week. Excuse me. I can come up with them, thousands of reasons that I need more time. None of it's
Yep.
real. It's all just
Hmm.
buying time, right? So the way you get out of that trap is you ask me to invest, commit the money now, today.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense.
Hey, don't worry, Gina. There'll be a replay of this. So
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
yeah,
So that's
anybody who
always step
registered,
one.
anybody who registered through the StreamYard link, they'll be able to replay it, and I'll
Mm-hmm.
be like chopping it up too. So no worries, we got you.
Okay, great.
That's actually always step one that I coach, is make a clear and direct ask for the investor to commit a specific amount of money
Mhm.
here, today, now.
Okay.
Not interest, because what happens is the investor wants to get to tomorrow,
Mm.
right? They'll give you homework. This has happened to everybody out here that's ever talked to an
Mm.
investor. They've said,
Yeah.
well, yeah, why don't you send me the roadmap? Why don't you send me the product? I'll play with it a little bit.
Mhm.
Anything to buy time,
Mhm.
right? And so what you want to do is get out of that mode. And again, recognize it's not evil behavior. It's logical behavior. There's no economic incentive for me to commit today instead of tomorrow,
Yeah.
right? So tomorrow is
Mhm.
just as good as today from my perspective.
Mm.
So when you ask me to commit, for the first time, stuff gets real.
Mhm.
I don't just make up homework. I tell you why I can't commit
Yep.
today.
Got it.
So let me hear you, Gina, ask me a little bit more clearly, a little bit more directly, using words like here, now, and today,
Okay.
and a specific amount of money. And let's see, literally, you'll see my face change. You'll see how I have to deal with that. It's kind of like being asked out on a date instead of saying we should hang out sometime. I got
Let's
to
go,
deal with
Gina.
it.
Come on, Gina. Let's go, Gina.
Now, don't ask me out on a date. I'm married.
Oh, I am too.
Let's go, Gina.
Cool.
All right. Hey, David. Nice to see you again.
You too. You too. Good to see you.
So I'm so excited that we're able to link up today. You already know so much about the Mothering app, and I would love to just share a little bit more, but ultimately ask for you to commit $100,000 today in investing into our app that we're building to impact moms all over the country.
Wow, it's flattering to be asked, Gina. Our number tends to be more like 50K, being honest.
Okay.
I mean, we've been talking about it a little bit. I don't know that we would get to 100K.
Okay.
But 50K, that's more like a zone that would be exciting to us if that would work for you.
Okay. Would you be able to commit that now?
I love how you did that. I love how you went back to the now word, right?
Mm-hmm.
So jump back. Well, I'm not quite ready to commit right now, Gina, because I don't really understand, the terms of the deal.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to say I'm in for 50K. I don't know what the valuation is. I don't know what percentage of the company I would own. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm not quite ready to commit.
That's totally fair, and that makes complete sense. But what would you be willing to commit today?
Well, I think if the terms were right, I'd be willing to commit that 50K. I mean, I'm pretty excited about what you're doing.
Okay.
And I'd love to open up my network and introduce you to other investors. But I mean, the terms do matter. My job is simple. My investors give me a bag of money. I got to give them back a bigger bag of money someday, right? So I need to make sure I'm getting a good deal too.
All right, that sounds great. So what do you need from me today for you to be able to commit? Is it just your word or like smoke
Well,
signals or anything?
no, I don't smoke signals. I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. I think in order to commit, I would need to understand what exactly the terms are.
Okay.
So do you
want
know
me to
that yet?
I don't. I'm sorry. No.
Okay. Why don't
When
you
you
reach
say
out
term,
to me when
actually,
you
okay,
know
yeah.
what the terms are? Like, I'm interested. I'm a 50K
Yep.
check potentially if the terms make sense to me.
Yep.
One way to go is just let me know as you start to, build some momentum, and I'm very interested.
Okay. That sounds great.
Okay. And it might stop here, right? The role play might
Mhm.
stop here. This is a trap because what am I doing? I'm winning. I'm buying time without committing, you see?
Yep. Yep.
And we're really good at that, us investors. We're really good at that. Buy time, act interested, don't commit. Now when some $1 million offer comes your way, I can get in on it. And if it doesn't, I never committed. You see?
Got it.
So again, not evil, safe. Humans want to feel safe, right?
Yep.
And so I'm trying to give you some coaching on how you sort of defeat that. And really at that moment when I said, what are the terms? You kind of, I don't know if you thought about it, but you kind of had a few options, right?
Yeah.
One option was to say, well, invest at 50K at this valuation.
Yes. That's true.
$2 million pre-money. I don't know, make up a
Yeah,
number,
yeah.
right? One is to say, David, you tell me whatever works for you.
That's good.
Right.
Mhm.
I'm much more concerned about who my investors are, David, than what the terms are, right? I really want you to be involved. You tell me what will work for you. And of course, I'm going to lowball you, right?
Mhm.
So that's the danger of that. So what I like to coach in this situation is first make the ask. And when you make the ask, there's no kids listening, right, James?
No. Oh,
Twin
well.
NATO's not. Then shit gets real. Have they heard that word, James? Shit gets real.
My kids, not
Yeah.
for me ever.
Okay. All right. I didn't think so. But that's when shit gets real, right? Is when you ask me to commit, I have to say no because I'm no longer able to give you homework. It's like when you ask me on a date on Tuesday night to the
Yep.
Olive Garden at 7 p.m., I have to say, well, I can't go to the Olive Garden. I hate Italian food. Or I'm busy Tuesday, or I'm married, or whatever, right? I have to tell you why, because you're asking me something very specific, not, hey, what's the next step? Where does it go from here? We should hang out sometime, right?
Yep.
But
Yep.
more, will you invest 100,000 a day? I can't invest 100. How about 50? Yeah, that works. Can you commit to 50 today? I love that.
Yep.
I said no because I don't know the terms.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You could either tell me the terms and try to get it done,
Mm-hmm.
or you could tell me, David, you tell me the terms.
Yeah.
Or you could do what I'm going to do in the next role play with the next person, which is the strategy that I recommend for dealing with these objections that you're going to get. Like, oh, I can't commit because. Now that we know it's real, how do we deal with that? How do we take away that problem? So that's what we're going to talk about in the next role play. Any questions, Gina, before we move on to the next role play?
I think this was great. Any feedback for me on how I
think
did?
you're great. I think you're great. You're a clear communicator. You fall into all the common traps, right? That's why I'm trying to teach you this. Like, hey, what are the next steps? I'm going to make that up all day long. I'm never going to commit, especially if I'm the first one, because there's no pressure on the deal yet. But you need to build momentum, so you've got to get the first committer to build momentum. So it's a dilemma, right? So by being clear and direct, and then hearing why they can't commit now, and then as we're going to see in the next role play, taking away that objection.
Yeah.
That's the trick that you can use to get through this. So thanks for helping out, Gina. James, I think you had somebody else waiting. Let's bring up somebody.
Yeah, we do.
Thank
So hang
you.
out, Gina. Okay, don't leave. Right.
Okay.
Okay. I'll pull you down, and I'm going to bring Sidhu up. Sidhu up.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Sidhu.
Sidhu. Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you, David?
Good. Where are you today?
I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Sweet. I grew up around there in DeLand.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, about an hour and a half away from there by drive. All right. So you just heard what we did with Gina, where we did this role play. It's really the same, but now you know that stuff, right? You heard it, so you know you're going to make a clear and direct ask right away for me to commit 50K, 100K today. I'm going to tell you why I'm not ready to commit, because shit's going to get real, as opposed to being able to give you homework. Right. And then you need to take that problem away. That's the hard part. It's really hard to do, but I'd like to see how you try to do it.
Okay.
Right. So let's see how you try to do it, and let's try to learn from it. Everybody's watching. Want to learn from it. See, Gina got lots of love. You're going to get lots of love too. Thanks for jumping
So
on
is it
stage.
first time are we meeting, or you already
No,
know
we
with
know
the
each
company?
other.
Okay.
We know each other just like before. You just jump right in and ask me to commit.
Okay.
All right, let's do it. Hey, Sadhu, good to see you again. What's going on?
Good, David. How are you?
Fantastic.
Okay.
I'm really thirsty. I don't know why.
Yeah. I think you are on an event, and you guys are having fun there. Wish I was there.
Yes, it's a fun place here. Too fun.
Yeah, that's cool. So as we discussed multiple times, you're already aware of 3 blocks. We are bridging the data gap between various real estate companies on the Web3 space.
Yep.
So we are at a space, we are at a time where we are raising for our seed round. We are raising $800,000 at a $5 million post-money valuation. And since you were interested, and since we spoke multiple times, I would like to ask for your commitment for $100,000 if that works for you today.
Well, thanks. It's flattering to be asked. I love the company. I love working with you. It's been really fun. The issue I have, the reason I wouldn't be able to commit just yet, it's a little bit more money than we were thinking about. We were thinking about maybe 50,000, not 100,000. Would that type of number work for you?
Yeah. I would like to understand your last 1 year investment in Web3 space, and what is your sweet spot, and then let us figure out that number, and maybe it may be 50, 40, 80. So, but I want to figure out, I want to get a commitment from you today.
Yeah, I understand that. And so I think I heard you say you were raising 800,000. We'd be 50,000 of that. And I think I heard you say you're doing it at a $5 million pre-money valuation. Is that right?
Yeah, 5 million at post money valuation, correct?
Oh, post money. Okay.
Yeah.
4.2 million pre-money, more or less.
Yeah.
Okay, great. The challenge I have with committing today is that feels a little high to me, just being honest. How much of that 800,000 is already committed?
So I got a commitment from $100,000 so far.
We're going to go with 0 in this role play. That's the constraint I put on.
Okay.
I'm going to make it hard for you.
Okay. Yeah, I got a 0 commitment so far. But since I know you have been working with Web3 companies, and your past history with in investing in $50,000 to $100,000, your sweet spot is minimum $3 to $5 million valuation. So
yeah,
I
well,
think
it's risky though.
Yeah.
You're early. It's a risky business. So for me to commit 50K today, which is what you're asking, it sounds like no one else is really committed yet. It's a little scary for me. It feels a bit high. I mean, I was thinking more like maybe 1.5 million pre-money.
So here is something. Earlier is the best deal, right? So if you work with me, and if you connect me with another 10 investors and bring more money to the table, I will have a special deal for you, special terms for you.
Special deal for me. Okay. That sounds pretty good. I mean, look, you're asking me to commit. I could commit if the price was right. I guess that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, our price, we did a market valuation with independent valuators, both from Indian company, American companies, and European companies. Ballpark is somewhere around 5 million. I can send you all those valuation reports. But meanwhile, we also did our competitive analysis from all the past 1 year raise. I think 5 million is right number. All we are looking for today is 50,000 commitment from
Got it. So I guess here's where I'm at with it. I'd love to be an investor. I could definitely commit now at that 1.5 million pre-money. So it'd be 2.3 post-money. If we can't agree on that, then I think you should just continue to try to raise it. Keep me posted. I mean, maybe if you do end up raising at that higher price, I would still come in. But if you're looking for me to commit now, that's the price that would make sense for me. So maybe the best thing to do is for me to just wait and see how far you get with others on that pricing that you think is fair.
Okay, so when can I book a next meeting if I have let us say I have another investor who is ready with this
anytime.
number, so...
I love talking to you. So give me 24 hours to get it scheduled, but we should be able to get on the phone pretty quickly.
Okay, perfect.
All right, let's hold it here. So good job, right? The issue, and this is what I want people to learn from, the issue is that it's very hard to build momentum when you can't get your first commitment. And I know that because I've done this before. So I'm trying to leverage and go low on price, which is what you would expect. My guess is your real price is a little bit lower than 5, right? You're anchoring high, I'm anchoring low. My real price is a little bit higher than what I said. So at the end of this conversation, I win again. I get more time. You know I'm interested. If a hot deal comes along, I'll still be able to get in, right? I didn't have to commit. I may not be that interested. I may just be pretending to be interested, right? So I win if you let me buy time, right? Now I want to show you a totally different approach that's going to blow your mind if you're watching this. And you're going to think to yourself for a few minutes, James brought on a crazy person, a crazy man, because what he is saying is crazy. But I want you to suspend your disbelief and think about this just for a second, what I'm about to try to do here. So Sadhu, another thing you could have done is you could have accepted my commitment.
Yeah, I thought through it like few seconds ago. So
Yeah. Now I want to say that really clearly. You could have accepted my commitment to you while still being clear about your own commitments or lack of commitments. In other words, you could have said, David, thanks so much for the commitment of $50,000. I understand that your commitment is contingent upon pricing being no higher than $1.5 million pre-money, right?
Mhm.
And I would have said, yeah. And then you could have said, David, I need to be clear that I can't commit to that pricing today. But if it ever comes in higher than that, if it comes in higher than 1.5 million, we agree that I will not hold you to your commitment that you made to me. So in other words, what I'm doing is I'm managing my own commitments as the entrepreneur by saying, I can't commit to the pricing that you're agreeing to invest at. If it comes in higher, I will not hold you to your commitment. Does that work for you? And the investor is going to say, yeah, of course that works for me. If it comes in higher than 1.5 million, I don't have to invest, right? If it comes in higher, I have the option of still investing, which is where I am today. So you help me feel safe by taking away the concern without negotiating, without agreeing. And the beauty of what I'm trying to teach you here is it works on anything. It doesn't just work on price. It works on where will your company be based. I only invest in companies that are based in Colorado. Well, David, I'm not sure. I can't commit that we're going to be based in Colorado, but if we're not, I will of course not hold you to the commitment that you're making here today. Would that work for you? Of course it'll work for me. You either move to Colorado or I'm out, or I still have the option to be in, but it's my option. It works with how much money you're raising. Well, I don't think you can do it on 800,000. I think you need to raise at least $2 million. If you don't raise at least 2 million, I'm not interested. You could say, thank you for the commitment. I understand that if we don't raise the full 2 million, I will not hold you to your commitment. We agree on that, right? So what you're trying to do is take the commitment from the investor while making them feel safe by removing the objection. And also by being clear about your own commitments or lack thereof. So this is a magic strategy that allows you to build momentum. You get investors who have outs. I have an out. If I don't like the price, I'm out. Otherwise, I'm emotionally in. Now, what happens is as you build momentum, because now you have commitments, it's easier to build momentum. You can tell the next person, David Cohen's in for $50,000, assuming we agree on terms.
Hold on, David, for a second. Don't I need to ask your permission first before I do that?
Yeah, you should. You should always, that's a courtesy, ask my permission before using my name. Also, you need to agree that we're committed, that we have a mutual understanding, right? You can play it back to them and say, I just want to make sure we're clear. You're in for $50,000 as long as pricing is no higher than $1.5 million pre-money. And if it is, I won't hold you to your commitment. And I need to be clear that I can't commit to that price today, right? It might come in higher. And if it does, I will not hold you to the commitment you made here today. That's going to work for everybody. It makes everyone feel safe. So you're not agreeing to that low price. You're just saying thank you for committing at a low price. It allows you to build momentum. And when you get momentum, you get the power. When you go from 50,000 to 100,000 to $250,000 to 500,000 to 800,000 to $1 million, and you're oversubscribed, you get the power. And the investor is going to be willing to pay a higher price at that point. They're not going to drop out.
So, but
right?
it's already negotiated, right? So,
It's not negotiated.
okay.
What's
It's not
negotiated
committed.
is the reason I can drop out,
Mhm.
right? If pricing is over my liking, I don't have to invest. And my liking is 1.5 million pre. You did not agree to that pricing. You agreed that if it's higher, that you would not hold me to my commitment. You see, it's safe for me. It's safe for you. When pricing comes in higher, the investor will likely stay in. Just like when you end up not being in Colorado and you're going to be in Florida. I'm not going to drop out of an oversubscribed round with other great investors. I'm just trying to use my leverage when I have the power. So you need to shift from the investor having all the power to you having all the power. The only way you do that is by getting commitments and building momentum. And this strategy allows you to do that. So you remove objections by giving them outs. Let me make it a little more clear using another example that we're all familiar with. Marriage. Will you marry me? Yes. My wife said, yeah. Don't ask me why, but she said yes. We were engaged. We were not married. There was a lot of commitment around that engagement, and it lasted for a year. We had to agree how many kids we were going to have, what day we were going to get married, right? Where we were going to, we had lots of things to figure out, but we intended to figure them out. And we agreed that if we weren't faithful to each other, we weren't actually going to get married. We had some understandings, right? But we were committed to getting married as long as we could work through those things together. Price is just like that in an investment deal. It's just a thing you have to work through. Don't try to negotiate with an investor who's the first committer. You have no power.
Mm-hmm.
You want to negotiate when you're oversubscribed, right? And so this is a technique you can use to take away objections, build momentum, and be clear about your own commitments. People have outs, just like I had an out. I didn't have to marry my wife, but I did, right? If she wasn't faithful to me or we didn't agree on how many kids, I could say, well, okay, we're not getting married. That's part of the understanding, right? So momentum is what you're trying to manufacture as an entrepreneur. Not just sign this, give me a check. Build commitments, build momentum, get the power. Then you can negotiate a better deal for yourself. Does this make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. James, what are you hearing? Anything you need to redirect?
No, this is good. So so we have 27 more minutes. How did you want to take the conversation from here? Because I had a question if you want to do something different.
I don't know. Do you have more victims or is that it?
Oh, I thought we were just going to do an hour. So what about talking about how to get, first of all, how to follow up, right? Because you have some really good advice about how to follow up in writing to, right, confirm the understanding. So there's no confusion about what that person just, soft committed to doing, right? And then how to use that commitment to build momentum. Like how do we do that, right? Those two things are really important.
So when you
I'm going to bring Gina back up too, okay?
Cool, yeah, then we can all just talk about it.
Yeah.
So when you get somebody to this point where you say, hey, will you commit to 50K today? And they say, yeah, pending terms, right? What you're trying to make them do is feel safe. Hey, we'll figure out the terms later. I don't know what they are, right? How about this? I'll count on your commitment for 50K today. And if you don't like the terms prior to closing, I will, of course, not hold you to that commitment. You're giving them an out. So you make them feel safe. You don't solve the problem. You take away the problem. Hey, I only invest in companies in Colorado. Well, if we're not going to be based in Colorado, of course, I won't hold you to your commitment. Would that work for you? It makes them feel safe.
Hey, David.
Right? Yeah.
I apologize for cutting you off. I think it would be very helpful if you had Gina do what you just did, because that rolls off your tongue. It's super easy for you to say that. Gina and Sidhu have never done that before.
Yeah.
And let's just like do it one time with Gina, one time with Sidhu. I need for them to say it and feel it and say it with their chest.
I'm going to trick you guys. We're going to mix it up. We're going to do it once with Gina.
Out.
Gina asked me to commit the 50K. I'm going to give you a different objection that you have to take away. Maybe it's not going to be price.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, David. So would you commit 50K to the Mothering app?
I'm super psyched about investing. We're very interested. My issue is I need to make sure you have a great board of directors, Gina. I can't commit unless I know you have an awesome board of directors that I can trust to help you succeed.
That's a great point. So the board of directors I have are Steve Jobs. That's not, I don't know. I would tell you the board of directors.
Very active.
I don't know he's gonna be active either. But I have John Smith. He is the leading community builder in tri-state area. So I would give you the board of directors I have right now. I don't know if that's
well.
That's a
I
hard
feel like
one
it
to
could be a
try to
little
get
stronger if I'm being direct.
Okay, please.
I feel like you could up level that a bit. I love all those people. You know, I think people who are deceased make terrible board members.
You're right.
Generally speaking, for example. So that's my challenge. Is I'd want you to have an amazing board of directors that's alive, and so it's hard for me to commit today because of that.
So besides board members, what else would have you make you commit
that's
to
it.
today?
It's really that's
it?
my.
Can we
that's
pause
my
for a
big one.
second, David? Can we pause? Because David, you're just clowning right now. He's just totally clowning right now. So, like, we got to remember the jujitsu move. Remember, he said,
"Take it away, Gina."
He said,
"I need
he
to
said,
take away my fear."
Right?
Yeah. So I thought giving you that was bad, Steve Jobs. But I thought giving you credible board members.
It might work.
Yeah.
But my goal is to stall you.
Mm.
Okay. So what you're doing is classic entrepreneurial behavior. I do it too. It's called solving the problem. Hey, let me solve the problem. Let me negotiate the price. Let me tell you who the board members are. Let me tell you whether or not we're going to be based in Colorado, right? Or whatever the objection is. Instead of that, what if you said, David, I understand where you're coming from. A good board of directors is important to me too. I can commit to you that we're going to have a great board of directors that you love. And if you don't love them prior to closing, I will, of course, not hold you to your commitment. Would that work for you?
That's good. That's good.
You notice how similar it is to the pricing one?
Yep.
Your best friend, your phrase is, I would, of course, not hold you to your commitment. If give me the out around the thing I'm fearful about.
Okay, so David, so can we try it with another objection for Gina?
Yeah.
It's not going to be board this time. It might be the color of your shirt or something silly.
Yeah, I've done that one. I mean, I can do anything. Yeah, I can stall like the best.
Hey, David. So thank you so much for meeting me today. So let's cut to the chase. I'd love for you to commit today 50K to the Mothering app.
I would love to commit to 50K too. I'm super excited about what you're doing. I could not be more excited. I love it. The issue I have with being able to commit right now here today is that I really only like to invest when Mercury and Venus are aligned.
Okay. So I, of course, agree on Mercury and Venus being aligned. And what I want to assure you is before we commit, we'll make sure that they're aligned. And if they're not aligned in a way that you feel is straight enough, then it's more than welcome for you to decide not to.
So what you're saying is if Mercury and Venus aren't aligned, I don't have to actually invest, but as long as they are, I mean, you're going to close when they're aligned, right? Because it's really important.
Yes, we're going to close once they're aligned.
Superstitious,
yeah. We're definitely assured.
Okay, that works for me. I'd be in as long as we're closing when Mercury and Venus are aligned.
Great.
You see, that's
Thank
how
you
you
so
get a
much
soft
for your
commitment.
commitment.
You remove the fear.
Boom! You just got a commitment with 50 stacks. Everybody, give an applause, please.
Right now. Look, what happens is you can wait till Mercury and Venus are aligned and try to close. I'm being funny for a reason. It works on anything. You can use it on, hey, I need you to be based in Colorado. I can't commit that we're going to be based in Colorado, but if we're not, I won't hold you to your commitment.
Yep.
Right? I can't commit to that low ball valuation you're throwing at me, but if it comes in higher, I won't hold you to your commitment. It's the
Yep,
same
yep.
pattern, and it allows you to break through,
Yep.
right? Now that you're breaking through, the question James asked at the setup was, what do I do once I get that commitment?
Mhm.
First, you confirm it. David, I
Mm.
think what you're saying is you're in for 50K as long as Mercury and Venus are aligned on the close. And you don't have any other conditions to the commitment that you're making here today. Do I have that
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
And I'm going to say, yeah, that's it. That's my big one, right? Great. You got a 50K commitment. If Mercury and Venus don't align, we both understand that I'm out.
Yep.
If
What
you're not in
if?
Colorado, maybe we both understand I'm out.
Yep.
If we don't get to a valuation I like, we both understand that I'm out. The beauty of this is now you're building momentum. You got 50K.
Yep. Mhm.
The next conversation you have gets that much easier. And slowly the power starts to shift to you, where you're oversubscribed. I don't care where you are. I don't care if Mercury and Venus are aligned. I don't want to miss out on this deal. I don't care if the price is a little higher.
Yep.
You know, I'm using my leverage when I feel like I can, but once you are having the power, I'm just going to go with the flow, and that happens all the time.
Okay.
Oversubscription is what you have
That's
to
good.
manufacture.
So
I
before
have
we
a
move
quick
on,
question.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what if what they're asking is something that I'm not willing to give? Like,
Great. Yeah, let's do it.
so
let's
I
test
just.
it. Are you? Let me just ask Gina. Are you ever willing to live in Antarctica?
Yeah, I would live
Okay.
there.
What about Siberia?
I'd live anywhere. I'd live
I
anywhere.
can't use that one. Okay, I'm in for the 50K Gina, as long as you compromise your main core value and change it.
Man, David, thank you so much for being willing to be in, but that's something that's outside of the realm of what I think the Mothering app can do. Is there any other things or commitments that would make you invest today your 50K?
Yeah, so you can say no. That's what you just did.
I can just say
you
no.
can
Yeah.
say, hey, I'm not willing to be the Fathering app or the Mothering app, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yep.
You told me, hey, David, I don't want you to give first to entrepreneurs. I want you to abuse them and rip them off. I would say, no, we're not a fit. So
Yep.
you can walk away anytime you want.
Mm.
I like to test it with geography. So you're in Florida, right?
No, I'm in New York.
Yeah,
So
I am.
you're in Florida.
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
Yeah, let me ask you this question. Would you live in Siberia?
Never.
Never. Okay. So hey, Sidhu, I'm in for $1 billion at 100 billion pre. You have to move to Siberia though? Would you do that just for a year?
Thanks a lot for your generous offer. I think I would like to look and feel of the Siberia and then go for a vacation for 15
Yeah,
days and
Siberia is
come
not
back
that
and
bad. I
talk
mean,
to you. Yeah.
it's beautiful. I mean, it's only a year, and you'll have $1 billion to build your company. Would you do that? Can we agree?
Yeah, let me take your offer. I like your offer, and I would
I
not.
thought you might. I thought you might.
No, I
So,
like your offer. So,
so my point in doing this funny exercise is that there's a big difference between values and what you want to do or don't want to do. You know, if someone says, "Hey, I just hate your logo," you know, you got to change your logo, and you're like, "I'll never change my logo," and I say, "What if I give you $1 billion?" And you say, "I'll change my logo." That's not a value. That's something you're willing to compromise on, and that's fine. You will have things that are values, and you should walk away, to answer your question, Gina, over value things. No, that doesn't work for me. I've done that in the past with, I'm not going to name the person, but I walked away from a $10 million deal once over values. I said, no, that's not how I operate, and I will not do that. And the person invested $10 million because they appreciated that I stuck to my values.
Okay, so we have 15 minutes basically left, and I would like for Sidhu to give a chance to stick his chest out. And after you tell him you only invest in people who wear red shirts, for him to get that 50K commitment from you right now and say it with your chest, Sidhu. Let's go.
You know what? If it's okay with you, James, I'm going to stick with my low ball approach because it actually happens in the real world a lot more.
Hey,
and
let's
it's
do
the
it.
very one that Sidhu and I were arguing about. It's
Let's
the
do
reason
it.
he didn't get my commitment. And let's see what he's learned here. Because I'm going to lowball you again, Sidhu. See what you learned here.
all right. Hey, David, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Good. As we spoke earlier, so we are raising $800,000 to build our MVP, and I would like to commit. I would like a commitment from you, at least $100,000 at a 5 million post valuations today.
Great. Well, thanks for asking. It's flattering to be asked. I feel like I would be in a place where I could commit. Let's just go with 100,000. That's a good number. The price is the problem for me, Sadhu. So you're raising 800K. It's risky. I mean, I could lose all my money here, and that would suck. It's early stage, so much risk. So could we agree to a $2 million post money valuation, meaning a 1.2 million pre money, 800,000 raised, 2 million post money? If so, I'd be in for the 100K today.
Oh, thanks a lot for your offer, David. Let us table this, and I would not hold you for this commitment if valuation comes anywhere above that number. Can I use your name for other investors so that I can say David is on board, and then we'll see how the number goes, and I'll come back to you.
I think you're circling around it really well. I think you could be a little more clear.
Okay.
Let's try it one more time. Take your time. I'm going to say I'm in for, 100K if the pricing is no higher than 2 million post. What do you have to say about that? Do you accept?
Yeah, David, I like your offer, and I accept your offer today. And if at all pricing comes above $2 million, I would not hold you for that commitment. And then may I use your name in front of other investors to take this forward?
Great. Yeah, you're getting there. And I think it's just practicing it. I think it's right. Here's maybe how I would say it. I think you want to separate thank you for your commitment from what you're committing to. So what if you said something like, David, that feels low to me. It might come in higher than that. How about this? Why don't you commit today to that 100,000? And if pricing does come in higher than 2 million post, I will of course not hold you to your commitment. It might come in higher. If it does, I won't hold you to your commitment. I have to be really clear with you. I cannot agree to that pricing today, but I can agree that if it comes in higher than that, I'm not going to hold you to the commitment that you're making today. Would that work for you? See, you try to be really clear about what you're committing to. You're saying all the right things, but I think you just work on practicing that a little bit. And as you watch this video back, you'll see the nuance difference, right? I cannot commit to that pricing. If it comes in higher, I will not hold you to your commitment that you're making to me today. Does that work for you? They're going to say yes. You're very close to it. It's just practicing this, and everyone can sort of watch this back and see what I mean when they practice it.
Yeah, I think I'm missing my commitment in the statement. So
or
I'm
lack.
more
You're
on your
not
side.
committing while taking my commitment. You see,
Yeah.
that's the beauty of it. Because what happens is as you start to get momentum, right? Now you've got 2-3 million of commitments, right? You're oversubscribed, or maybe you have 1 million instead of 800K. Then you start to get some control over the pricing because people don't want to drop out of a hot deal, right? And that's what happens as you start to move towards the end. I like how you asked if you could use my name. And one important thing that James is trying to get me to remind everybody of is send an email. The email says, David, thanks for the commitment of $100,000 you made today. I understand the commitment you made is contingent on pricing being no higher than $2 million post money. I need to be clear with you that I cannot commit to that pricing today. It might come in higher. But if it does, I won't hold you to the commitment you made today. Please let me know if I got this wrong in any way. So you're trying to make them feel safe verbally and in writing afterwards.
So
The
I
reason
think
that's
this-
important is because you don't want them coming back later saying, no, we agreed to 2 million. You didn't agree to 2 million. You agreed to let them out of their commitment if it's higher than that, and that's different.
So I have let go similar deal when
Yeah.
investor was looking for a lead investor, and they just wanted to follow on.
You mentioned my favorite topic, lead investors. That's a stall tactic, plain and simple. Come back to me when you have a lead investor. You heard that one before?
Yes.
Stall tactic. Come back to me when the deal is known, when you have other investors. Come back to me when it's safer. That's all they're saying. Go back to what I told you. This works on anything.
Hey, David, what percentage of, you said Techstars founders raise money without a lead investor?
Half, roughly. So Gina, if I say to you, I can't commit today because you don't have a lead investor, what do you say?
I say, well, David, I completely understand, but once I get a lead investor, I can guarantee. Once I get a lead investor, I'll reach back out to you and make sure that let you know.
Take my commitment. I can't commit because
I can't commit.
I can't commit because you don't have a lead investor. Unless you have a lead investor, I can't make a commitment. Make me feel safe. Take that problem away.
Okay. So David, thank you so much for agreeing to commit. And I appreciate you. And once, sorry, I can't think of how to transition this.
I would never hold you to your commitment.
I would never hold you to your commitment without having a lead investor.
Oh, so if there's no lead investor when you go to close, I can drop out.
Yes.
Yes, we agree to that.
Yes,
Aha. So I'm in. There has to be a lead investor that I love, Gina, or I'm out. Are we clear?
Yep, we're absolutely clear.
So you didn't tell me who the lead investor was. You didn't solve the problem. You took away my fear.
Yep.
And guess what? When you're oversubscribed and the round's about to close and you don't have a lead investor, I'm not going anywhere.
Yep.
I'm just using that as a way to try to control the situation early on, right? When you're oversubscribed, you have the power. I don't want to miss out on this hot deal that I can tell my grandkids about, right? That's the way it happens in reality. If we don't have a lead investor you love, David, I will of course never hold you to your commitment. Would that work for you? That make you feel safe?
Yep.
Hey, David.
Yes, that's all I'm after, right?
All right, so we have 8 minutes left. Before we hop, I want you to talk about not negotiating on price.
Yeah.
All right, and leading with, I got a $3 million cap on my convertible note and all these things. And can you just talk about that, please?
Well, negotiating is solving the problem. And I want you to negotiate from a position of power, not from a position of weakness. And when you're getting your first commitment, you're in a weak position. You're not going to win that negotiation with an experienced investor. So that's what I'm telling you about taking away the problem. Don't solve it. Don't say, hey, how about 2 million, 3 million post money? Don't even lead with price. So I noticed you did that. You said, I'm raising 800K at 5 million valuation. I would just say I'm raising 800K. Price is the last thing you want to talk about, not the first thing. Okay. When I start talking to you about that deal, we should be talking about raising 800K, and you don't want to scare me off on price. You want my commitment, because when you get my commitment, the next one's easier. When you never get your first commitment, you never get your second, and you never close the deal. You have to get your first commitment to go anywhere, right? So price is a reason why I can delay committing. Either if I'm lowballing you, use the technique I just showed you, or just say, we'll figure out price together. And if you don't like the price before we close, I would, of course, everybody together now, never hold you to your commitment. You see, it works on anything. So the time to negotiate is when you have the full round together, or you're even better, oversubscribed. You've got more money than you need. That's when you have the power, and that's when you figure out pricing. Not by leading with it and having somebody just negotiate with you and then getting trapped in a lower price than makes sense to you. If someone's trying to lowball you, just say thank you for the commitment. I get it. It's contingent on not being higher than that. I can't agree to it, but if it comes in higher, I'm not going to hold you to it. They're going to be cool with that. You then send the email, use their name, follow up, build more connections, build more momentum. And eventually the price is going to be 3-4 million. Long experience tells me that those investors who were lowballing you know they're lowballing you. Just like your price really isn't 5, Sadhu, it's 4. That's why you said 5. I know it and you know it. Okay, so we all know we're going to meet in the middle somewhere. We're just trying to leverage our positions. Take away that problem. Don't make price the argument when you have no power. Make price the argument when you have oversubscription or full subscription. Is that what you're after, James?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because I mean, I feel like I hear founders talking about doing that all the time, and like we don't have any. If you don't have any money committed, or no lead investor, like why are we negotiating with price?
What I see all the time, somebody says to me what Sadhu said, which is I'm raising $1 million on 5 million posts, and I say, well, how about 3 posts? And they say, well, that's too low. Okay, see you later. I was willing to commit, but we had an argument about price. Will you marry me? Well, only if we get married in that church. Well, I really like that church. Why don't we figure out which church later? Will you marry me? Yeah, I'll marry you. If you don't like the church, we can't agree on that, then of course we're not going to get married. Did that work for you? You see, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You push it down the road when people are more committed, more excited, there's more money around the table. That's when all these people's objections go away, is when it's actually happening and they don't want to be left behind.
So you see this question, David? I suspect the answer is the same. If it's an angel, a demon, a damn cherub, it's the same, right? Or no?
I don't see it. Which question?
How does this shift if it's an angel? Where there's no close to look forward to?
Well, there is a close. So typically with a venture capital firm, you might get one commitment and that's the whole round. So commitment happens and then you close the deal. With angels, you're typically collecting commitments. Now, some people really like to push, hey, sign the document, give me the check right now. We're doing rolling close. That's fine if the angel is willing to do that. But more likely, the angel wants to feel safe. If I'm putting up 50K, the last thing I want to do is give you 50 of 800,000 and end up being the only one who did that. Right? So I might say, well, I'm committing to 50 today as long as you get to the 800,000 that you're raising. I'll close when you get to the 800,000 you're raising. That's typical for angels. So this is actually more relevant to seed funds, micro funds, and angels than even to venture firms.
So I love that question. This was amazing. David, I appreciate you, man. Look at this guy I'm about to bring up here. Do you know this guy?
No, who's that?
You know this guy?
I don't know that guy. Is that guy? That guy looks like some guy that was in the movie The Departed. Is that who that is?
Does that guy ever sleep in his own bed? This guy.
Where is he?
Where are
home
you
today? I'm in Boston.
Oh my God.
So I told you The Departed. How did I know that?
So for those who don't know, David and I have known each other for a long time. So I'm a devotee of David Cohen.
I'm a devotee of John Hill. We're it's a mutual admiration society.
Yeah.
And now we're all friends. This has been awesome.
Yes. So John is actually our next speaker, and he's doing a really awesome talk about how to use LinkedIn to turbocharge your networking and your fundraising. And I just want him to come up and say hi because I know him and David are really good friends. So I'm gonna pull you back down here for a second, John. All right. All right. Sadhu and Gina and everybody out there listening. Hopefully this was helpful to you all. You can join. Hey, Caleb, can you throw up the link to join the community? In our Kabila community, we do workshops like this. We can, if you guys want, we did this before. David talked to us. We role play to overcome some of these objections. And one of the people that was doing it with us 2 days later, she closed a $250,000 commitment from an investor using the exact same tips that we practice here today. So hop into our Kabila community. It's free. We do things like this. Tell us what you want. We'll do the overcoming identifying bias workshop. It's like we're here to help each other get better so we can all move forward and learn together and grow together. So that's why we're here. I'm going to pull you guys down, Gina and Sidhu. Thank y'all so much. Y'all were amazing. David, my friend, I appreciate you. I know you're tired. I know just got back from Paris, right? So I know you're tired from spring break with a delayed flight, and you showed up like you always do, man. I love you, bro, and I appreciate you. And I'll be talking to you. I think we have a call scheduled for next week, so I'll be talking with you soon.
Always a pleasure. Good to see you, and thanks for having me.
All right, brother. Take care. All right, everybody. Woo! Was that good? Can you just drop in the comments? Let me know what you thought about that session. That was amazing. Amazing. Yeah, Sidhu loved it. I'm so glad, Sidhu, you got a chance to role play with David. Yes. So next up, we're at the 4:00 hour. Little housekeeping before I bring John up. We want to first thank our sponsors, Ideas 42 Ventures, Anchor Point Foundation for paying for founder therapy for 20 founders watching this event, and Hatchet Ventures, as well as Pioneer Mind. If you are watching this on social media and you want an opportunity to get some free mental therapy or get some of these cool items in the swag bag, Caleb, can you put that graphic up with what we have in the swag bag, please? Go to joinkabil.com/events, register through the StreamYard registration link. I'm going to send out an email for how you can get a 50% off TechCrunch plus discount, Pioneer Mind, 6 months free memo, and a 90% off HubSpot, as well as we're going to pay for 20 mental therapy sessions for founders who register to this webinar. I'll send a Typeform link. It's first come, first serve. We'll pay for 4. You have to use them in a month. Let's go. All right. So next up is my man, 40 grand. Or was that David? If he's 40, I mean, John's 50. My man, 50 grand. What's up, John? How are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, James? What's going on?
I'm great, man. Good to see you. Thank you for taking time out. You're always all over the globe. I just laugh every time I see you posting on Twitter. Just all over the place all the time. So we have John here because John used to be, in addition, he's now Techstars evangelist, but he used to be the evangelist for LinkedIn. And basically LinkedIn created a bunch of tools because they saw how he was using it. So he has some really interesting thoughts about how you can use LinkedIn to turbocharge your networking and your fundraising. So I'm going to let you share your screen, John, and do what you do, man. Help us, get to some of these bags, buddy.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to go through 5 undiscovered gems on how to utilize LinkedIn. So I'll tick them off as I go along.
Oh, perfect.
But before we start, David Cohen just on is absolutely amazing. He's the reason I'm at Techstars. In October of 2013, I sat across from him in Chicago and pitched how we should build out an alumni network, or how Techstars should build out an alumni network. And he said, I think we can build the largest, most effective entrepreneurial network in the world. And at that time, Techstars had 5 or 6 accelerators. So it was in London and the US, that's it. So it wasn't truly global. And for him to position a big, hairy, audacious goal, a BHAG that way, I thought was unbelievable. And it was what hooked me. Alongside of that, there's a very human element to David that I personally appreciate. He's been able to help develop an emotional connection to the community at Techstars in what's historically a transactional experience, which is venture capital. That is unlike anything else I've ever seen, which is why I've stayed here for 9 years. So for all of you, he is the real deal. He is an amazing human. And I've dedicated almost a decade of my life supporting his vision because I believe that. So,
that's the whole fact. David, you heard me at the end of the call say I have a call with David next week. David is helping us revise our business model, and we're going to go out and raise some capital. He's helping us do that, help us revise our pitch deck. He's helping me do all of that, right? So he is that dude. You're exactly right, 100%.
So let me, James, give me, say 15 minutes. I'll blow people's minds, and then we'll get back and we can talk a little bit deeper through it. Sound good?
Sounds great, buddy.
All right, bud. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. We'll do the whole entire screen. You'll see yourself, or at least should. All right, James, can you tell me, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So what I know is the vast majority of people on this call are on LinkedIn. What I also know is you're not on it strategically. So I'm going to try to showcase to you how to navigate this tool as effectively as possible in 5 easy steps. And I'm going to start with one that is kind of interesting. LinkedIn is the only social network that allows you to do the following. So if I go up to my network, if I go into connections, if I go into manage synced and imported contacts, I can actually export all of my network, my first level connections out of LinkedIn. If I select this little radio button here and hit request archive, what LinkedIn ends up doing is sending me a CSV file, it's a fancy term for Excel, to my email on record. So whatever email I'm using for my profile on LinkedIn, all my first level connections, names, titles, companies, industries, any in-mail communication, so any communication we've had on platform will be sent as well. So LinkedIn is the only social medium that allows you to extract the connective data that you have that you've developed here. Why that's important, one, it's portability, professional relationships, and you can upload it to any CRM you're using, customer relations management tool. But secondly, you can start to do sorts by that file. So you can start to look at people by job type or by company or industry, and you can do what I call a relational SWOT. So you can see where you're strong on relationships and where you're weak, and you can start to create strategies or hire into where you're weak. Only beneficial for you to understand, hey, here are my gaps as it relates to relationships. If you have 2, 3, 4 people in your company, you all download your connections, put it into one file. You have every relationship emanating out of your company right now. And again, you can do a relational SWOT for the company. And again, you can hire in to the people who have the relationships where you're weak going forward. So just an interesting way that you can view utilization of LinkedIn. Now, if I go back in, search, primary search is a universal search. There's actually a search I like better. So if I come into my network, again, which would be your network, if I go into connections, which would be your connections, if I go to search with filters, this is actually the view I like on searching relationships and data within this platform. And I'm going to use some research that Reid Hoffman did back in the day when he was writing the book Startup of You. So Reid was the founder of LinkedIn, and he was looking at what were the most effective relationships you have in a network that help you create opportunity. And what he found were 85% of job opportunities through relational networking come out of not who you know, a first level connection, but who they know, a connection of a connection, second level connection. So for all of you, you can follow along with me as I'm doing this, your universe of most effective relationships. And again, he was looking at it through the job search, but I would surmise your business development, your sales, your investment opportunities. It's not who you know that is going to be helpful. It's who they know, connection of a connection. Simple amplification of numbers. So you can see my 10,000 first level connections go up to 1.6 million people as a connection of a connection. So I can leverage relationships to get into who I want to get into. James has heard me speak about this before. I speak to all Techstars founders about this, but I'm a huge believer in building quality networks, not quantity networks, because you want to be able to mobilize the people here to get into the people here. And so Ben is a great example. He's one of our all-star mentors. He went through Boston with his company Promobox in 2011 through the Techstars program. He lives in the town next to me. We're getting coffee, I think tomorrow morning. And so I stay in touch with him, engage with him. If I needed him to do affordable email to Phil, he would do it. So a view of like how I would start to filter this. Now I would look at it through an entrepreneurial lens. How do I get what I need satiated? And one of my primary needs is investment. And James has supported through conversation that we've had before in his social media channels, an idea that I always push, which is build a network before you need it, so it's there when you do. And specifically, I gear that towards investor relationships. Investors want to get to know you before you ask for money. So if your first interaction with an investor is asking for money, you've failed. You need to build the relationship.
Pause right there.
Sure.
Can you just let that breathe? If your first interaction with an investor is asking for money, you have failed. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries, bud. So now if I know that and I want to start to build the relationships with investors, knowing that I'm going to be raising in 6 months or a year or whatever, I need to actually identify who they are and who may be able to help me. And so if I come down to all filters, LinkedIn's taxonomy is actually pretty cool. They break it down into industry. They use the government codes for umbrellas around industry that are used globally, not just in the US, every country in the world. And so I can look at everybody who's under the umbrella of venture capital and private equity under industry. And so all of a sudden, I have the 89,000 people who are directly connected to me or indirectly, connection of a connection, a weak tie, connected to me that are in venture capital. Hugely powerful. Now, I know James is in Atlanta, so I can start to break this down even further to localization of market. So I want to see all the people who are associated with Atlanta.
I'm mad you came to Morehouse and didn't let me know though. I'm mad you about that.
I got you next time, bud. I promise. I was there for like 4 hours.
I made the introduction and you didn't even let me know you.
Yeah,
I know you're in and out there. I'm just giving you a hard time. Yeah.
So anyway, now I can see Atlanta and I can see the first and second level connections I have that are in the space. So I'm down to 306, which is awesome, right? But now I wanted to get those people who are attached to the thesis I have. So have understanding of the kind of company I'm building. So say I'm building a fintech company, I can now search this set and I have the 43 investors in Atlanta that are first or second level connections that are in fintech. So I've taken it, 785 million people down to this low amount, and I can see the relationships I have in common. So Michael used to be a managing director at Techstars Atlanta back in the day, as was Dave Payne, who connects me. Freshta is somebody I've worked with and work with at Techstars that could connect me. Michael, again, Sean, his partner, who developed a fund and are investing. Dan Roselli actually went to the university I went to, Michigan State University, and runs an entrepreneurial center in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I can see how all these people can connect me to the people who are here, and I can do forwardable emails to them. And one of the things that James and I have talked about before, I think startups often undervalue what they bring to the table to people like investors. Investors are looking for qualified deal flow. And so they need to see you. They need to see new companies, right? And a little interesting piece that you have is insight into how technology or how your industry is going to change in the next 2 to 5 years, because you're more nimble than the larger companies. So giving that as part of a ask, so saying, hey, I can share with you some of my journey and what we're learning in this space to the investor that invests in companies like that, they like that. That's a piece of something that they want. It's something you can give them. Now, in return, I would ask for advice in the first interaction. So advice based on their expertise or the companies they've invested in or whatever to support and help you out. Advice is an interesting thing because the first time somebody gives it to you, they're giving a piece of themselves emotionally to you, some of their insights, some of their knowledge. If you ask one piece of advice to that person again and again and again, keep that consistent. Downstream advice often leads to opportunity, and that includes investment and funding, because at this point, they know who you are as a human being, and they've engaged with you and given something to you through time. So they're invested in you. So just an interesting way that you can start to use the search mechanism on here to identify the people who will help you. Now, you can also use search up here to start to break down people based on words associated on a profile. So this is a Boolean search, just like Google. So I'm taking angel investor in quotes. It'll take the whole phrase off LinkedIn profiles, and I can see everybody who's an angel investor. So they may not be covered in that industry term of venture capital. I could work at Google or Amazon. I'm in information technology. I still invest in companies, but I might pop up an angel investor or angel investing or investing, which are searches I can do here. And I can start to break that down into my network so that people who can help me out. So I can see the 38,000 people here. And then I can start to break it down into categories. So say I'm building something on IoT. I now have all the angel investors that are in IoT that have a profile on LinkedIn that, I can leverage relationships to get into. And Melissa, another good example, runs the JP Morgan program that we have in Atlanta as managing director. Melissa asked me to speak. Generally, I'm all over the world when I'm doing it, to her founders and program. So if I asked her to connect me with Akash, she's likely to do it. So you can see how this dynamic plays out. And I think James, Brad's connected to this event in some way, shape, or form. Good example. One of the co-founders with David Cohen of Techstars, who could potentially connect me into Christopher. So another way that we could look at this. Now, that's the second thing that I'm showing you. The third thing I'm going to show you is the power of university networks. And we'll use James and Morehouse, his alma mater, as part of the example of how you can play off university affiliation to satiate primary needs like investment. So if I come here to Morehouse and click on this, if I come down to this alumni tool, and this was the team I was on, the product team I was on at LinkedIn, we mapped out longitudinal career data for every user and attached it to university attendance, which just gave us an amazing amount of filtering capabilities based on alumni connectivity. And so you can do this for every university in the world. If I select this, I now have all the alumni from Morehouse, 24,730, by where they work, where they live, what they do, what they're skilled at, and what they study. So I can look at things like what they're skilled at, and I can do it for, and these are lightweight recommendations off people's profiles. The community says that they have this expertise. And I can look at all the people who went to Morehouse that are in venture capital, and I've got 64. And then I could look at those who are in hyper-economic zones like San Francisco and do a search there. And now I have a lead list of the 8 alumni that are in San Francisco that went to Morehouse that are in venture capital. And if I scroll down, I can see who they are, how I connect to them, and year of graduation. So I can start to leverage relationships to connect into some of the people here. And I'll give you an example, like Aram is connected to Semyon. Semyon was a managing director at Techstars Boston, runs an investment firm in Boston called One Way Ventures, where he's helping immigrant founders in the US. Just a phenomenal human. I could, again, do a forwardable email to get into Aram, but use alumni affiliation. So my name's John Hill, graduate of Morehouse, really interested in learning a little bit more about who you are and what you're about. Wonder if you take a few minutes to talk to me about that. So I can also find people who could partner in the work that I'm doing. So say I'm building a company in something related to nanotechnology. I could look at all the people associated with nanotechnology that went to Morehouse and leverage these people for partnerships, for relationships, for mentorship. So, broaden out my network to support there. Now, another interesting thing here are the university sites. And I can certainly, the company pages that are here. So I could certainly look at Morehouse or the university I went to relate to that, look at something like all the people at Morehouse that are at Google. But if I'm pitching product and service to a company like Google, there's some pretty incredible information on their company pages that I can associate with. So just did a search for Google on the company page. It lands on this space. And I want to start to share some insights on how you can better pitch product and service to companies based on information that are on LinkedIn company pages. Now, first, if I come down here, I can see all the content from Google that they're posting here and get an understanding of the culture through content. So if I read this enough, I get an understanding of their cadence, their approach, what their needs are, what their interests are. So it's just good reading. But better yet, if I go to this life page, and if they don't have a life page because Google pays for that to recruit talent into this company page, I can go to jobs and look at the top half of a job description. All small and mid-sized businesses will have that as well. But if I come in here, I can see a series of testimonials, videos about why to work at Google, things like that. If I read those, if I watch those enough, I'm going to pick up on their values, the words that are important to them. What they're trying to do is separate themselves from other players in the market, Amazon, Meta, Twitter, whatever, by using words that pull people in, potential employees. Those words mean something to them. What you can do when you pitch a company like Google is use those words back at them, speak their language. They're telling you how to speak their language. Now, even better, if I'm trying to create a lead list for sales, and for big companies, this is easy to see, but for smaller and mid-sized companies, a little bit more difficult. If I come over to this right, I can look at people also viewed, and it'll show me the 10 companies that are most similar to Google based on profile usage or people usage on the platform. And again, if I sell into one small and mid-sized business, it gives me a lead list of 10 others I can go into. Now, I can also go into this people search and identify the decision makers that support and help me out. And so if I'm looking for somebody that is playing in artificial intelligence, that went to my university, that works at Google in business development, I can start to take this down into all the employees they have that are in AI. I went to Michigan State University, so I can look at anybody who went to Michigan State, 5 employees, and I can look at any of them in business development. Unfortunately, they aren't, but I could look at the engineering folks. So the business development side didn't work on that, or the university side didn't work. So we're going to go out, and I'm going to try to navigate this a different way and go through first and second level connections, which we had proved were already powerful, right? And now I have the 142 employees that work at Google in artificial intelligence that are a connection of a connection. And I can look at those people and see the 31 that are in business development. And if I scroll down again, I can see who they are and how I relate to them. So Daniel's like a super well-known engineer in the San Francisco market. He and I worked at LinkedIn together. We've helped each other post LinkedIn experiences. I could reach out to him. Itamar and I were on the same team, product team at LinkedIn. I could utilize him to connect into Avi. So it gives you an idea of how you could play off relationships here. So I'm going to jump into home and just touch on 3 last things. This will be the component of the 5th thing that I was going to talk to you about. 1, who's viewed your profile? Most voyeuristic thing on LinkedIn. If you pitch product and service to somebody and they've looked at your profile afterwards, it tells you they're interested. If you pitch product and service to somebody, they look at your profile, but other people in the company are looking at your profile who were not in the meeting, it tells me they're talking about you. It's a good signal, right? Not absolute, but good. Now, if I come here, short form blogging is something all of you should be doing to support and help yourself out. LinkedIn is one of the best networks creating virality of content that you put here, and then also helping you see that you're brand aligned. So if you think about me, I'm working with startups all the time. The people who should be consuming my content are founders. I help those founders navigate big companies. So I should have relationships at places like Google or Meta or LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever. GE, General Motors, you name it. So I want to see, does my content actually relate to that? So if I can go to my last post that I did, and I can see that I've had 3,300 impressions on this, just talking about, some of the numbers associated with Techstars. If I actually go in here and view this, I can now see that the people who are primarily consuming my content are founders or CEOs, people who should be. I can also see, the types of companies in aggregate. So I've got Google, Meta, Salesforce, MSU, which I went to, a bunch of Techstars people that I'm associated with. But the right people are reading my content. It tells me I'm brand aligned. In that short form blogging, in that status updates, you can do 2 or 3 lines. For all startups here, you're fallible. You have areas that you haven't figured out how to navigate effectively. That's totally fine. Ask people for help in this space. Ask people to mobilize their network to support and help you out. You can never imagine who may have a relationship with somebody else who can get you into where you need to go.
What is short form blogging? What is that?
Short form blogging just means status updates. Instead of doing like long form, doing something like through Medium or like actually dedicating time to write something, you can say, I'm doing an incredible conference right now, blah, 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 right? And post. And so it's shorter form. It doesn't take as long to do. And you can do that in kind of like a create once, publish everywhere COPE philosophy, where you can put that in all social media very quickly. So it takes less time. And that's one of the primary things that founders run into, is actually having to craft an identity through social by spending a lot of time writing and generating things. And James, you generate a lot of content, so you get that, right?
I do.
Yeah. So here, I'm going to end with notifications. I look at this every day. James, you've heard me talk about this before as well. I constantly water my network. So I will go through notifications on LinkedIn, look through other social mediums, look through things like email. If I see somebody's moved jobs, if they've moved from one location to another, I'll introduce them to people that I know in the company that they're moving into, or the locations they're going into. I do this every single day. If I see that they're celebrating something that has happened professionally, I'll socialize it or send them a direct note, not hitting the like button, but actually communicating with them. I do that about 20 times a day. I make it formulaic, like over a cup of coffee. Do it 5 times a week. It allows me to celebrate something people are doing professionally or connect them with something that can help them. About 100 times a week. The course of the year, 5,200. You saw I had 10,000 connections. I do a just-in-time play where, as I'm thinking about people, I'll just literally write, I'm thinking about you. Like I've done it to Cohen. James, I think I've done it to you before. All right. I do that another 2,500 times a year. At the end of every year, I write 100 handwritten notes to people who impacted and affected my life professionally the year before. I've been doing that for about 15 years. It's a way for me to celebrate those people who've invested in time and support in me. The reason I tell you all this is, I continually water my network, which means when I need it, it's there for me. And it's also there for the people that I help, which are founders, startups. And so I just gave you an hour of content in about 20 minutes. to help you get a view of how to navigate things like LinkedIn as effectively as possible. But worth the price of admission. I was the former lead product walkthrough specialist at LinkedIn, and what I know is the vast majority of people don't understand how to utilize the platform this way. James, certainly appreciate the ability to give some of that content and insight here. And happy to take any questions in the next five minutes or so.
Yeah. Did you breathe at all while you just boom?
Never. Yeah, you've seen me in action. I can go a whole day like
I already
this.
know what it is. That's why I asked you to come do this 100%. So this is a question from Marie. Do you use a scheduler on, or do you just post on LinkedIn? What do you do?
I don't. So way back in the day, I used Hootsuite, and I used to use it across social mediums. It's funny because like my connection to social media has kind of become ubiquitous. So it's like, as I'm thinking about it, I just do it. And I know that's not for everybody. I don't think there's anything wrong with scheduling. But I personally don't do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So just anybody out there. So I know Sadiq was asking, will there be a replay of this? Yes. If you registered for this event through the StreamYard link, I checked the button so that you could watch it at your own leisure later. Also, if you want to get access to these incredible swag bag things we have, go ahead and go to joinkabila.com/events and go ahead and register for this event and just watch it. And everybody who attended our event will get the swag bag stuff, the therapy we're going to pay for, like all of it. So here's another question. Somebody said, this is how LinkedIn evangelists talk.
That's true. So I haven't worked there in almost a decade, but I still love the platform. So
hilarious. Let's see. When connecting with people on LinkedIn, what kind of message should you send? Do you include a message? Oh, I love that question. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So, my philosophy here, James.
With an invitation request, you want to know.
Yeah. Well, so invitation request is something like I'm going to talk on two fronts, and we've got like 3 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
So, on one front, the most effective way you can communicate with anybody is face to face. The second most effective way you can communicate with anybody is phone to phone, Hangout, Zoom, right? Like those interactions that allow more of a 3-dimension engagement. Our primary way of communicating with anybody is technology, email, SMS, LinkedIn messaging, which is like the 11th most powerful one, right? All those fall by the wayside. Your most important relationships move to the front, to face and phone to phone. Utilize the information on LinkedIn to get through the relationships, to get to the people you want to get into, right? And pull into that bucket. Now, a little trick that I do when I'm accepting invites from people or I'm reaching out to people, I'll put how we met. I'll put some information in the message to ask them to connect. That's now searchable. So if you go back into messages, you can search all the times you did that with invites, and it becomes a quasi little CRM for you to utilize to see how you know the people. And
that's so sneaky.
It's
sneaky.
totally sneaky. So I got another one for you, James. Like this is another little trick and hack. So when I came into LinkedIn, there were about 20 people I wasn't connected to at a first or second level connection in venture that I wanted to reach. So I logged all of their URLs, all 20 of them. And the beginning of every month, starting in January all the way through the year, I just looked at their profiles, did nothing else, didn't reach out, communicate or anything, just looked at their profile. At the end of the year, I was connected to 16 of them. Now, obviously, I was in a role that was of some interest to them because I was associated with venture. But the fact that I did absolutely no action other than looking at their profile tells you that there's a lot of power on some passive approaches to connecting here.
100%. So last question. Is
the
premium premium required? Often run up against limits on search as month goes.
Yeah. So I used to be on stage and I would say, don't upgrade your subscription on LinkedIn while I worked at LinkedIn. And Jeff Weiner didn't like that I did that. But the reason I did that is the vast majority of people weren't on it strategically. And so if you were telling them to pay for it and they didn't know how to navigate it, they would blame the company because they didn't know how to use it, right? So that was a challenge there. You needed to educate more people on the front end. Now, because of how they've changed the freemium version, at this point, you actually have to pay for it to get the utility that I just showed. So the lowest one that you can do is, I think, Job Seeker. I think it's about $35 US a month. If you write help desk, you might be able to get a free subscription, a trial subscription on it. I would do that. and try it out. But you need that like basic individual level at this point to get the value that I just showed.
All right, man, we are at time. I apologize if I missed anybody's question. I tried to get to all of them. I'm so sorry if I missed any. John, my friend, I appreciate you, brother. Have an awesome day. I'll see you soon.
Hey, James, just for everybody, I'm at Techstars John, JOHN on Twitter and Instagram if you want to connect.
Yes, connect with him on Twitter. He's all over the world at Techstars John. 100%. Please do that.
See you, bud. Thank you, everyone.
All right, cheers. All right, everybody. Whoo! Drop a comment. Was I good or not? Holy cow. It's amazing. All right, so we're going to take a 30-minute break here, and then we're going to come back with a good friend of mine, Allison Byers, who's an angel investor. She herself writes checks, and she's an angel investor with Vitalize Angels. Vitalize is VC is a venture firm. They also have Vitalize Angels. She's coming representing Vitalize Angels to talk about their organization, what they look for, what size checks they write, how you can get in with those guys. And also, so that's for 15 minutes. And then for 30 minutes, she also is the CEO of a company called Scroobius, which is a pitch deck platform. And she's going to come talk to us for 30 minutes about it's a hack. Investors don't read your pitch decks, right? They're looking at the titles, but most people are going mission, vision, values, problem, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Nobody's going to read that. So one great hack is how to create a narrative using your pitch deck slide titles such that when an investor is done, she or he understands 80% of what your business is about without having to read the entire deck, because they're not going to read the whole deck. All right, so we're going to be back here in 30 minutes at 5 o'clock. Let me just double check that. I think that's correct. And then we're going to do that with Allison and wrap up. But hang on, everybody, if you can. Please share this out. Invite your friends to come join us. This next session is going to be really good. We'll see y'all in 30 minutes. All right? All right, Caleb, take us home, baby.
It's Kes Lewis, baby.
King Bell music. I need your love, oh, baby, your love, oh, baby, your love, oh, I need your love, baby, your love, oh, I need your love, I need your love, eh, can't wait no more. I miss your touches when you did come, baby, your love, oh, I need your love, oh, the love you to give you the touch in my head, oh, so let me tell you I love you, my baby, yeah, your love is correct, oh Lord, that means my ex, we no go regret, say, I need your love, TP and love, can we cuddle love, we fit be making love tonight, love and mellow, love and with you, baby, your love, I need your love, I need your love, can't wait no more. I miss your touches when you did come, baby, your love, I need your love. Make I touch your body, yeah. Baby, sample for me, yeah. Make I rock your body, yeah. Baby, run on for me, yeah. Take my hand, you're the one, I'm in love. Take my hand, you're the one, I'm in love. I need your love, TP and love, can we cuddle love, we fit be making love tonight, love and mellow, love with you, baby, your love, I need your love, I need your love, can't wait no more. I miss your touches when you did come, baby, your love, I need your love, baby, your love, I need your love, I need your love, can't wait no more. I miss your touches when you did come, baby, your love, I need your love.
broken sounds, broken sounds, broken sounds, broken sounds, broken sounds.
Boşa no feat, 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 boşa no feat.
Yeah, Mr. OG, still Galaxy, 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 Galaxy. Melindu, Kumalindu, Kumalindu.
It's
All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back, baby. We're back. It's been an awesome day. We've been at this since 11:45 and just having really amazing sessions, conversations about how to raise money, expand your network for fundraising, overcome investor objections, get money from angel investors, learn about venture studios, learn about Visible Hands' new visionary accelerator. He just dropped some new information on us about that. They're going to be giving away, investing $200,000 into their visionaries now, which is like, it was $25,000. That's coming up soon. Just an amazing, amazing day. Understanding how to identify and overcome bias from the AWS startups team. We heard from the head of startups marketing who created the AWS Impact Accelerators, talked about those programs, how to submit a good application, and on and on and on. And if you're out here listening to this, if you could, first of all, if you could just start the comments and let us know where you're coming in from. Will there be a replay available if you registered through joinkabila.com/events? If you haven't done that, I would encourage you to do that now and then register for the live stream and then watch on that. So we'll have a record on the back end of who came, because we're going to have some cool virtual swag bag items. We're going to be paying for therapists. Yes, this is my favorite t-shirt. Get you a therapist. Get you one. We're going to be paying for mental therapy for 20 founders. And if you go through and watch that way, you will be able to watch the replay. That way, we're going to be doing some role playing inside of our community. Caleb, could you put the link up for how to join the Kabila community? We have a community that connects BIPOC and women founders to capital and each other. We're going to be doing some role playing of some of the things that David Cohn taught us. David Cohn, Techstars co-founder with the AWS team, taught us. On and on and on. So much goodness here today. And thank y'all. I see some of y'all have been here since the beginning. That's amazing. I know everybody's busy. I'm just super thankful and just grateful that y'all been hanging with us all day today. And there's a comment that came up at the end of the talk last time. Love that. All right. So this is not the last, but not the least. I'm super excited. This is a good friend of mine. I'll bring up Allison Byers in a second. So Allison is an angel investor with Vitalize Angels. Vitalize is a VC firm. They have an angel group called Vitalize Angels. And she does her own angel investment on the side. And in between the last sessions, I saw she just made another investment, $10,000, her own money. She's an angel investor. And she's the CEO and founder of her own startup called Scroobius, which is a pitch deck platform. So when we get done talking about Vitalize Angels and how to get to some bags over there, we're going to talk about how to use your pitch deck titles to get investors to pay attention, because most pitch deck titles are not good. I'm being polite. They're not good. Allison's going to come on. So, all right, I'm going to bring up Allison. Allison Byers, welcome.
Hey, man. Good for you. You're sticking in.
Listen, somebody got to do it. I'm going to get some food when we're done. I'm so hungry. I'm so tired. I showed her this chair. I'm sitting in this little chair. This is a little chair that's in my daughter's room. So I'm sitting in this tiny little chair. I'm so just like, bad idea. We're almost done though. So Allison, what's going on? How's it going?
Hey, it's good. And yeah, I totally did. I made my, not 10 grand, but I made my 10th angel investment today, which I'm super excited about. So
it was $5 grand. Was it $5 grand?
Yeah, I do. I'm really open about it. I write 5K checks. That's what I do. It's a decision I made so I can support more founders and build up my portfolio rather than writing just a couple big ones. And I'm really intentional. My thesis is underrepresented founders where I can help in some way beyond my dollars. So yeah, it was exciting today.
This was not one of my sessions. Look at this. Stella, she said it is midnight where she is and she's watching you.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out late night.
How amazing is that? So this is not one of the questions I was going to ask you, but since you mentioned it, because we talked a little bit about this. Do you know Alicia Bell?
I don't know if I do.
You should.
Okay.
She runs BLX VC as an angel firm, investing in women founders. You like that. I know you love that.
I sure do.
I see you talking about that all the time on Twitter. You should know her. She works at PayPal Ventures. She's head of deal flow at Pipeline Angels. You should know her.
Awesome.
Yeah. So let me know.
I'm going to take a note out of one of the previous sessions. Will you commit to making that introduction for me?
Well, if you didn't interrupt me, I was just about to say, introduction if she's game to get one from you. So just ping me or remind me. I'll see. She's going to say yes, right? So, but this is a little off topic, but what we're talking about here is making double opt-in introductions, and I feel like a lot of times early stage founders don't know. You got to ask the other person for permission first before you make an introduction, because I can't stand it when people are like, "Oh, you got to meet so and so," and they like blowing on my inbox. I'm like, I don't want to talk to them. I'm busy. Shit. All right. But I'm right. You laugh because you know it's true.
Yeah, I always do double opt-in. That's what I do.
Got to do it. All right. So in terms of what Leisha and I talked about, we're talking about angel investments and syndicates and the costs and for all that. When you're making your angel investments, just as Allison, not Vitalize, you're taking up one slot on the cap table. Is that what you're doing for 5K?
It depends. Depends on how that founder is running their round. So sometimes I'm straight on the cap table. That's what I did today. Sometimes I'll invest as part of an SPV because I know I'm a smaller size check and I want to be considerate of how that founder is running the round. Sometimes it's through my angel group, which I'm going to talk about today, Vitalize Angels. So it really varies.
Perfect. Love it. Oh, look at this comment. You love that, right?
Oh, I love it. Hey, Dana.
Yeah.
Lily's our community lead over at Scroobius. She is awesome. We have, we'll talk a little bit more about Scroobius later, but we've got a community of over 400 founders who identify as underrepresented. And
so I'm gonna let you go with your deck because I had questions, but I already saw that you got like a gajillion slides on that deck. So you got 15 minutes to do Vitalize. Let's go.
I got it. I'm gonna throw it up. Yeah. Anyone who knows me knows I speak PowerPoint, and that's like how I do my thing. So I've got slides.
Where's my water? So thirsty.
Let's see. There we go. That showed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody seeing it? Cool. All right. So I don't need to spend too long on me. We already talked about it. And yeah, I'm really vocal on socials. You can find me pretty easily. But I'll give you my little origin story into what I'm doing now. I was a tech operator for about 10 years before I entered the world of entrepreneurship. Did that at my last company. I launched and co-ran a startup medical device company that I spun out of MIT and a hospital system here in Boston, where I am. I was the business one on a team of scientific founders, so did all the things from incorporation through negotiating license agreements, through helping oversee our clinical trials for the FDA. We were a class 2 medical device, and I did our fundraising. So raised about 10 million for that company before it was acquired. Took us about 5 years. And for me, what stuck with me about the whole experience of being that first-time founder was the inefficiency and primarily the gender bias that I experienced in fundraising specifically, right? Like I've been a woman in tech for a long time. I have been through the ringer before I got into entrepreneurship. This hit different. And it really did prevent us. This is something that is really big issue today in raising our Series B. There's a huge drop when you get to those bigger rounds of being able to raise them if you identify as underrepresented, particularly along gender and race lines. And so I wanted to do something meaningful about it. And that's why I started the company I'm running today, Scroobius, which we'll talk about a little bit later. First, we're going to get into Vitalize Angels. I'm also clearly an angel investor myself, really vocal online, and I'm a mom. I'm vocal about that too. And parent entrepreneurs, as James knows, it's a whole other ball game when you're a parent, and we are awesome at entrepreneurship. So I thought it might be helpful to give I'm not going to go through everything on here. I've posted about this before, but just a basic difference between when we talk about an institutional investor or a fund and an angel investor and what that means. And then the difference between an angel and an angel group, because you run that differently when you're pitching to them. So the major thing to understand here is that for a fund manager, a general partner at a fund, they are managing someone else's money, right? They're a general partner, a GP, and they take funds from limited partners or LPs and invest their money. And because they are doing that, they have to operate differently. They operate under regulations to be able to do that. And they have to invest in things that have the potential for really huge returns, exponential returns, because they have a portfolio approach and they know that historically only one or two of the things they invest in are going to hit it big. and they're going to return the whole fund. So it's not that they expect every investment to do that. They know they won't actually, but every investment has to have the ability to do that, or else it's very difficult for them to defend to their LPs, the people they're managing the money of, why they made that investment. So it's a different need on that side. Angel investors are just managing their own money, right? That's the crucial difference to understand. They have their own thesis. They can make their own decisions. They can do diligence. They cannot do diligence. It's whatever they want to do. It's their money. And they can define the return that means success to them. And it doesn't have to be venture scale. There's a lot of very successful outcomes for angel investors that never involved venture capital. So it's a different world. There's also a ton of angel investors. There's more than 4 million that we know of.
I mean, where are these magical, mythical angel investors of which you speak?
I know. Well, that's the tough part, right? And that's part of where I'm building in this space. My mission is to open up that capital class. It is a great capital class, millions, and that's an undercount because these people don't have to disclose when they make their investments, right? They don't need to, so it's not all public information. The 4 million is actually undercounted by how many are actually making active investments who are accredited. And so they have different needs. You can pitch individual angels. Most angels will invest through different methods. They'll invest on their own, or they'll invest as part of a group or part of a syndicate, or they might be part of an LP base themselves in a fund, depending on how much money that they're putting toward their investments. So when you're pitching a group, this is how today angels are coming together to share resources, learn from each other, share diligence, share deal flow, and they often group around something. So it could be a geography, it could be your alma mater, it could be a thesis. There's usually a thing that draws them to the group that they decided to join, or they could be in multiple groups. The group, when you pitch them, will have more structure to their process. So I'm going to tell you what Vitalize's structure is today, so you get a little peek behind what does it actually mean, which is different than a person, right? If you're just pitching me, Allison, I don't need the structure of a group because I'm the one making the decision. So I just wanted to, kind of set that scene, the major difference to understand there between VC and angel. Okay. I'll go through, we already talked about how there's just so many angel investors, but they are different. They're a different group of people. They're much more diverse themselves than general partners of funds. They tend to be in different locations. They're not, 63% of them are outside of San Francisco, New York, and Boston. Again, there's a ton of them. They have different needs out of their investments. They are looking to support founders that they connect with, and they are much more intentional. It's late. They're much more, oh my God, I lost the word.
Intentional.
But, yeah, well, that wasn't the word I was going for, but yeah, they're looking for the investments that speak to them. They're looking for the founders that speak to them, and they don't have the same needs as a fund. So let's get into Vitalize Angels. This is the group that I decided to join. I evaluated a lot of them, and there's some reasons why I picked Vitalize as the group that I'm part of. So Vitalize was founded in, Vitalize Angels, I should say, was launched in 2021, but it is started by Vitalize Venture Capital, and that's who runs the group. In that time, it's only been a couple years. We have 9 portfolio companies in the Angel group and have invested nearly $1 million. So that's awesome, right? That's really great. It came together pretty quickly. And it's a really diverse group. There's over 425 members of the Angel group that is, again, is run by Vitalize VC. So the picture here are the VC partners who are also diverse themselves. They're very vocal on social as well. You probably recognize a lot of them. They're a great group. So check size in total is between 50 to 100K. And what I loved about this group is that they are leveraging crowdfunding in a really unique way. It's so that we can invite accredited and non-accredited investors into the group by leveraging the regulations of crowdfunding. That allows a much more diverse set of investors, and it lets people get into investing because you can write smaller checks and you don't have to be accredited to be part of that. So I'm going to talk more about what that means, but that really spoke to me, to the mission of broadening who gets to play this game. So at the end, you're one line on a founder's cap table. It's not all of these angels are not individually listed because we're part of the group. And the whole process is meant to be pretty efficient for both the founder and the investor, about 30 days, about a month. Okay, and believe it or not, a month is fairly quick. Even when you're pitching an individual angel, it can take
Hey, can we pause for 1 second? Because you said this a couple of times, and I suspect some people understand why you keep saying this, but I bet there's some people that don't know why it matters if it's just one line on a cap table. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, so when you're taking investment, anytime you take an investment from someone, they show up on your capitalization table. How have you capitalized your company? Who are your investors? When you have a ton of people to manage on there, if you're taking everyone who writes you a check gets their own line on there and you're not combining them, you have to manage all of those people individually, right? Relationships, any paperwork that's done, if there's voting shareholder rights, you've got what's called a messy cap table. You've got a bunch of people on there and you've got to really have some administrative overhead to make sure that you're taking care of everything. It's much simpler and cleaner to have fewer lines, right? Does less stuff. And so if you're taking a lot of smaller size checks, it's really nice to be able to roll them up into what's called an SPV, or a special purpose vehicle, or an RUV, a roll-up vehicle. That's the angel list version. And it means you're just all those checks combined and you only have to worry about one line. You're not managing all those individuals.
Yeah. And also, so some investors will frown or look down their noses at a messy cap table, as you said. AngelList roll-up vehicle fees, you have to pay money for that for an SPV. It's $8,500 for a safe, and I think it's $10,500 for a convertible note over there. So if you're only raising $25,000, you probably don't want to do an SPV because that's a huge chunk. If you're around, I would say minimum 50K if you're going to be doing something like that.
Yeah, for sure. You have to decide, is it right for you? There are fees associated with doing this. You're using a service to be able to do it, but you weigh that against, well, what would the long-term cost be to have 50 people on my cap table? And it might scare away later investors to know that you have all that overhead, right, on the cap table that you have to manage. So back to Vitalize, their thesis is future of work. And you'll find this with angel groups. Future of work is not my thesis, but I align with a lot of other things that the group does and what they're looking for and who they bring in. So that's why, I do my own investing directly and I invest through the group. So future of work can be pretty broad, and it's defined as people first or data driven, category defining businesses in the future of work. There's lots of different themes here. Really what the group looks for is a proprietary data application. So is this something that differentiates you, that you have barriers to entry in the way that you're utilizing data? And I gave some examples of our portfolio companies here to see, how broad that definition of future of work can be. Right? We have one that's an on-demand cybersecurity platform, one that's looking at self-learning spatial analytics on a platform, Virtual Sapiens, a machine learning platform that is awesome. I love Rachel, is really special. She's in our community too. To help with communication skills over video for B2B sales teams. Happio is a SaaS platform to improve effectiveness of meetings, kind of HR related. So I just wanted to give that feel for what do we mean by future of work, because it's probably broader than you think it might be.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then I'm going to just run through, because I know I don't want to go super over time and I've still got all the good stuff with the header statements. But I wanted to give this kind of behind, like, what does it mean? What does this really mean when you're applying to an angel group? So the evaluation criteria that the group goes through is looking at software-only businesses focused on future of work, so B2B, SaaS mainly. The round size that you would be raising is between 500K and 2 million. It's a pre-seed stage raise. Your product is built, so it's either in an alpha or a beta stage. You have some sort of demand or traction. So you have a wait list, or you have early adopters or pilots. You don't have to be post revenue, but you do have to have some real work going on. You have a big market size, and you've got clear differentiation, and you can show an ability to get to revenue within the next 7 to 10 years. What's cool about Vitalize Angels is that it also kind of serves as a pipeline to the Vitalize Fund. So we can collaborate together, right? The process here is Vitalize as a fund gets tons and tons of inbound, right? Like any fund does. And a good portion of that is not eligible for the fund. They're not ready yet, but they are for an angel group. So we have Vitalize Angels, and we can see those deals. And the deals that we do can be considered at their next stage by the fund. And that's really nice to know that there's this direct line to potential follow-on capital for things that we invest in the group. And so just to give you that idea of, what is the distinction between a pre-seed angel raise and a seed stage fund raise, these kind of help you see that difference, right? One's just a little earlier stage, smaller round size, smaller checks. You can use a safe or a note versus a priced round. Notice on both, you should be a Delaware C Corp. If you're going to raise equity funds, this is a mistake we made at my last company. Investors do want you to be a Delaware C Corp, even angel investors. If you decided to become an LLC for tax reasons or other reasons, fine, but make that switch sooner rather than later, because you're going to need to. Just length of time that you've been operating. I promise I'm going to get through this quickly. Anyone who's interested, you can scan that little code there and it'll bring you to the application page. We take cold applications all the time. You can do that. It's always good if you do know someone or you get a referral. I refer people all the time that come through my network who I think might be a good fit, as do all of our members. But you can do that there. And so this is kind of like start to finish what that 30 days looks like, right? So the team at Vitalize reviews 500 or more opportunities per month, and they pick 2 to 4 to bring to the angel group that they present to our group. Those founders from the 2 to 4 companies do a 10-minute pitch and a 10-minute Q&A. Anyone in the group can join that Zoom, and it's recorded for anybody that can't make it. Anyone can ask questions. It's really open. And then Vitalize, this is also a reason I joined, Vitalize the fund does the diligence, and they teach us how they do that diligence. They help us learn from within the group so that we're making better investment decisions and we're growing as angel investors. And then we, as in the investors, have 1 week to express our commitments, to say, are you in, are you out, and for how much? A company has to hit a threshold of 50K of commitments, which is really common in angel groups, that you need to hit some threshold level to progress to later stages.
Yeah, it's because, like I just said, you have those SPV costs, right?
Yeah, there's costs, but also you want to write a meaningful check, right? You want that founder to get a meaningful check from the group. So if there's not enough interest within the group, it's not going to be meaningful for either side. And then it's not worth more time for anybody, right? Respecting the founder's time too. So if they do, then there's that last little stretch of diligence at the end. That's about a week more, and it depends on the founder getting materials quickly to the fund, and then it closes. So that's why the 30 days. I'm going to go through, there's some standard diligence materials, but I want to get through some more time. This is the last slide on Vitalize, just because I know it can be a little confusing to talk about crowdfunding. What do I mean by utilizing crowdfunding? This was super interesting to me when I was evaluating angel groups, that we use WeFunder on the back end. So these are not public crowdfunding campaigns. You wouldn't go on WeFunder and just search for this campaign. It's only available to the members of Vitalize who are evaluating this deal. But that's what lets us make it open. People can write 1K checks if they want that all go into that 50.
That's amazing. I did not know that.
Yeah, which is great. So that's why we have a really diverse community, right? Because we're getting people into it. We're allowing them to be part of this process. They can dip their toe in. They don't have to be accredited. Because
and they charge less. They don't charge as much as Angel is.
Yeah, so I really like it. I really like that model, and that's what happens when you close. Is we all make our investments through the WeFunder platform, so we can use crowdfunding regulations, even though it's not a public crowdfunding campaign. Okay. Yes, I agree. It is a smart way to navigate that. I really love that creative use. So, James, is there anything else you want to talk about with
one
angel
second.
investing?
Tara asked a question here. The fee schedule, my recollection on this is just AngelList. I believe it's $8,500 for a safe and $10,500 for a convertible note. That's my recollection.
Yeah, I'm not positive. There's also different providers, right? That's AngelList using a roll-up vehicle or an RUV. There's other companies that provide SPVs. We did a workshop with Sidecar with our community. That there's a recording in our community all about how can you do
Shout
a
out to Sam
founder-run
Louie.
SPV.
Shout out to Sam Louie.
Yeah, so they're, and they're great. We like working with them, and there's others that provide SPVs too. There's a whole bunch, and they all will have different fees. So you can kind of feel out what might be worth it for you.
All right, so we want this one to be interactive, y'all. Drop your comments as she's flowing through this. Let's get it.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to talk about one of my favorite topics, slide headers. So first, super quick on Scroobius, so like why am I even talking about pitch decks all of the time? That's part of what I wanted to do, is the mission after I left my last company, that med device company, is help open up this guidance and access about how do you create investable pitch material specifically for founders who identify as underrepresented, so there is a better chance at obtaining that capital you need. You don't have to go into this blind. This should be affordable and accessible to everybody. So it's a web app. We have a lot of online learning. We've got hours and hours of mini courses about everything to do with building your pitch, delivering your pitch. Loved the session that was here earlier about identifying prevention versus promotion questions. Hugely important topic. And we get into what are those signals that you can put off of confidence, and understanding how you work the presentation to your favor too. You have control over this. We have human reviewers. We train people to understand how investors think and review draft material, so you get that guidance as well. You get a person. We help founders create pitch videos, which are wonderful digital assets. You can make it on your own too. Highly recommend it. And we have a ton of community and resources and perks. We run workshops and pitch practices all the time. If you want, you can sign up. You can register at this link for free. You just get in an email list with helpful content. We're always putting out free content to help founders.
Yeah, and Scroobius is a partner of ours inside of our community. Lily, who's her community manager, runs the pitch deck space in our community. She's always dropping tips there, so you can engage through that way, and from there end up over at Allison's group too.
Yes, for sure. And feel free to reach out if you have questions. Our team is really reachable. Again, you can find me. I am a very loud person online, so don't hesitate to reach out and connect with me, and in real life also. So that works out.
You might be the only person I know that talks more trash on Twitter than me. I'm just saying. Every time I look,
say it like it is. I don't have a filter. I don't have time for that.
Allison going in again. There she goes. There she goes again. Somebody wants to see the link. Okay, here's I got it right here. There you go. Scroobius.com.
I'm sorry. I thought I tested it earlier, but
Scroobius.com. Can you get to it through there or no?
Yeah, Scroobius.com. You can go through there. This is the link. It's just like our website /register during workshop. It gets you on that list of free content email stream. Okay, happy to follow up with that for anyone too. But when we talk about pitch decks, I'm going to get into the header statements themselves, but I always like to start with just lens setting, because it's not intuitive. It is not intuitive how you put together a pitch. It's unlike any other presentation you're going to give, because it is not selling what you're making. That's the key distinction. It is intuitive to market and sell what you're doing. An investor might never be your customer. They might never buy what you're selling, but they can understand the opportunity to give you money today and get more money out later. It's a different way to look at it. And from the investor's point of view, they need you to tell them the story of that opportunity. Literally a story. Like, think about how kids' stories are structured. You have to walk them through a narrative of how does that happen? How do I make a return on my money with this opportunity?
So you mean I shouldn't be like problem, Solution. Market size.
No,
You're
you
not
should
gonna
not. You should
don't do
not. We're
that?
going to get into what a
Don't do that?
label is versus a
Don't do
header
that.
statement.
Sorry.
Those are all labels.
Sorry.
But yeah, and that's like instinct, and that's what we see everywhere. But that's not walking me through a story. That's just slapping some words on something. It doesn't give me a narrative.
And
That's
why do you need to be walked through a story?
Well, for this reason, you have to get someone to see a future vision of financial gain, of you're going to make money off of this opportunity by helping me today, by giving me this money today. I'm going to make you more of it later.
Yeah, yes, that. And you ain't going to read the whole deck anyway.
No, you're absolutely not going to read the whole deck. And yeah, so you're not going to read the whole deck. You need some help. An investor spends on average 3 minutes looking at a deck. That means half the time it's less than that, right? That's on average. You do not get a lot of time. And the investor is not going to do the work that you deserve to understand what you're trying to tell them. So you have to just give it to them. You have to do the work for them. Make it really easy to read this story and understand it. And then the other point I just want to make, because this is the investor mindset and it's not always clear, with that story, you are removing risk that it is going to work. So you have to curate the content you put in that story. There's a lot of ways you could tell it, and you have to tell it in a way that you're making it less risky, that they're going to get that return on their money. All right, so I like to put those out with any workshop I do because it's not intuitive to think about it that way. Okay, I'm going to skip through these, James, and I'm going to go straight to some header stuff, but these are more kind of table setting about the story and the risks. I'm happy we put out so much content about this stuff. You guys
Just follow them on Twitter. Just at Scroobius, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Scroobius.com, just at Scroobius. Follow them on Twitter. You'll get a lot of this stuff all the time.
Absolutely. And so jumping into the headers, here's why headers are important, right? We just talked about this. Investors do not have a lot of time, even me, right? I'm a startup founder myself. I empathize with everyone watching this. I'm in the same boat. I fundraise for Scroobius. I'm going to do another round soon too. I'm also an investor. And a mom, right? There's no time. And so it's not ill intent or maliciousness why people don't spend a lot of time looking at your deck.
Don't have time.
Yeah, you don't have it. You just don't have it. And so, it's got to be easy. It's got to be easy to understand. I've got to quickly get it, because your goal with this is convince someone you're worth their time. Convince someone you should have a meeting. That's the goal of this deck. It's not to have them understand every single thing about your business, right? And this is why it's a story, because the story is what grabs someone to say, hey, I want to learn more. I want to go deeper.
That's the point of the deck, right? Not to get an investment, to get a meeting.
Exactly. So when you're thinking about it from the investor perspective, it's, I have limited time. Does this make sense to me if I quickly read through it, right? Is it logical? Am I being brought along somewhere so the slides are following each other? And does it stand out to me? Is it distinct? Do I remember this over the 20 other decks that I just got today? So the header statements, and I'm going to talk about what that actually means, address these issues. They really give you a huge advantage when you're sending this deck around to meet these needs, to help someone with limited time understand your story. It stands out to them and they want to learn more. Header statements can be transformative to your deck in that way. You know what? I'm going to skip through this is such an important point, but I want to get to all right, well, I'm going to go over it really quickly because this is really important. It's why you use header statements, why you make a glanceable slide. Because humans, fundamentally, our brains cannot do it. We cannot read words and listen to words at the same time. We can't do it. You can test it yourself. Start reading something and ask someone to talk to you. You have to pick. You can't do them both. So it's the same with your deck, with a presentation. You're asking someone to pick. Do I listen to you or do I read what's on your slide? If you have a header statement that just tells me the point of this slide and I can read it in 5 seconds, now I can listen to you. Now I can just kind of look at the slide as backup, right? Because I know the point of it. You told me it. I'm not hunting for what is the point in all of the content on this slide. Or if you're sending it ahead, I still flip. I still remember like everyone printing out decks, but it's on the screen now. I date myself when I flip my printed out pages. You're scrolling through the deck now. So this slide here, the second principle is we act differently when we're in person or when we're in the room, because the other aspect of human psychology and behavior, the way our brains work, we want to make eye contact with people. So if you're in the room with someone, they're going to listen to you first, read second. You're forcing them to pick. They're going to pick listening to you, and they're going to miss what's on your slide. If you're virtual, presenting like we are right now today, I can't tell if we're actually making eye contact. So you're going to read the slide first, hear me second. If I have to pick, if your slide and your words are different, I'm reading first, I'm missing what you say. Okay, moving on to header statements. This is what I mean. Every slide should have one major point to it. That's it. If someone remembers one thing about your slide, what do you want it to be? Write it right up there at the top. This is the point of the slide. Sometimes I call it the so what statement. So what is the point of this slide? So what should I remember?
And it could be more than one sentence too, can't it?
Yep, it can be 2 lines. That's fine. And I've got some examples coming up of things that might seem longer. It's fine. It tells me very quickly what I need to know here. And then everything else on that slide, everything in the body of the slide convinces me that that statement is true. It directly relates to that statement. This is why headers do your heavy lifting for you. Here's the point of it. Now, if you wanted the backup to that point, read the rest of the slide, but I don't have to unless I want to, because I already got it. I got the point of it from the header. If you start putting stuff on your slide that does not directly support that top statement, get it out. It's a different slide, or it goes in your appendix. It's also really useful for you to have some guardrails around, how do I keep this story in a narrative? How do I limit what I'm putting in here? It has to all be related to that one major point. All right. So if you just put problem up there, that is not the point of a slide.
That's a problem.
It is. It's a problem. It's the meta comment there. That is a problem. That is a label. Instead of problem, and these are real examples. James says I use real examples. Instead of problem, write it there at the top. Tell me the problem. So in this case, democratized access to accounting platforms and prepared financial statements has created accuracy and reporting problems for business owners. That's the problem we're talking about. Everything else on the slide convinces me that's true. For solution, don't just write solution. What is it? Our on-demand verification will streamline how businesses close their books. That is a statement. And then we're going to learn about what does that look like? What do you mean by that statement? Right? So you might say, Allison, that's so much text. Can I really put all of that text up at the top of my slide? Well, here's what it looks like on a slide. It's not that much text. And look at the difference here. If I have the same body, right, the same glanceable slide, you don't have paragraphs of information in there. You got to limit what you put on that slide because of that reason. We can't read and listen at the same time. If you just say problem, sure, it looks a little cleaner. I'm not getting any information out of that. I have to do work now as the investor to understand, what am I supposed to know about this slide? Yeah. I'm not going to do it, right? So if you have that, this is the same text as that previous slide right up there at the top. It takes you 4 seconds to read that, and it gives me what I need to know. So effective. I can't stress it enough.
Yeah, and it helps you tell a story, because when they read the previous slide, they read this slide and then they go to the next one, like, okay, I get that's the problem. Oh, here's how I'm going to solve it. And they start connecting these dots in this story in their heads.
Yeah, well, and we were talking, James, before we came on here live about it can be a really effective strategy sometimes if you're thinking through the structure of your pitch and how do I want to tell this story. Start with just your header statements.
Listen, that's exactly right. Yeah, so we're about to go out and raise $600,000 for Kabila, and so I mean, David's helping us with our deck, and I just sent over some headers on some slides. That's it. We've been working on that.
Yeah. Well,
That's it. There's nothing on the page yet. Not really, but
yeah, that's your story, right? That's the story. An investor should literally be able to read just your headers and get the point, and then decide if they want to go back and read the body of the slides, because they actually do that. That is a real thing. Remember,
Here's
3
a good
minutes
question.
on average.
This is a good question. Standardizing the formatting of the header across the deck.
Yeah, so you don't have to if you want to get a little more creative with your deck, but it is nice to have it in an expected place, because again, right, one of the things you're solving for here is having this be easy and fast for someone to understand. One of the ways you can do that is by having some similar slide structures. So you're training the investor to know, okay, the point of the slide is always at the top. If it shifts around a lot, and sometimes it's the top, sometimes it's on the side, it just takes a little bit longer, right? You're just adding a little bit of friction in there for how fast can I get through this.
Mm-hmm.
So great exercise, even just writing out the headers, because your job to prove to me that that header is true, you can do that in different ways. You can pick different pieces of data, you can show different things, but the point of the slide doesn't change. So if you get that down and you have a good story that follows, the headers should follow each other, then it actually makes it a little easier for you to go back and fill in the rest of the slide.
Exactly. Get your story down first, right?
Exactly. Now, there are some sneaky things that you might think are header statements, but they are imposters. And I'm so cool because I put Among Us in here and my kids play that. So
that's sus. Wow, my kids all day. That's sus. That's sus.
Yeah,
that's
right. Because I'm the cool mom. We all know that's
cool.
what cool
They
moms
think
say.
that's a cool term. Like, bro, that's like 30 years old. Like, what are you talking about? It's not that cool.
Anyway, so if you have something like experienced team at the top of your slide, that's not a header statement. That's a label. What is the relevant experience that you want someone to know about your team? Because you should be removing risk that you do have the right team, not just an experienced team, but the team that has the experience you need to execute all the stuff you just told me about. If you just say our growth, okay, what about your growth? Our growth is not a statement, it's a label, right? Things like how we get there. How, the how part, that's the statement that goes at the top of the slide. Otherwise, it's a label. So there's no shortcuts here. What is the point of the slide? Remember, if someone remembers one thing from this slide, what do you want it to be? I don't think it's something like how we win. You would want them to remember the how of how you win.
Yeah, before you change the slide. So it's not just that it's that sus. What's the name of that thing that's next to that? Because my daughter has one of those plushy dolls on her bed. What's that thing called? It's a plushie?
Oh, well, that's from the game, from the Among Us game.
Oh, yeah, Mungie. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, sorry, I digress. I just saw that my daughter. I'm looking at my daughter. She has one on her bed. Sorry. Apologize, y'all.
You're just, who can I say? You're not in the cool parent club if you don't know, James.
Yeah. So, well, I do know because I bought it for her. Some traditional investors expect those labels, sadly. Is it horrible to have the label but small, followed by the real header?
Well, that's a great question. And
it is, but I'm thinking that to that investor.
Yeah, I know. But sometimes, like, look, this is one of the really frustrating things about pitch decks. There's no one right way to do it. There's no standard accepted format. And every investor is really opinionated and thinks that they know the best thing and they have the way that they want to see it. And sometimes they will tell you that they want the labels for whatever reason. It's totally fine if you still want the label at the top of the slide, but yeah, have a header statement underneath. And you don't want to have multiple header statements, right? Sometimes we see that where you have a statement at the top and then you have like a subheader and then you have some stuff on your slide. Too much, right? That now you're getting into multiple points and I don't really get the point of this slide. It's not bringing me through that story cleanly enough. So the answer is sure. If you do that, you want to keep it consistent. So then you're going to want to label every slide and have your header right under that label.
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah. Sometimes people want that, you know?
Yeah.
All right. So here's another example I like to show. Again, real examples. Same, and this has a kind of a sneaky label in there, but it's fine. Same body of the slide, right? That didn't change. Same business. The before slide, it just said our solution. Now, if I'm the investor, I'm looking at some stuff on the body of the slide. If I don't have the narrative, if I'm not listening to him present this, I don't know the point of this slide. I have to do some work and figure it out. He wrote what would be considered a longer statement, and I include this one on purpose because people are always like, that's so much text up there. Read it out loud. Our solution is an offline acquisition platform where consumers pay for services with their engagement. It was 5 seconds or less, right, to read that. Never would have gotten that information.
No, and if you're just skimming the slide titles, you actually, when you're done, you know about 80% of what my business is. And you're like,
yeah,
let's talk.
exactly. Exactly. You're right. This is in the context of every one of his slides has that statement at the top and they follow each other. I would not have gotten that information without that header. And I'm not going to do the work to try to pull it out of what's on that slide.
They're not going to get your 5K is what you're saying?
No, well, I wouldn't understand it. Right. And again, it's not like I just look at it and I'm like, oh, you didn't do header statements. Forget it. You didn't put the work in. I don't understand it. And I don't have the time to sit here and get it out because I've just got too much going on myself. I can't do that. So you're transforming the deck by making it easy. You're doing the work for the investor and you're controlling your narrative, right? Even more important, you're offering the opportunity to invest and make money off of you, right? Investors don't make alpha. They don't profit if they don't invest their money. You're offering that. You're building something profitable. Come join me. You get to tell the story. So don't let someone else decide what your story is because you didn't tell it for them. You control it.
That's so good. So good.
All right. So I'm almost through all my slides, James. I know you're like, how many more slides do you have? It's only like 2. But this is a good test of whether your statements kind of follow each other. Take all your headers and copy and paste them into a paragraph. It's not going to read like you wrote a paragraph, like you were writing it out, but it should kind of make sense. If you read them in order, they should kind of follow each other. Exactly. And you can see how you're in a story. They're not disjointed statements. They don't seem to like bring me nowhere. I'm reading things in a vacuum each time. They should help me. And by the end of it, I have a really good idea, like you said, of what am I evaluating here? Mm-hmm. And it should be compelling so that I want to learn more. Now I want a half-hour meeting with you.
And that's what you want. You want the meeting, right?
Exactly. All right. This is my last slide. Final note. Have a thank you slide. Your thank you slide doesn't need to have like the statement in the same format, but you should have all your contact information in there, and you can have a call to action. You can ask for stuff that's not money, right? Like, do you want them to sign up for a newsletter? Do you want an introduction to a certain kind of contact that they can maybe show you that they're being helpful and open up their network to you? Ask for stuff, put all your contact information in there. Your title slide and your thank you slide are also real estate. They're also slides. So just don't.
Would you put like a Calendly link on there if you have like your name or something, Calendly / whatever?
Yeah, you can. You can put whatever you want on there. I can't tell you how many slides I see that just say thank you questions.
Oh no.
Like, what a waste. What a waste of space. Right? Put your stuff on there.
Oh no.
All right, I've made it through. I did a ton of talking. Usually, I hate listening to myself talk this much, but I'm happy to answer questions about reaching investors, about angels and about Vitalize, about angel groups, about header statements. Happy to stick around and answer any questions.
Yeah, any questions for Allison? I know we were posting them as we were going along. Anybody else out there have any questions? No questions.
Everyone's been here for like
listen,
5 hours.
I am tired. I am hungry. So look, so thank you so much, Allison. So hang on, before we do that, I gotta go. You can follow Allison on Twitter at AP Buyers. She's super active on Twitter. Go visit her at scroobius.com is where she is. Reginald said, this has been very good.
Thank you, Reginald.
Yes. And Michael says, I'm working on my deck. So Michael is in my Kabila community. You can go over to the pitch deck space, Michael, and engage with Lily. You can ask Lily questions right there. And if we don't have what you need there, you can go on over to Scroobius and get some more of that goodness.
Yeah,
He
we
says,
know
"Thank you very
Michael. We
much."
know I see so many friends here. We know Kimberly. This is awesome.
Yes, absolutely. Appreciate your insights. Kimberly's amazing. Love Kimberly. So many great people. Look forward to connecting. All right, cool. Well, that's a wrap for us. Allison, thank you thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. So anybody out there, if you're listening, look, we're at Kabila. We are building an inclusive co-founder matching app. You want to get on our app wait list. Caleb says we're going to have a beta release next week. That was news to me. Caleb breaking news during the webinar, right? So you can go get on our wait list there. You can join our community where we connect women and BIPOC founders to capital and each other. We're working on some innovative changes to our business model. We're raising capital. We're going to be doing some cool things soon, but we're big on building community. We love people like Allison, and we're always looking to collaborate. So, tap in, join us. We're going to be sending an email out with the swag bag items for the people who registered through StreamYard. We're going to put a type form with a chance for 20 people to get 4 free mental therapy sessions for a month, thanks to a grant from Brad Feld and the Anchor Point Foundation. Thank you to all of our sponsors that helped us with this event, all the swag bag stuff we did, all of our amazing speakers. Love this. Great job, Kabila. Time very well spent. Thank you, Reginald. We appreciate you. So many great comments. James and Caleb, thank you for all this. Yes, thank you, Christian. Fantastic. All these great comments come in. Thank you all so much. Great event. Yes. All right, everybody. We'll see you next time. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for coming through. Bye. Let me end the broadcast.